Picture on the beach this morning to what it's been for the coastal endurance event. It's absolutely packed and crowded in front of us. The course laid out, the weather beautiful, the water flat, disappointingly so.
I think it is, yeah, it certainly is. It's very flat. There's a tiny little break on the shore, but I know those experienced coastal and beachfront rowers would have been looking for a bit more activity on the water, but hey, we can't control that. So here is our schedule. We'll be getting going in the next 2 minutes or so with the coastal under-19 men's solo. So we're starting with our time trials now this morning. So what we will see is athletes will be going every minute for the next 24 minutes. We have 24 athletes in that first category before we move on to the next, which will be the coastal under-19 women's solo. We'll then move on to the men's solo, women's solo, the under-19 mixed double, and then the open mixed double. Martin, it's your first time doing beach sprints. Are you excited for what's ahead?
Yeah, thank you. I am a beach sprint virgin, and I managed to make it through the coastal events and got to know a lot more about that competition. Today, I'm just looking and taking everything in. I will be asking a few stupid questions. There is our first athlete, Sol Chamberlain-Hyde from Milford, Roseford Leamington Coastal Club, and he will lead off the beach sprint competition. There's boats in front of us. The boat handlers are putting their boats in the water. The umpires are kind of stood right in front of us on the course, but I suppose the umpires are the important people here.
They are certainly the important people. So yes, how this format is going to work this morning, it is a processional time trial. So as you can see, athletes are lining up one behind the other. So they're waiting for that buzzer to go, and when it does, he'll be making his way down the beach as fast as he can into his boat and going around the course. Now the course that we're going to see this morning is slightly different to what we'll see in the knockout rounds. So they have to kind of go around both courses, which you'll get a shot of there in a second. But yes, first up, he is the gold medalist from last year's World Beach Sprints in the under-19 mixed double, Sol Chamberlain-Hyde. So a lot of pressure on him now to start off this whole Beach Sprint Championships. But I think he's looking somewhat relaxed so far, Martin.
Yeah, definitely relaxed. He's got to get into the top 8, if I'm correct, or at least, because there's a second time trial this afternoon, isn't there? So he doesn't get into the top 8 on this one, he will have a chance, like a repechage almost.
Exactly, yeah. So we have 24 athletes in this category. The top 8 or the fastest 8 will go straight into the knockout round, or the last 16. And then everyone from 9 to place 24 will race again. They'll get a second chance in the second time trials later on this afternoon. Ideally, though, you want to do as little racing as possible. So it's really important that they kind of go for it here and treat it like it's a final.
Yeah, this lad's 18 years of age. Some of our competitors in this under-19 event are as young as 15. But in those 18 years, he has experienced, I think, at least 2 or 3 international competitions. And I guess he'll have his sights set on Los Angeles. Why not? If he can force his way into the GB squad. He's in the senior squad from next year, and I'm sure... Ooh, here we go. Umpire is to his right, and we are really seconds away from the first start.
So here we go, the crowds are starting. You can see him getting into his starting position. So that's the 3-minute call for the start. So that kind of, he was getting ready to go there. So that, you know, in those sort of moments, really important that you don't get frustrated with that. It's important that he stays relaxed now, even though he was expecting to get going. So yeah, what we're doing, seeing is the umpire called 3 minutes, and they'll also give a 2-minute and then a 1 minute. They'll ask the boat handlers in to put the boat in the water. And so here we go. So the boat handlers are going to walk the boats into the water. And for these solo races, we are seeing the Swift boats being used.
Made in China, the Swift boats, aren't they? And much loved of beach sprinters.
So that was definitely less than 3 minutes. But the red lights are on. Nice starting position here from Sol.
Beautiful.
Down low. And off he goes.
Wow, he's quick. Around that flag.
Yeah, so it's important on the way down for the time trials that they have to go around that flag as part of their course. Lovely entry there.
Yeah.
Very quick, very efficient.
Top quality. Now, how does he know where he's going?
So you can see the boat handlers in the background standing on the beach. So not only did they give him a little bit of a push off, but also they're using the hands to help navigate. So ideally, he doesn't have to look around for a while anyway, and just concentrate on getting out off the blocks as fast as he can.
So he's pulling hard on his starboard side buoy because he's got a slalom to the left of that middle yellow finger buoy.
Exactly, yes. So on this first leg, you do have to go. It's a bit of a zigzag around those marker buoys. So he's keeping that there on his left side. So he's pulling harder on the right, as you can see. Now he has to make his way back over the course. We're going to see a big yellow marker that he has to do a 90-degree turn at. And as we'll see in all these time trials, he then has to go all the way over into the second lane and come straight back to the beach.
And it's our second athlete from Finland, Kasper Salami, 15-year-old. Says the rowing season in Finland is very short, and you could maybe hear the start, but Sol is coming up to that turn. He's got to go round the right of that big buoy at the end and then straight back down this side, and the boat handlers have gone across to the left-hand side of the course. He looks to be absolutely flying, that young lad.
Absolutely flying, you know, world champion in the mixed double under 19s last year. But this race, like, you have no idea what the standard's going to be like, so you really have to go for it and give it your all. So yes, we are seeing Kasper Salmi making his way out. He raced last year as well in the under 19 men's double, make it to the knockout rounds.
So our first competitor is perhaps, I guess, 100 meters from the beach. And his handler has got her right hand out now. She's saying, okay, you're straight. He's not looked round that much. I guess he's got a sense of where he is on that course, Sol Chamberlain.
Absolutely, yeah.
And our third competitor from Latvia is off, Artus Fedorovic, 18 years of age. Sol Chamberlain is on the beach.
Yeah, lovely, clean here. You know, the breakers aren't that big, although he did have a little stumble out backwards. And now it's about getting up around that flag as fast as he can and hitting the buzzer now.
So there we go. Buzzer. Wow, that was impressive.
So we'll get our time shortly and we'll be able to confirm what their times were. But yes, Kasper Salmi is already around that outside turning marker and he's on his way back in. So when they're on the way back in, it actually doesn't matter which side of the markers they come. The straightest line and the quickest line is going to be outside that lane.
So Andrin Bieberstein, the 18-year-old Swiss, coached by Pam Weishaupt. You can hear the cowbells ringing for the athlete. A little bit of a time to get moving there from his boat handlers, but he's off straight and looking good. I don't think he's quite as quick as Sol Chamberlain in that first bit of the stroke. And I do not think that the second sculler from Finland is quite as speedy as Chamberlain was, who was absolutely rapid. He's had to pull his blade in there as we're riding with the Swiss on screen, driving out, just pulling on his starboard side blade, the right-hand side of the boat to go around the left of the buoy. The neutral athlete will be starting shortly. That's Alaskai Schwakets. He's just 15.
So Kasper Salmi now make his way up at the beach now to the final sprint. Nice quick run from him.
So 2:38 the time for Sol Chamberlain. The first time to beat.
Third athlete now as well, Arthur Fedorovic is coming in. He has the last finger marker now to pass. Again, hitting the blade off, but that is kind of slowing them down slightly. I'm not sure if I'd prefer to go a little bit wider here when you know the water is so flat. You don't want to be slowing yourself down. All those milliseconds count here in these time trials.
Now this lad just about to start, Felix Krones, world champion in the junior men's quads, picked up a medal in Trakai this year, bronze medal at the World Championships. His hero is Ollie Zeidler. It's not hard to see why, as our Latvian competitor. 3 minutes and 4 seconds for Finland, so much slower than Richard Chamberlain. And the German not quite as quick in terms of the sprint as Chamberlain. I just wonder if his technique is going to be better in terms of sculling.
Nice quick entry though, and nice even push from the boat handler. So with the boat handlers, you need to have, it's a rule to have one male, one female boat handler. And they have a very important job, and we'll be chatting about them throughout the day. So next up on the start line, a familiar face to the beach sprints, Lucio Fugazzotto, winner back in 2023 at the World Rowing Beach Sprints. He was third last year, first at these European Championships. Look at this run here from Switzerland.
Yeah, he's really sprinting in beautifully. And 2:52 for Latvia, so again that puts the Latvian into third place at the moment. He's so powerfully built, that Italian, particularly in his lower body. Absolutely massive thigh muscles.
Yeah, big beach sprinter. So we have a couple of them out on the course here now. Coming into us will be individual neutral athlete, Iva Kavets. He's coming in nice. He's a little bit wider on the course compared to the others, but he had a nice sprint, so let's see how fast he can get up the course. Already on that outside marker turn as well, Felix Krohns of Germany. You were talking about him and his sprinting. He's going a little bit, or his sculling, he's going a little bit wide out there.
Yeah, that's really interesting as the neutral athlete dives for the buzzer. So we're looking at the Italian there in that beautiful coloured boat. He looks really strong, doesn't he?
He does indeed, and yeah, he'll be one to watch here. I'm sure he'll have a pretty fast time. We'll have a time for Switzerland there as well, 2:46.16. That puts him into second position behind Saul Chamberlain-Hyde.
Lucas Krzyzek from Czechia has had an injured hamstring to cope with this year. Hope it doesn't trouble him during the sprints, the 16-year-old. There he goes. Very quick start from the Czech athlete.
Yeah, we saw him last year at the beach sprints as well. He's also an indoor rower. He was at the Worlds this year.
2:46 for Switzerland, so that's the second quickest time, but it's still not as quick as Saul Chamberlain-Hyde. And let's see what Christ does. Oh, what a dive. We love that. That's the first dive, I think, that we've seen from Felix Krohns.
Yeah, individual neutral athletes. Ivis Kavets has beaten he's pushed himself into second position now, 2:44.26. So he's pushed the Swiss scholar down into third position now. Next up, we have France, Raphael de Boussac.
Yeah, de Boussac is just 16 years of age. So one of the youngest competitors. Great sprint off the beach from the Frenchman there. As the Italian competitor comes in, Fugazzotto.
Yeah, he'll have a big sprint now up the beach here. Last few strokes and he's out. Lovely dismount. Here he comes.
He's not quite as quick as Chamberlain-Hyde, but a great dive.
Oh, we have a fastest athlete out there. They're after pushing Saul Chamberlain-Hyde in second position. That is Germany.
Yeah, that's so
Felix
cool.
Krohns.
He made it.
Felix Krohns is out has the fastest time.
So that sculling technique, those long strokes of his, just slightly superior to the, I guess, greater sprinting power on the beach of Saul Chamberlain-Hyde. So he drops into second place. It's going to take a lot to beat that time of 2:37. We wait to see what Fugazzotto's time is.
We have Raul Constantin Lupu of Romania after taking off now, pulling his first few strokes.
2:39 for the Italian, and so Fugazzotto goes into third place. He's a second slower than the British sculler, and just a couple of seconds slower than the German.
Here we have Czechia, Lucas Krizek there, passing that finish line. He had a very quick sprint up the beach as well. So next up we will have Ukraine lining up at the start line. Maikota Tamchai. While we have two scullers out on the water, France and Romania. Fast sprint there from Ukraine. And a bit slow getting in here compared to others. He's still there, and he's just going now, so that entry wasn't the quickest that we've seen.
So we've got the French athlete just going absolutely hell for leather for the beach. And he's kind of just doing a little bit of an S-bends, maybe losing fractions of a second of time there. That's Rafael de Brussac. He's had to go a little bit to his right round the flag. Could have really come in a little bit straight on the beach there. And de Brussac finishes his sprint.
Oh, we have some more times here.
2:38.9.
Yeah, for Czechia.
So he goes into, he beats Fugazato.
So he's in third.
He's in third.
Denis Oliveira there of Portugal. He's on his way down the beach, making his way into the boat. He was off very quick.
2:45 for the French sculler. I think those little course corrections probably didn't do him so good. And the Romanian sculler, now Constantin Lupu. You can see the Romanian team to our left chanting out his name as he comes into the beach. Not the best beach position. I think he could have been a little bit more to his left. Going to have to run round the flag.
Yeah, particularly because he got out of the right side of that scull, and now he's around the flag. They have to go around that flag, otherwise they will get a 10-second time penalty.
Oh, he's missed the buzzer. Oh, so frustrating that, missing the buzzer. He thought he had it. Not seen that before.
Yeah, you're adding on seconds to yourself that you can't afford to add to yourself. Next up, Lithuania, just gone down the beach.
Myas Gabrionis down the beach, and there's a turn at the top end for, I think that is the Portuguese athlete, Denis Oliveira. Portugal come here with a lot of high hopes. Those athletes going around the top of the course. And this is the Ukrainian athlete coming in a little bit too far to his right, to our right. Who's going to have to run up and around the flag.
Oh, a little tumble there as he got out of the boat. Nice straight line up to the flag there, though, around it. And he is making his way to the buzzer. Big, long strides there from Ukraine.
Lupu 2:52. He'll have to go again in the second time trial, the Romanian.
Next up on the start line, we have Greece. Yason Mousalamis making his way down. Staying nice and light on the feet.
Got a silver medal in the Worlds in track eye, in the double scull, the 16-year-olds. I haven't seen many of the Greek team here in the coast. Smile on his face as well. The Ukrainian athlete, 2:49.
I think it was more of a pain face.
Yeah, I think he might. He goes off the start. Adam Kolachik, 17 years of age.
We have a few times after coming in there. Ukraine 2:49.49. Portugal there 2:42.7.
The Polish athlete had a fantastic start in that first sprint off, and he is up at about 50 strokes a minute, nearly. He's not on screen at the moment. You can maybe see him in the distance of our camera shot on the left. So this is Lithuania coming into the beach. Not sure he's going to get into the first three. 2:42 for Portuguese athlete. So it's kind of up there. It's one of the quicker times. But Sub 240 is the mark to beat.
So out on the course here now, we have Greece.
Yeah, just the Spanish athlete Ignacio Ramon Borja Garcia. The 18-year-old. Spain have come here with such a powerful squad in all disciplines.
Oh, problem with the seat for Spain there, just having to take a second to straighten up.
Oh, that's so frustrating. There's the Greek athlete on right screen now, just coming down. Koselmis, silver medalist in the World Juniors. Decent beach position, didn't have much turning to do to go around that flag.
Yeah, maybe stopped pulling a few strokes too soon. The boat was just kind of gliding slowly into the shore. He could have got a better sprint finish there out of that boat, I think.
Vince Schreiber from Austria about to start. You can see him there, a camera to the left, sprinting around the flag.
Lithuania there, 242.73. Very close time with Portugal.
It's all happening, you know, very smoothly, remarkably so.
They've had lots of practice over the years.
They have had lots of practice.
To get it smooth like this. So Poland now coming in, big, strong strokes. Let's see how far he'll be able to drive that boat up onto the beach. They are using the Swift solo boats here.
That's a great position on the beach, isn't it? And fantastic exit from the boat. This is going to be a quick time, I'm sure, from the Polish athlete.
Yeah, first at the Polish Championships last month. That would have been a quick time for sure.
Lots of 242s coming in around that time.
Ahmet Ofluoglu of Türkiye now. Lots of local support here. Really quick sprint here. That was good jumping that the legs are going to feel once you enter the water, so he got the knees high.
246 for the Polish athlete, Kolarczyk. And the Spanish athlete who had that little accident with his seat is just coming into the beach now. You can see him there. Not sure he's going to get a sub 240 time. He's got to go round the flag a bit, so the extra few meters, knock the flag down. Dive for the buzzer.
Next up, Estonia. Marcus Vix. Looking cool.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's looking really cool on the start.
Yeah. Taking all of it in his stride.
Yeah, we've got the Austrian athlete, Vincent Schreiber, out on the course. Shorter strokes from Schreiber. You can just see him there on screen on the right, coming in. And at the top of the course, that is the athlete from Turkey, Ahmet Ofluoglu. Going around the boys.
Nice time there from Spain, 238.93. That puts him into the top few for sure. Just a little bit slower than Great Britain.
So that's amazing, considering that he's basically spent a second or 2 seconds, you know, sat on his seat, not moving.
Yeah.
That he's done 238.9. That, for me, makes Ramon Borja one of the favourites.
Absolutely. Here we have Monaco, Esteban Harel making his way down. We are flying through these. That was athlete number 20 of 24. Turkey and Estonia out there on the course.
Sub 40 for the Austrian, 239.54, going down to hundredths of a second here. So the Austrian lad has got to be pleased with that. Schreiber, anything sub 240 is pretty epic here.
Absolutely.
On the beach today.
Ofluoglu of Turkey. Nice dismount now. Big sprint here around that flag.
He's got such a long stride, hasn't he?
He does. Big long stride. Nice dive there. That'll be a quick time too, I think.
Yeah, the Hungarian athlete, Adam Moore, is ready to start. Cap set back. Umpire raises the white flag to indicate a clean start.
2:46.47 there for the Türkiye solo sculler. Afluoglu.
Yeah, the Estonian athletes, we're just waiting for him to come in. You can see him on our screen on the right. That's Marcus Vix from Estonia. He was in the World Championships in the junior men's quad in Trakai not so long ago, a few weeks ago. He's 18 now, so this is his last year as a junior. Let's see how he makes it.
Vix of Estonia now. Quick sprint. Nice hit of the buzzer. Not sure he was as quick as some of the other scullers that we saw. Next up, we have Croatia, Antonio Zanini. Off he goes.
17 years of age, Zanini.
So out on the course, we are seeing Monaco. Now, he is coming back straight to the beach, but he is kind of doing a bit of a slalom on the way home. You don't have to do that. You can come straight back. So probably adding a few extra meters to himself here and just catching the blade on that last marker.
Estonia 2:47, so he won't be in that top 8, I think, with a time like that. Probably have to go through to the second time trial later on today. The athlete from Monaco has beached. Esteban Harel, focused on the buzzer, and he just makes the finish.
Nearly there now. We have individual neutral athlete 2, Michal Shanin. Around the flag down to the boat handlers who are waiting for him. Let's see what his entry is like. The boat is sitting sideways a little bit on the water. I think that's actually to help him get in. Small little breakers, not too much at all. Not too challenging, but the boat handlers are certainly giving it. They're all going for a little swim as they push the solo boat out through the small little breakers. Nothing too hectic right now. So coming in here to the beach, we have Hungary, Adam Moore.
Yeah. Not the quickest sprint up from the Hungarian athlete, and he had to run round that flag a little bit. He wasn't on the best position on the beach when he finished. 2:52 for the Monegasque athlete. So that's one of the slower times that we've had today.
And final sculler in the coastal under-19 men's solo from Malta, Maximilian. 2:50.08 there from Hungary.
Tell you what, there's no time to wait here because the coastal women have just lined up on the start and they are just going to be going off almost instantaneously.
Absolutely, there's no time to think here at all. So Croatia now coming in to the beach, last few strokes. That is Zanini. Turning around maybe a little too soon. He could have pulled an extra few strokes there, and now having to go around that flag.
Yeah.
All those seconds count.
It is Eva Boga, who is lead. So these are struggling to go sub 250. And out the course, we have a neutral athlete, Mike Shannon. Not quite on a super position on the beach, Shannon. He's coming in, as you can see, quite to the right there. So he's going to have to run to his left to go round the flag. He's looking for the flag, and there's a big long run to the left. He's a tall lad, Shannon.
He is tall lad. Oh, nearly took a tumble on that run. Worked very, very hard there. So yeah, last sculler in the coastal under-19 men's solo, Malta. Spittery, going a little bit wide out there. So adding a few meters to himself, but he'll be the last one to round off. Then we'll be able to confirm who will be making it through.
2:55, the neutral athletes. That extra few meters on the beach definitely cost him. And our last competitor on the course, the Maltese Spiteri, is nearly at the finish, and we will have a little break. I think it's kind of like the female athletes are there ready to go.
So they were due to go off at 8:28, but I think that because the under 19 men's solo was a couple of minutes delayed, we'll be getting going pretty much straight away. But yeah, there was some good times there in the men's under 19 solo. Lots of 2:30s, kind of 37s, 38s.
Maltese athlete going well to the right of the flag, way over. He's got to run right back to his left along the beach. He's looking for the flag. Extra seconds there for Spiteri, the Maltese athlete, our last competitor in the men's under 19 finishes. To me, that's going to be close to 3 minutes, I think, that time.
So Greece getting their call to put the boat in the water for the Coastal under 19 women's solo. We have 24 competitors again.
Yeah, this Greek athlete, Eva Boga, just 16, but that's no...
We do need to get off the blocks pretty quick, but kind of taking her time here. We have Türkiye there, Öztürk Dag, the young athlete who's nearly a veteran now at beach sprints at this point. Our boat handlers are giving her a little shout because her bow was just pointing down the beach a little bit too far, so she's after straightening up now, and we're seeing there's an extra little bit of a swell there, a few breakers, which can either help or hinder you.
So 3:12 for the Greek athletes, Boga, and 3:04, much quicker time for the Ukrainian athletes. Time so far, so that puts her in pole position, the Swiss athlete. And in second place, the Ukrainian Robel. Individual neutral athletes, so Grigoreva 2:58, the first sub-2, sorry, sub-3 that we've had. Very comparable.
We'll see. We'll see.
I'm not sure 3:08 is going to be quick enough.
She's currently in 4th position.
Big, powerful strokes out there from, I think, was it the Portuguese sculler? Oh, and she's going way off course there. Who's that athlete out there?
That is Belgium's Anna Clementine.
So she's adding loads of extra meters to her course. So frustrating.
Spain
Spanish
there,
athlete.
absolutely spent after that. As you will be in these time trials, it's so important that you try and get your best time and try and make it into the top 8, because you want to try and avoid racing in that second time trial.
3:05 for the second individual neutral athlete. Butkevich. So we are waiting for the Belgian sculler, Anna Clementine Foch, who has taken a very circuitous route to the finish. She's coming in to the right side of the beach. She's kind of overcorrected now, which is so frustrating. There's the Portuguese sculler on screen. She looked extremely powerful, Rita Araujo. And she's catching up the Belgian sculler with every stroke. Sure, the Portuguese will set a good time as Lithuania starts. Eva Azvoloskaite.
Anna Clementine Foch of Belgium there, just hitting that buzzer. And next up, lining up, we have Denisa Claudia Grigor of Romania. She raced in this Filippi Trophy that we saw a lot of these athletes taking part in this year, gave them a great chance to compete with against international athletes in beach sprints.
So the Portuguese athlete just going way to the right of the beach. She's going to have to run back to the left unless she corrects, but she's slowed her speed down by correcting to try and get into a better position on the beach.
Powerful strokes, though. I think she'll have a decent enough time.
Yeah. So you can't see her on screen. She's a very tall woman. Not the quickest sprinting. The Portuguese athlete finishes Belgium 3:12. Not the slowest time that we've seen from the Belgian athlete. 3 minutes for the Spanish athlete. I'm sure that will probably see her into the top 8. That 3-minute mark seems pretty crucial. As the Romanian athlete, Denisa Claudia Grigor, blasts off the start. A little bit wide of the course. So there's the French athlete coming in, Niamh.
Yes, Lou Philippe there, making her final approach, last few strokes. Again, not too much of a wave there to help them on the way in. Still very, very flat. I think we're going to see different, more challenging conditions tomorrow, potentially. But yeah, nice exit there from Philippe of France.
He's raced in the Junior Worlds just a few weeks ago in Trakai, the Flatwater Worlds.
And that was Lesteve Mand there of Estonia. Heading down the beach. Boat handlers are ready for her. She's choosing to go in from to the left-hand side of the boat, which we're not seeing too many athletes doing. A lot of them are going in from the right-hand side.
Yeah, she's also competed in the World Juniors. She says that she's had problems with injuries and living away from home. This year have been some of her challenges, the Estonian athlete.
Seems to be where you want to be. Lithuania now making their way to the finish line.
She is destroyed. I mean, she wanted to fall on the buzzer because she just needed to stop doing stuff, and she lies there exhausted just to our right.
That's exactly what you want to be like after your time trial.
He has given absolutely everything.
So next up, Czechia lining up here, Magdalena Vlastenivkova. She's getting ready to go. We only have a few more. We have 5 more of Coastal Under-19 women's solo.
Yeah. Out on the course, we have the Romanian coming in for the dismount as the Vlastenikova blasts off the start.
Romania now coming into the last few strokes here now.
She's not going to post a very quick time.
Oh, a little tumble there. They're all getting out of that right-hand side of the boat.
I think it's 90% of athletes dismount on the right-hand side.
Yeah, and get in on the right. I think you need to be a bit versatile and depending on what lane you're in, particularly in the knockouts, to be able to get in either side. Hungary now lining up, this time Luka Nagy-Huzar.
3:10 for Lithuania. She'll be going into the second time trial in an attempt to make it through to the last 16. Reminder, our top 8 athletes will go through, and so far it is Maria Lanciano. We did suspect it might be a slow time for the Romanian athlete after that.
So if we look out at the course there, Vasilova of Latvia, right coming in to the middle of the course. So she's adding loads of meters onto her. Oh, she's going back. She thinks she has to go on the outside. Actually, if she kept going the way she was, she would have had a better chance. You actually don't need to go, there's no particular side that you need to go to.
She's only 15.
On the way back.
She's only 15, Niamh, so this is a massive learning curve for her, isn't it?
It certainly is, yeah.
Used to race in the men's 4 for France.
On camera now, we're staying with Poland as she makes her way out the course. She's really slaloming around those markers. And coming in to the finish line now, Vlastenikova of Czechia. There's Fabre going down for Monaco. Very nice and light on the feet. Big, quick sprint on the way down. As we continue to stay with Poland on our screens here, she's going to go around that first 90-degree turn.
She was very cautious the way she approached that, and she just held one stroke. So it's not the worst turn that you've seen at the top for our Polish athlete there, Prokopniak.
Nagy-Huzar there of Hungary. She's just passing that final finger marker now. She's about 15 strokes to go before she will hit the beach. She has a lovely line now straight into her boat handlers. Ideally, she's going to land now just below the flag. So this is a really, really good, nice
3:19 for the young Latvian. So that's, I think, our slowest time today. Not surprising considering the course corrections that the youngster had to make, 15 years of age.
And there we have Germany, Mia Tetua, last competitor in the Coastal Under-19 women's solo race at the World Under-19s in the women's 4 last year, finishing 5th.
Yeah, she was at the juniors this year, won the B final, started the sport because her school had a collection with the local club, as so many of the athletes in the German team have begun their careers in rowing. There's the sculler from Monaco, Tess Fabre. Just turning around the boy at the top. There is a gap now at the start, so all the competitors are out on the course.
Nikova there of Czechia. She had clocked a really good time, 3 minutes, 0.95. I would say she's gone into, put herself into the top 8 as well. And then Hungary, 3:10.38. Look at this sprint here, nice sprint from Poland, lots of support. So just 2 scullers to finish out this category.
It's an interesting technique, the Polish sculler, Prokopiev. She just kind of fell onto the buzzer very gently. She's just getting her breath back.
So here we have Germany. We're staying with Germany on our screen here now. She is around that second big marker, doing a big. That was a good turn. She started backing nice and early.
Turn?
So she's put on the brakes early. Basically, she put in her right-hand blade to start to slow the boat, and the bow started to turn nice and quickly and efficiently.
So 2 scullers out in the course. Tess Fabra from Monaco. She is coming into the beach. Not such a bad position. Let's see how she gets out the boat. Decent exit from the boat from the Monegasque. She's kind of got to get close to 3 minutes. Focus so much on that red buzzer.
And so final sculler out there on the water. Mia Tetova of Germany. She's coming towards the final marker. She's going to give it a big hit with her boat, potentially, and then the blade. I think her speed was good enough that it just kind of...
She's ploughed through, but
yeah,
she's got to kind of adjust. Her handler's telling her to go straight, but he kind of needs to tell her to get to the left a little bit more. She's going to have to run up across the beach to go round to that flag.
Poland there, 3:13.25, and Monaco, 3:11.51. Looking like they're going to have to race again later on.
So Tatiwa, not the quickest of sprinters. She will have hoped to have made her time up on the water. That is the last competitor in the women's under-19 event. As we said, sub-3, you're definitely through to the last 8. And maybe 3-3, 3-4, 3-5. Araujo, Philippe, Portugal and France will be hoping that time. Robul of Ukraine.
So here we have the times on our screen. Italy there was the fastest. These are your top 8 individual neutral athletes. We have Spain, Czechia, Austria, Germany, Switzerland and France.
Dominguez, Vlastenikova, straight on 3 minutes, 3-1 for the Austrian Kur. Tatiwa, the German, well, she did make that top 8 after all. The Swiss sculler Luthi, 3:03, and then 3:04 was the mark. So that was Philippe of France, just got into that time, 3:04.69, by a 1/10 of a second from Robul, the Ukrainian, who was our second athlete off today.
That will be getting going very quickly. So yes, Portugal are first up and they've just got the call to put the boat in the water. Russo there is actually he's coming back up the beach. I think he was down with the boat and boat handlers just making sure everything was okay. So Alison Russo of Portugal, he's going to be up first. Third last year at the European Beach Sprints. He's racing the men's double at the European Championships as well in flat water.
Portuguese team are really confident about the speed and the capability with which their athletes have come into this competition. Rose for Sport Club de Porto.
Yeah, they'll be very efficient with getting in. They'll have practiced this a lot.
Yeah, the first stroke's like a bent arm stroke because they're so, you know, keen to get moving that it's really with the arms, and then the second stroke they drive low down with the legs.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just about getting the boat moving and up to speed as quick as they can. So there he goes around the first marker. So it's very important that they go to the correct side of each of these, because if they don't, they actually get disqualified now. It used to be a time penalty, but now it's a disqualification. So he's slaloming over to the other side. Now it will be on his left side, his left blade. It'll be on the right side of him as we're looking down from the drone. And now he's making his way back over the course before he does his first turn.
So these might go sub 2:30, I think, these athletes, in terms of, you know, comparing with the junior times.
Next up, Latvia there, Chris Thomas.
So he's lightning quick, the Latvian, on the sprint, certainly quicker than the Portuguese sculler.
Race last year at the World Beach Sprints, made it to the knockout rounds.
Comes from Jurmala in Latvia. His hero is Olli Zeidler. Quite a number of the athletes have Ollie as their hero.
They do. Yeah, he's flat water rower as well.
So the Portuguese sculler is going well wide on that top turn, and maybe he just wanted to keep momentum on the boat, but not the quickest turn from the Portuguese.
No, it's not. And, you know, as the weekend goes on and the more races they do, the more they get used to that outside turn. It's always a tricky one. Sometimes there's a little bit of a breeze that pushes them off it, or sometimes they overturn and come back into the centre of the course. But he's straightened up nicely now. Have a look over his right shoulder. He wants to keep enough distance between himself and that marker. Third sculler off now.
Decisive of Bulgaria, and shortly off will be Yannick Raschler from the Swiss team. You'll hear the cowbells as soon as Raschler from Rue de Club Erlenbach goes off the start.
Here's Russo of Portugal now. Nice big sprint
On
here.
the
He
left.
is fast with the legs.
Yeah, on the left, I think that dismount was one of the few that came out on that side.
That was a good sprint. Yeah, so Switzerland now lining up. They're next up. We'll start to get times in now shortly as well. On camera here we have
2:39, so I would say that's okay, but I'm pretty sure that time's going to be better today.
So Rachel of Switzerland making his way down. Big athlete, he had a big sprint as well. Coming in now towards the beach as well. It is Krumans of Latvia. Came right straight in under the flag here.
Yeah, on your screen on the right, we're seeing Raschler, the Swiss athlete, just make his way up to the start. This is the time trial, so this is a processional race as the Latvian athlete hits the buzzer. So they go off one by one. It's kind of like a head race, really. The top 8 times, they go through to the last 16 automatically. And then there's a second time trial to determine who will join the last 16 athletes.
Now the Swiss athlete, he's choosing to stay very close to those slalom markers.
Who's that out wide there? Is that the Bulgarian athlete? Zahov is going so wide. He's adding extra meters to his course.
Igor Kamara there of Ukraine.
2:36 for the Latvian athlete. So that sprint that you saw, definitely faster than the Portuguese time. I think we're going to go sub 2:30 here for our best sculler, but the Bulgarian athlete won't go sub 2:30. He's got a big S-bend in his course as he's coming into the bank here.
Ukraine there, the big, powerful stroke there from Igor Kamara. Olympic rower over the years.
Yeah, Kamara's been in the double, actually, with Kovalev in Paris. Pretty decent. Oh, and the Bulgarian athlete wandered through. And I think he came around the outside, so I'm not sure whether his time's going to... Oh, is that a full start?
That was a false start, yes, for Belgium.
So what happens with a full start?
So he's going to come back again.
Is that a time penalty?
I'm not sure who was at fault. It could have been that they were not ready. You know, if someone wasn't ready and they called him back. So if it was his fault, he gets to go again.
So the Ukrainian athlete Kamara's on the top of the course. The Swiss athlete Raschler very quick across the ground. Leans down, hits the buzzer.
Benjamin Louis there of Belgium. He's gone down now. He got to go again. He's off pulling his first few strokes.
There's Louis. Decent course from Kamara, the Ukrainian athletes. Bit of a veteran at 35.
He's going to have a quick time, I would say. Kamara of Ukraine. Big, powerful strokes. There's a slight wind that they're coming into as they come towards the beach, but it's It's very slight today.
So Florin Horodisteu of Romania is at the starts, fresh from, well, he's not fresh. I chatted to him this morning. He said he's absolutely pretty tired. 9th place finish in Shanghai for the Romanian athlete. You can see his back there, and after this they're going home on Monday. A lot of the Romanian team are getting married, so he's got 3 weddings to go to as Kamara comes up to the finish line. .257 for the Bulgarian, so that S-bend taking him quite a lot of time.
I'm excited to see the next sculler, Ander Martin of Spain, lining up here. Now, we see him at the beach sprints pretty much every year, but he's usually in the mixed double. But he has made it into the men's solo this time, so he's going to be one to watch for sure.
Ander Martin there, and looking tall and lean and ready.
Bronze last year in the mixed double, gold in 2022 back in Saundersfoot in Wales in the mixed double. Gold in Portugal the year before as well. Multiple medalists in beach sprints.
Yeah, 5 times world champion. Got a nice Instagram account as well, if you care to follow him.
Comes from the Beach Sprint Academy in Spain. He set that up with Emer from Ireland. Nice big sprint here from Ander. This is something he will have practiced hundreds of times. He'll be efficient now off the blocks as well.
And there we see Horodisteu from Romania going round that boy on the right-hand side of the course to the left-hand side, and then straight back. Early turn there from Horodisteu as the Belgian hits the buzzer.
We have a new fastest time there, Switzerland, 2:30.16.
Yeah.
Puts himself into the lead here in this time trial.
I don't think we're going to go sub 2:30 for the quickest time.
I think so. The top 8 again will be going into the last 16 later on today. Everyone else will race again in the second time trial.
2:43 for Kamara. Not sure that's going to be enough to get him into the automatic qualification for the fastest 8. Horodisteu is coming into the bank. Characteristic high rating of the Romanian. Can't take the Romanian out of the boat or the man, can you?
They just don't slow down at all, do they?
They don't slow down. Little crab there from the 26-year-old.
So 2:47.56 there for Belgium.
Lovely. He just rolled out that boat, Horodisteu. And he's coming up to the beach now. Not the quickest of sprinters, but he is experienced in coastal rowing. This is his 4th championships, he told me this morning.
Andreas Dugstad Soskar of Norway getting ready to go. He's staying up quite tall here. Oh, actually, he just bent down when the umpire said ready. Here he goes.
Powerful man, isn't he?
Yeah.
2:41 for Horodisteu, the Romanian. And yeah, well, that's probably not going to be enough to see him into the top 8. Might be close.
Currently in 4th position out of those who have gone.
Spanish athlete Ander Martin is on the beach now. Oh, that's a beautiful exit, wasn't it?
Yeah, beautiful. Big sprint here. He'll be excited to be racing the solo this time. Nice jump there from Ander.
Yeah, he dived on that well, didn't he?
Dived. Yeah, that'll be a good time to watch. He's actually looking at his own watch there and shaking his head. Not sure if he's disappointed with that one.
That's a good spot, that one. So we can see, I think we saw Petivar Molinari out on the course, fresh from the World Championships, the Hungarian sculler, and Andreas Soskar from Norway is out on the course. And I think this is the Hungarian, Beniguis Petivar Molinari. You can not quite see him on screen, but he was in Shanghai for the World Championships, finished in the C final. probably the quickest sculler here, I would have thought. So what will his time be? Rowing in his characteristic day-glow yellow cap.
We have 2:38.31 there for Spain. So Ander Martin puts himself in third position now in the time trial so far. So perhaps that's why he was shaking his head. He may have expected to be a little bit closer to the top of those rankings.
Yeah, so 2:30 our quickest time. Then that is from Raschler from Switzerland, 2:36 from the Latvian.
Your friend with the tattoos.
Oh, yeah, that is the Malta sculler Mark Shembry. Quick down the beach as we wait for Petivar Molinar's time. 2:42, so maybe the fastest sculler, but he's not the quickest beach sprinter, Petivar Molinar. And just coming into the beach is the Norwegian. A little bit to the right, he's going to have to run round the beach to get to that flag because he's going to go out on the right side of the boat. Yeah, stumbles a bit and then has to jog his way up the hill, the Norwegian.
Oh, knocking the flag. I'm wondering, would it be more efficient if the boat handlers gave them a little shout and told them which side to jump out of? But
Yeah.
again, a lot of them practice just one side.
I don't understand why the boat handlers are not shouting, get over to the left, because there's clear advantage to be had if you do that.
Particularly if they're jumping out of that right-hand side of the boat.
2:44 for the Norwegian sculler. Don't think that time will be quick enough to take him into the top 8.
Big difference between first and second place at the moment. 2:30 and 2:36. They're the top 2 times at the moment. Netherlands now coming in. Wiltenberg.
Rob Hunt from Estonia is on the finish line. I kind of don't think Robin Hunt's a very Estonian name, but I don't really know.
Here
So
from the
Erwin
Netherlands.
Wiltenberg, the Skadi man, 21 years of age. Netherlands brought a very strong squad here. Won gold in the Dutch Championships. 2:37 for the Dutch sculler.
Puts him into third position. Next up, Estonia. Lots of support here for Robin Hunt from Estonia. He was pretty light on his feet as well. This is one to watch that lining up here. Giovanni Ficara of Italy, former world champion in beach sprints.
He's like a cricketer. He's going over the sort of sands, just where he's going to start his sprint, Ficara. And he's flattening it out. He obviously wants every single advantage that he can get.
You have to in this sport. Every advantage counts, every millisecond. But coming in towards us on the beach here now, Mark Shembry of Malta. We saw him over the last few days in the endurance races. Oh, a little tumble. He looked over the right shoulder, was going to go out there, but then actually chose to go out the left-hand side.
Which is probably better.
Better, but wasted a little bit of time. Oh, big sprint. Oh, he almost did not go around that first flag, I think, Giovanni
The Italian was so quick. I think
So
Ficara is the quickest sprinter, like Petro Minea. Saw him win the 200 metres in Moscow Olympics.
His most efficient entry into the boat as well there for Ficara of Italy. World champion in beach sprints back in 2021 in Portugal.
So will we see a sub 2:30 time from Ficara?
It could happen.
3:07 for Shembry, the Maltese sculler.
Michal Zelma of Slovakia.
Great dive.
Robin Hunt is out on that course as well.
Yeah, Robin Hunt's just gone around the top. Boy, boat handlers trying to get him. He's pretty much straight. As our Polish competitor, Lucas Sub, says, I am a firefighter on his information page. So the 40-year-old was originally at Bydgoszcz, where they do a lot of rowing in Poland. The university is very strong there.
So I thought this might happen. Giovanni Ficarra is actually like catching up to the guy in front of him. He's already around that final big turning buoy over on the far side. So he's going to have a super quick time. I have no doubt about it. Lining up now, bronze medalist from last year's World Beach Sprint, Zigomantas Galasankis. He worked so hard over the years. We always saw him at the international events. It took him a while, but he eventually got there, got his medal.
So Estonia crossed the line. Robin Hunt, Zelma from Slovakia, 2:43.
Zigomantas there just going off, big sprint from him as well. He'll be looking to clock a very fast time. Giovanni there really throwing his body back on that lie back as he makes his approach.
He's up about 50 strokes a minute there, or certainly high 40s. As he drives his boat into the bank, how's he going to get out, the Italian?
Yeah, perfect execution.
Incredible, incredible technique. Ficarra is definitely going to be sub 2:30. Whoa! And the best dive of the day for Ficarra there. Class all round. Make a training video out of that.
Former lightweight rower, he is, and now specialising in these beach sprints.
And you could see why, couldn't you?
Yeah. Poland now on the way back to us here. Lukas Zub doing a little bit of a zigzag as he comes back on the straight. Monaco just heading down into the entry of the boat. We saw...
Oh, 2:33. It wasn't the quickest time. So Raschler still quickest. Very quick time, but it wasn't sub 2:30. So that beautiful technique maybe needs to be a little bit longer on his strokes out on the water.
This is Poland making his way up the beach. Lukas Zub, third last year at the European beach sprints. Let's see if he can get himself on the podium this year. We missed Monaco taking off there. We saw him racing the last few days.
Antonielli, yeah, Kenton Antonielli is successfully navigated the slalom course, and he's going out to the buoy at the top. You can see him on the right screen there.
2:42.16 there for Poland. So looking like he's going to be racing again.
So here's Lithuania coming in. Big dismount out of the boat for the Lithuanian. You'll see him on screen on the left, stumbling a little bit, absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, the upper body was trying to get ahead of the lower body there, at risk of tumbling, but that'll be a quick time, no doubt, as well. We did miss Serbia there, Andrea Simonovic. He's gone out, he's on the course, and Croatia lining up now.
Galianskis, quick time, 2:34, which puts him with an excellent chance of making the last 8 on the time he's done in this time trial. And the Croatian athlete, Mihail Girotto, has just left the starting area. Antonioli, again, one of the better scullers here in terms of his technique. Looks a little shorter, obviously, in his strokes. He's trying to get more strokes in than when he did the endurance event yesterday.
Yeah, very different approach to rowing here. Just going as hard as you can.
Not the best and most efficient dismount, and he had to run a little bit round to get to the flag. But the former Oxford Brookes athlete.
Oh, look at this. This is Serbia going very wide here. It's going to have to do a lot of work to get back straight into the beach.
Timanovic of Serbia. He only rows on the river. Says he doesn't have a chance to try rowing the coastal boat on the sea. Obviously, Serbia doesn't have a coast. So I guess this is all quite new to him as the Croatian athlete goes round the buoy at the top, Girotto.
And we saw Alexander there, Kovaliski, individual neutral athletes won. He's after taking his first few strokes. He's heading out towards that first marker. Oh, that was a quick dismount. Look at the sprint here.
To the
of
left, he's
Serbia.
very quick, isn't he?
Pity that he went a little off course there.
Oh, he missed the buzzer. Oh, that's so frustrating. They go down. That's the second athlete that's gone and hit the sand and not the buzzer. It takes a second or two to realise, doesn't it? And then they go for the buzzer again.
So we're getting some times there.
Antonelli, 2:43, so he's going to have to go through to the time trial, second time trial. As the French athlete, Mathis Notelet, 24-year-old, 6 times French champion from Jeanville-de-Poix, Ile-de-France. Long strokes, actually. He's really pushing it towards the back end, the French sculler.
This is a lovely position here from Garotto of Croatia. Similar to Ficara that we saw from Italy, just turning the bow slightly so that he's perfectly angled for that run up at the beach.
We're looking at Kowalski, actually, the neutral athlete, who is just at the top of the course as the Croatian athlete finishes. We saw Kowalski yesterday in the endurance event, didn't we?
We did. No, there was no individual neutral athletes in the endurance as far as I remember. But yesterday feels like 3 years ago at this point. But yes, lining up now.
2:36.
Boris Wolf of Germany.
For Croatia, which will be probably quick enough to see him into the top 8, or it'd be very close to it. 2:36 might be the cutoff mark.
So Wolf of Germany, another Olympian. They're really taking up the beach sprints here. 2024 Olympic Games in the men's quad finished 5th.
So it's Kowalski's first European Championships as the neutral athlete comes into the bank, drives his swift boat up, sprints to the left to go round the flag. And Kowalski finishes and gathers his breath.
France now, next one coming in towards the finish line, Matthias Notelet. Saw him at the World Beach Sprints last year. He was in the mixed double sculls, made it to the quarterfinals. He also raced at the European Beach Sprints.
2:44 for Kowalski. He will be going again in the second time trial. Nakarainen is on the course. Will this be a sub 2:30 from the Flying Finn? So we're looking at Nakarainen, those really short, powerful strokes. The French athlete finishes. Notelet from Jeanville-de-Poix. And here we see Nakarainen just blasting out the start. Certainly, in our view, he's doing his best to get round to the left-hand side of that buoy. So powerful.
Yeah, staying up tall there at the finish of the stroke, just focusing on that speed and that power.
He can pull a 5:30, 5:46 on the ergometer. It's one of his best times. So he's almost certainly the most powerful athlete on the rowing machine here.
He won a bronze medal back in 2022 at the World Beach Sprints. Raced last year at the Europeans, but only made it to the knockouts.
German athlete coming into the beach, Boris Wolf from Berliner Ruder Club, stroked the quad that came 5th in the Olympics.
Jan Fleisner then of Czechia, another Olympian. There's a lot of Olympians, Martin, joining us.
There certainly is. Maurice Wolf, he just went sub 2:30, 2:29. Maurice Wolf, the Paris Olympian, stroke of that German quad, has recorded the fastest time. Notelet as well, 2:31. So I'm guessing that 2:35, 2:34 is going to be a cut-off time for the top 8. Joel Nakarainen still out on the course.
They're having to shout at him here, though, because he's just about to Yeah, hit that right blade, the shaft of the blade off of that last marker, slowing him down slightly.
Yeah, that will have taken half a second off his time as the British athlete goes onto the start line. James Cox from Agecroft, club up in the northwest of England.
Here comes Joel. Not the quickest dismount or acceleration out of that boat, but doing his best here now. That'll be a quick time, but going by the times we have, I'm not sure will it be enough to get into the top 8.
Well, he was great out on the first leg, not so good back, 2:36. So I think you're right in terms of what you're saying. I'm not sure 36 will go for the top 8.
James Cox, silver medalist back in 2022. He was in the under-19 men's solo. Now in the seniors. He's been doing a lot of training in Spain the last few weeks at Beach Sprint Academy.
Yeah.
A lot of these athletes have.
He said his coach there is Leticia Munoz de Oliveira Suarez, driving the boat off as we see the athlete coming in from Czechia, Fleissner, who had that problem yesterday with his shorts, I read on Instagram. That's why he stopped. And Fleissner hits the buzzer.
2 more athletes to go in the coastal men's solo. Leopold Weisinger of Austria is going to be up next.
Oh, Nakarainen, interesting that he wasn't closer to 2:30. And he's going to struggle to make the last, the first 8 that will qualify directly from this first time trial. The Austrian sculler, Weisinger, gets into his boat. We're looking at James Cox, the British sculler. Beautiful turn that James Cox had there. One of the quickest that I've seen around that first buoy.
Yeah.
Let's see his turn here.
This is something they would have spent a lot of time practicing and perfecting in the lead up to this. Here we have individual neutral athlete, Litkuski.
Litkuski, wow, that's the best dive that I have seen from Litkuski. Johanni Litkuski, 22 years of age. He's putting the sand back on, wiping it off.
Oh, very quick time from Czechia there as well, just behind Finland, so 2:36.43, and then we have a 2:37.12 from Lukowski, who just finished. James Cox making his way now just past that final marker.
I want to say James Cox is going to do a pretty quick time.
Yeah, I think he will.
I think the turns have been great.
Yeah.
The sprint's been okay. It just looks really efficient.
Yeah, executed the race course pretty much perfectly.
He took a little bit of time getting out of the boat there. Do they have to wait till it actually grounds?
They don't, but you don't want to jump into the water too soon because that's just creating resistance. But yeah, that'll be a quick time. Whether it'll be quick enough to get into the top 8. It's
So we're
hard
looking
to say.
for sub 2:35 really for the top 8. 2:34 might just do it for the British athlete. 2:35, so that's a quick time, but 0.58. There have been other marks at 2:35. So James Cox will have to wait and see. It might just be enough to get the British sculler into the top 8.
Yeah, with the final sculler there, the coastal men's solo, Can Aydin of Turkey.
We've already got the neutral female athlete who will be our first competitor in the women's. She's on the start now as the last of the men come in.
Oh, this is going to be a quick time from Turkey. We didn't even see the sprinter there flying around already on the homeward leg on the water.
Yeah, Can Aydin as the Austrian Weisinger comes up, focused on the buzzer, falls on it beautifully. 26-year-old from Vienna. And we have the Turkish sculler, Can Aydin from Fenerbahce, 22 years of age.
A lot of flat water, international sculling.
Oh, he's
and
lost a bit of
sweeping.
time as he's hit that buoy there. It doesn't matter if you hit the buoy.
I think he's still going to clock a quick time, though. He was very fast going around that course. Big, powerful stroke, staying up tall. He's a tall athlete. We'll see him now as he gets out of the boat.
Driving that swift boat up onto the beach. What's the exit going to be like?
Oh, out of the left.
Which is good, really, for the run around the flag. Oh, he missed the buzzer and pressed it twice. So that will have taken, I don't know, half a second off his time, that buzzer miss. And a little buoy, so 2:34 for the sculler from Turkey.
So we'll have our official times there now. So Germany clocking the fastest time, 2:29.44.
So 2:36 from Croatia got someone into the last 8. And Nakarainen is not quick enough by 0.06 of a second. We'll have to go again in the time trial this afternoon. That's a big surprise, isn't it?
Big surprise. Now he's well used to that endurance that he'll have to row again, so that won't be any problem for him. But qualifying there straight into the last 16, Germany, Switzerland, France, Italy, Lithuania, Turkey, Great Britain, Croatia. Everyone else will race again in the second time trial later on this afternoon.
So Elena Kazak, the individual neutral athlete, will be the first of the female competitors in the beach sprint solo.
Yes, we have 21 entries in the coastal women's solo. Lots of rowers that we've seen over the last couple of years in the Worlds, at the Europeans. So some big names to watch out for here. But yeah, we're flying through this. We're on to the 4th category already this morning. Martin, are you enjoying it?
Yeah, there's no time to think, basically. It's just, yeah, it's amazing just how it goes bam, bam, bam, bam, bam. So exciting. And completely different feel to the coastal event and also to flat water rowing. And it's how to make time trials exciting, because processional racing is not normally the most exciting format for the spectator in rowing, but this actually does the job.
Yeah, there's so much happening at the same time. Someone is starting, someone is finishing, someone is out on the middle of the course.
Times are coming in as well, lots to look at.
Exactly, yeah. But you can see as we look down at the beach, the boat handlers for the next cruise are now starting to get the boats ready. So they're obviously changing the foot position to suit the athletes that are going to be using. You know, they're changing the blades out. There's lots of changes happening down here. Boat handlers have a really, really important job. Like the rowers just need to be able to show up, get to the start line and not have to worry about the setup. Their job is to perform and then recover.
The only thing they can change is the foot stretcher setting, is that right? They can't, the rigging is standard, and for male and female athletes, they're using similar boats. They can't really change the height, I don't think.
No, everything is pretty standard, and as you can see, they're all using Swifts here as well. So obviously they can change the foot position, the stretcher position. They also have their own oars and the length of the oars that can be individualized. But they keep the boats pretty standard otherwise right now.
So that's giving us a few moments to draw our breath.
Martin, if you wave there at the drone, they might pick us up. So if you're watching at the screen, you'll see some white tents to the right-hand side of the starting line. Oh well, me and Martin are in one of those.
That's a better picture. So Yana Kazak, just 19. Well, 3 minutes to the start, you heard the umpire say there. Kazak just steps away from the starting line.
To talk about conditions here, it is very flat here today, very sunny. It's in the early 20 degrees right now. The sun is it's strong here from what we felt yesterday. There's a lot of heat in it, but it's probably still early enough in the morning that it's not killing the athletes right now. But conditions, it's very flat, like the breakers are very, very small, very easy to manage. So it's actually quite fair, I guess, for the time trials, but we're hoping that things kind of get a little bit more messy maybe later on, and particularly tomorrow when we get into the later stages of the competition to make things a little bit more interesting.
What are you saying there, Neve?
That is very flat right now.
Yeah, compared to the first day when Neve and I got down here, where there were massive breakers or relatively massive metre-high waves. So we're about to start. Yana Kazak, the individual neutral athlete, started just checking, looking round to see the boat is in the water.
Off she goes. That reaction time, that's where you can make an advantage as well. Some people kind of take their time and nearly stumble. So you have to, like, you know, practice all these little parts of the race. So that reaction time, that run, this entry now, getting the feet in. You know, one of the boat handlers is handing the handle of the oars to the rower. Now she's doing a lot of looking around there already. Not sure if she was trusting her boat handlers enough. Yeah, so looking over again, so that's costing her a little bit. I think the boat handlers, you know, if you trust them on that first leg as far as you can out towards those turning points, you're going to save yourself a little bit of time.
Ramanita Morkunaite, 23 years of age. He's come from flatwater rowing, but has coastal experience. And the Lithuanian will be looking to post a fast time here. I kind of think the fastest women will be around 2:45 or something like that.
Potentially, yeah, going off the under-19 times a little earlier. So yeah, that was Lithuania off there on her sprint, but we're staying with individual neutral athlete Kazak there on the water. She's heading down to the first of the big turning point. She's staying nice and close. It was actually quite a lovely course on the way out, not going too wide around them. Let's see what her turn is like here. As she comes up towards it, yeah, digging that right side, as you can see as you're watching your screen, pulling a little bit harder on the left. That was quite a good turn, good execution. Didn't slow down too much.
I'd say that was, yeah, compared to the turns I've seen, wasn't the quickest, but she didn't make any mistakes. This one's a little more slow.
Yeah.
Taking quite a few strokes, and she's kind of got a set off. She's self-corrected there.
Yeah, she probably could have done with pulling an extra stroke on her left side there just to get her a little bit straighter, because she's kind of going a little wide away from that course and will have to kind of come back in around on herself.
So the Lithuanian athlete went the correct side, the left-hand side of that finger buoy, but she hit it, which doesn't really matter as long as they get the boat the right side of it.
The only way it matters is that it can slow you just ever so slightly. All those, you know, little margins make a difference.
Oh, that's a turn.
That's a turn.
Well, there's that beach sprint experience coming in very handy.
Yeah, Matviva, then individual neutral athlete 2. She's after going down. She's made her way into the boat, pulling the first few strokes. She's looking over her shoulder an awful lot as well. You know, just being able to trust your boat handlers on those first few strokes, particularly out to maybe the first or second finger point, is going to be useful. You don't want to be looking over your shoulder too much. You want to concentrate on getting that power output.
Yeah, here we see our first competitor. The first time will be posted, Yana Kazak. She's going a bit to the right on the last bit. Dismount to the right side. She's looking for the flag. A little stumble there, losing valuable seconds as the Tia Maria Rautuola from Finland jumps into the boat.
Yes, she's a name now that we see at a lot of the beach sprints. She raced last year at the Worlds, didn't make it out through the time trials. We saw her in the endurance as well last year, finishing 9th in the women's solo. So she's a name that we often see here at the beach sprints.
Yeah, I think she's a Gemini, actually.
Where do you find out this stuff?
Well, yeah, you know, you've got to look for these things. So she started her rowing career late, Rautuola, and she's gone wide out there, as we see the Lithuanian athletes, Vulkanaite.
So we have some times coming in now. So individual neutral athlete, 3:11.75. So that's the time to beat at the moment. I'm sure there'll be, you were kind of saying maybe 2:40, and we do have a 2:48 here from Lithuania. So off the blocks there, Austria. Do we miss Austria's start? Magdalena Lobnig, reigning world champion in beach sprints.
There goes Lobnig with that trademark blue cap on her head. You can't see her, or maybe in the distance, just on that camera on the right. But we'll keep you posted as Lobdig slaloms in to the left-hand side of that second finger buoy. And she will no doubt be the fastest single sculler here. Bronze medalist in Tokyo, fantastic result behind Emma Twigg and Anna Prekaten.
Little tumble there from Matt Viva of individual neutral athletes that she got out of the boat. But nice little sprint from her as Estonia, Lisa Marie Lan goes down the beach.
So Lobnig is at the top of the turn, and it's a pretty decent turn from the Austrian. I can see her through the binoculars. Comes across to that left-hand side of the course. Let's see what the turn's like from Lobnig. Pretty quick, so will she go sub 2:45 is the question.
I think she certainly could. Here we have Finland, Tia Maria Ratola coming into the finish. She'll be quick on the sprint, I think. Yeah, it's about getting those knees pumping as quick as you can, as hard as you can. Well,
yeah, oh, she slowed down a bit on the sprint. Those jelly legs you were talking about for Ratola, 3:05 for the second individual neutral athlete. That will put her into the second time trial. Magdalena Lobnig's out on the course there. She's driving for the finish line. The 2021 Olympic bronze medalist in the women's single sculls.
Now, do you think she would have been happy to see these conditions?
Oh, totally. Oh, well, Lobnig, I've seen Lobnig rowing everything. She's, like, great in rough water, Magdalena.
Yeah, incredible in Genoa last year at the Worlds.
So she's beached the boat there. Slight hesitation getting out, but the Austrian, who's struggled with back problems, but looking in great form here, teeth gritted, leans on the buzzer. So 2:57 for Ratuola. So we're kind of looking for 2:47 or lower.
Well, she beat it there.
Into the lead.
2:46.4.
Okay.
From Lobnig. So for Türkiye, Hilal Torhan, she's gone down. She's on the course. And we also saw Sim and Novica from Latvia. They're both on the course. As Lisa Marie Lan of Estonia makes her way past that final finger marker. The 2:46.4 time to beat.
Yeah, definitely. I still have a feeling we'll see sub 2:45 in this contest, but Lobnig right up there, staking a claim to automatic qualification to the last 16. Top 8 go through automatically. The rest will go into a second time trial. There we will take the fastest 8 to race the top 8 in this time trial.
Estonia here. That was a nice clean exit from the boat. Pretty powerful sprint as well off the beach. From Lisa Marie Lan of Estonia.
Andrea Bianca Marin of Romania, 20 years of age. It's her first coastal. Has raced in the under-23s. Took a silver medal in the European under-23s.
I think racing women's 8 is very different to this.
Yeah,
on
completely.
Your own.
Yeah. But they do a lot of sculling in Romania. You know, I think the winter or like this part of the season is all in singles, whether you're going to sweep or not. So going round the top of the course, it is Semenovica.
And we have Hilal Torhan of Turkey just coming to the beach. Next up, Spain. This could be a quick time. Teresa Diaz Marino, someone that we see at coastal and beach sprints events over the years. Last year, she made it to the quarterfinals. Lots of support here for Torhan of Turkey. But Teresa Diaz Marino, maybe she's the rower who'll get the 2:45 for you, Martin. Former lightweight rower. We've seen her in the lightweight doubles. She's competed in the mixed quad at the beach sprints in 22 and 21, winning gold medal both those years. And we often see her at the endurance as well. 3:08.77 for Estonia.
We're waiting for Turkiye's time. For Hilal Turhan. As we see the Latvian athlete Simonikova just gently fall out of her boat, go around the flag. There's the French athlete Hélène Lefebvre. 34-year-old experienced coastal rower.
Out on the course right now, Andrea Bianca Marin of Romania. We spoke about her. Sweep rower for Romania. Handling this course really well. She has a lovely line into the beach at the moment. And then behind her, Teresa Diaz Marino of Spain, going just a little bit wide on that outside turn.
3:08 for the sculler from Turkey, and the Latvian pretty much 3:08 for her too. Not sure that's going to be quick enough to go automatically into the first 8, but the Romanian, as you said, Niamh, they're going well to the right of the flag as the Portuguese athlete starts. Bruna Parente.
Yeah, adding quite a few meters onto her run. Still quite quick though, tall enough athlete. And then Teresa Diaz Marino, I know she's going to have a quick time, but she did add a lot of meters to herself there. She went very wide out around that outside turn, and now she's coming in pointed. She's actually not looking too much over her shoulder. I think if she looked a little bit more on that way home, she'd have a straighter line. A little bit disoriented as she gets out. Working very hard, gritted teeth.
Yeah, definitely gritted teeth. The Italian athlete to her left, Lara Bavezzano, 27 years of age, from Urania Society Canottieri. She loves the perpetual motion of rowing. She has a passion for it, she says, on her Instagram.
Getting some times here. Also, Spain had a quick one there, 2:47. Not the quickest, but certainly up there. 3:15.07 for Romania.
It's interesting, you've got a great athlete like the Romanian athlete Marin, and you know she's found it challenging in beach sprints. So the French athlete comes into the beach, Lefebvre, up the hill. That's really going to get the legs, isn't it? That little hill sprint that they've got to negotiate.
Yeah, the tide is out at the moment, and there is that little bit of a uphill battle before it kind of flattens out. Look at the energy they're after expending in the last 3 minutes. She has given it her all. Hungary up next, down the beach, Vivian Priel. She's raced the women's double for Hungary. But yeah, the time, it's still Lobnig with that fast time, 2:46, and then it was Spain's Teresa Diaz Marino currently sitting in second position, 2:47.73, and then we have a 2:48.9 as well.
Laura McKenzie from Great Britain on the starting line. 24-year-olds from Loch Lomond up in Glasgow.
Great to see the evolution of Laura. She started beach sprints. I saw her do her first race in the Homes back in 2022, and to see her here now representing Great Britain on a European stage in the solo
is
pretty
the Portuguese athlete driving for the finish, Parente, an athlete from Santa Marta de Portuleso.
Laura has her sprint start down. She was in a great position there. She knew what she was doing. Very quick sprint from Laura. She's been training in Spain the last few weeks as well. Oh, very quick entry. She is going for it here. We've seen her at beach sprints over the last few years. She's been in the mixed double and the mixed quad, but it's her first time in the solo. So we have some times there. France, 2:51.3. Portugal, 2:50.31. Pretty quick times. I'm not sure if we're going to see, are we going to see the 2:45?
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah, definitely.
Potentially Italy, Great Britain.
Yeah, the British sculler out on the course. She's gone very close to that finger buoy. She's had to stop. Lost a bit of time, I think, if that's the British sculler.
Yeah, we're seeing her on our screen.
She's going out to the turning buoy. She did just stop. I mean, the boat had momentum, but, you know, she was very close to that finger buoy in the middle.
It's not as flat as you would think, is it?
No.
There's that little bit of a swell, a little bit of a bounce. It'll be side onto her now, or kind of diagonal. Great turn, yeah. She had some great shots up on her Instagram last night of her practicing those turns. See the way she puts that handle right behind her and nearly turns into the side she's turning.
Love that.
Yeah.
So this will be a great run from Laura Mackenzie. So we are now riding in with the beach with a competitor in front of her, the Hungarian Vivian Prail, 28 years of age. Raced in the 2019 Flatwater Worlds, just down the road in Austria.
We've a 2:55.37 there for Italy. Currently maybe a top 8 position, but not sure will it be for long. Poland there, Martina Radosk, lightweight rower.
Yeah, from the Paris Olympics. Qualified, I think, in the European Championships for the Olympics in Szeged in Hungary. Rados and Velna, I think it was.
She's taken to beach sprints the last couple of years as well. Seems to be really enjoying it. So here we have Laura Mackenzie, Great Britain. Head is down a little bit on that upward sprint.
She's not coming back as quick as she went out, is she? It'd be really interesting to time the difference in sprint speed on the way out and on the way back. She's exhausted. 2:47 for Mackenzie.
Oh, that's a quick time.
The Norwegian sculler has just blasted out to the boat. Siri Christiansen, computer scientist, calls herself a badass on her Instagram. Let's see what the badass does on this course here. Velna going round, Radosz, Martina Radosz of Poland going round the top of the course on your right screen. And then on your left screen, you can see Janneke van der Meulen, 38-year-old here with her family. Talked to her husband, Ruud, and they have a 4-year-old little girl.
Yeah, it's great to see her daughter here at all the events over the years. Laura Mackenzie, I know her family are watching at home. She has clocked, she's in second position now behind Magdalena Lobnig in those time trials at the moment. So great time there.
The athlete Flamakova from Czechia, raced in Shanghai, was in that coxless pair, and also the mixed 8, the 27-year-old.
So I think if anyone's going to get the 2:35, it's going to be Janneke van der Meulen. Bronze last year at the Europeans, 4th at the Worlds. That means she was 2nd in the B final, but she has so many coastal medals under her belt, so much experience. So I think if anyone is to go it could be Janneke.
So here's Radosz coming into the beach, the Paris Olympian, just grounding a boat out on the left-hand side, starts a sprint. So demanding, that sprint up the hill. You can't imagine how tough that is.
She's quick though.
Yeah.
Yeah, she focused on the high knees there to get herself up that little bit of a hill.
Julia Turtuente, a 28-year-old from Münster in Germany, has beautiful entry into the boat and is blasting off down the course.
Yeah, we saw her last year at the World Beach Sprints, made it to the quarterfinals. So some international experience. So we're here with Yannick van der Meulen of Netherlands. She's on that outward turn, heading for the beach now.
Very easy sort of style, isn't it? Long, long strokes.
Yeah, she stays relaxed.
She's not like the high rate sprinting like the Italians or the Romanians.
She's so tall though, I think she can afford that bit of a longer, slower stroke and just keep her blade in that water for a little bit longer. Here we have Siri Eva Christiansen from Norway. As the rower from Malta, Liane Zerb Ungaro, final competitor in the Coastal Women's Solo. So Yannick van der Meulen now, final few strokes into the water, into the beach, staying nice and tall, concentrating on those big, powerful, long strokes. Here she comes, let's see what her exit is like. She's someone who will have done a lot of work on this. Out the right side, oh, a little tumble there. That's going to cost her a little bit, but here she comes on that final approach around that flag. Still going to be a fast time, but I'm not sure if she'll get that 2:35. We're getting a time there from those last few scullers. We'll confirm them there and now in a moment. So we have for Poland, it was a 3-minute. 0.67, Norway was 3:01.64, Netherlands 2:53.
So the German sculler coming into the beach, Julia Turtuente. Great position on the beach for the German, just to exit on the left-hand side, which she does. Beautiful. Must have trained to do that, and she doesn't have to adjust the course to go around that flag. And Turtuente does everything right there, as we have the competitors in the start zone lining up for the mixed coastal doubles event.
Yeah, so one last rower out there on the course.
And what is she doing? Is that the Maltese sculler? She's gone the wrong way round that buoy. And I think the Maltese sculler, Liane Zerb, she made the turn early. She thought she was at the buoy at the top of the course, and she wasn't. So she's going to have to almost certainly go through to the second time trial.
Now we have a very quick time there from Germany, 2:46.56. She pushes Laura McKenzie into third position, but was it as quick as Austria?
I'll tell you what, coming into the beach, the right position for the flag and the left-hand exit, it was absolutely saving her vital seconds.
It was just behind Katarina Magdalena, I'm calling her the wrong sister. Magdalena Obnig was 2:46.40. Germany 2:46.56. Very close times here, and then that's Laura McKenzie currently in that third position, 2:47.68. We'll get the official rankings once all the scullers are done here.
So Zerb Ungaro, the swimming and rowing coach from Malta, still out on the course, our last athlete. And relatively short strokes.
Yeah, Malta have sent a lot of new athletes here to the beach sprints. I think to kind of get used to it, you know, it's still a new sport in a lot of countries. So to give them a chance at racing at an international level, it's pretty cool to be out here on the water. So yeah, she's coming in, just keep you nice and steady. It's just about, I think, finishing the course now. Just getting caught up slightly on the water. But our boat handlers are there ready to help her. And yeah, we'll be getting going shortly with the next time trial. It is the under-19 mixed double sculls coming up next.
She's going well to the right, isn't she?
She is slightly, yeah, just getting caught up at a bit of balance issues, I think, and so one blade is just getting caught in the water while the other one is more so in the air. But great to see so many athletes from Malta here. So she's going to get out of the boat now. She'll have to do a little bit of manoeuvring around to get over to the flag. You can see some boat handlers from other countries giving her a hand to let her know where she goes. Nice run here from Malta. Big smile on her face. And that finishes out the Coastal Women's Solo. So we'll get the official rankings there for the top 8 for the Coastal Women's Solo. The top 8 will be going into the knockouts later on today, the head-to-head racing. That's going to be a whole new challenge for us, Martin, but the rest will have to race in the second time trial. So yes, Austria, Magdalena Lobenig, 246.40, Germany, Great Britain, Spain, Lithuania, Portugal, France, and Hungary. They're your top 8 going into the last 16, and everyone from Netherlands down will be racing again in the second time trial.
Yeah, great set of results there, and the course commentators whipping out the crowd's enthusiasm here. And if I've got it right, in the beach sprint mixed doubles, both the male and the female have to do a sprint. So if the female sprints out, then the male athlete who's sat in the boat has to do the sprint back.
Absolutely. Now, the thing is, he can't sit in the boat. He has to be standing outside his boat. And when the buzzer goes, the first sprinter is going to run down while they get the person in the bow is going to jump into the boat. So that's a whole part of it as well. But what we can see in the athlete waiting zone, there's a big mix between female and male athletes. So some crews are opting for the female to sprint down and in the stroke seat. And then some are opting for the male to sprint down and get maybe a quicker start. And then it'll be the female doing the running on the way up.
The team from Cyprus, Evgenia Maria Policarpou, she's just 15 years of age, as is her partner, Georgios Antonio, who started coastal rowing when he was 10 in Limassol.
So this time we have 21 entries in the Coastal Under-19 mixed double sculls. So for this category, we're changing boat manufacturer, and this time it's the kanguas that are going to be used. So each of the boat manufacturers are they have a different category. This time it's the kanguas in the junior or the under-19 mixed doubles, and later on we're going to see the Philippines in the senior mixed doubles.
I also think kanguas are made in China.
We have a few kanguas in my own club.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're both that we use quite a bit. But yes, I think you are right. So what we're seeing on the start line is that there's someone out with a rake, just making sure that the buzzers, there's enough clearance around the buzzers, because all those little margins, they create the difference between the finish times. So if we look over, I think the camera is on them there, all the athletes doing their final bit of preparation, keeping the adrenaline pumping. It's important that they don't cool down too much. They would have done probably a pretty explosive warm-up ahead of these time trials, because it's very important that they do their best, treat it as if they're in an A final to try and clock the fastest time. Again, it's going to be top 8 that are going to go into the last 16 knockouts, where we're going to see some head-to-head racing happening later on this afternoon. And then we're going to have everyone from place 9 down through 21. They'll be racing again in the second time trial. So this is our second last category within the time trials. After this, we'll have the open mixed doubles. We'll have a short break, and then we're going to come back with the second lot of time trials. So a lot of the athletes who just raced this morning, they're way off, they're recovering, maybe having a quick bite to eat, and then they'll be up again. They don't have much time to recover and turn around.
No, they don't.
But that's part of the preparation. That's part of the training.
So I wonder if they have,
racing.
the exercise bikes, or they get on the rowing machines to unwind, get rid of the lactate that their muscles have generated in that sprint. I'd love to know actually what their lactate levels were after that beach sprint. I'm sure somebody's done some research on that.
I bet if you ask Joel, he'll know.
Joel will know. And maybe somebody on social media might let us know what a typical lactate score would be for a beach sprinter.
So there's just, they're just checking all the boats just to make sure everything is correct. We're running a few minutes late. This was due to go off at 10 a.m., but they have to make sure all the boats and everything are set up correctly before we get going, making sure everything is very, very fair for everyone. What conditions? The sun is shining. It's heating up. Still very flat to our eye, but as we saw from the kind of water cameras and the drones, there is a slight little bit of a bounce out there. Nothing hectic, but no big waves to contend with on the entry or the exit.
Yeah, starter's still not ready, looking the other way, and I guess this will be new to some of these coastal rowing athletes.
Yeah,
Or the 15-year-old Polycarpus, she seems to be taking it all in her stride, but she was at the Junior Worlds last year, so in this event, I believe. No, in the singles, actually. So she'll be well used to delays at the start of beach sprints.
Yeah, it's great to see. She just keeps moving the body, just keeps pumping the arms, does a few squat jumps every now and again. You can see her there staying nice and warm. It's hard because they're not given a call to tell, okay, we're going to be delayed for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, but I think that's part of it, that in beach sprints, you have to be prepared for all of this and try not to let it get in your head and get frustrated by it, because it is part of the sport. They have to make sure everything is fair.
I'm wondering, you've got the music going on to their left, beats, and whether that relaxes them at all, or they just zone out to it and focus on what they need to do. There's the Ukrainian sculler Ksenia Ratushniak, 17 years of age. Just kind of was jumping in time to the music, Ratushniak there.
Yeah, the music helps. It kind of gets them in the zone. You don't want it to be, you wouldn't want it to be a song from the Titanic now at all, Martin, because that would relax them a bit too much. So yeah, the pumping beats I think it's helping keeping them in the zone. So with this little delay, what we're seeing is all the jury members, they're on the sand, and they're picking up any stones that they see to try and make sure that it's nice and smooth for the runners and the rowers. A lot of them opt for bare feet. If you look across at them, some of them are in socks, but the majority tend to go with bare feet.
What was your choice?
I would wear socks. I've only ever done beach sprints on a local level in Ireland, but I always would wear something. Socks.
I feel I'd be a barefoot person.
Would you?
Yeah.
You'd put up with the blisters?
No. I complain and moan and whinge.
That doesn't sound like you at all, Martin. Yeah, so nearly 10 minutes of a delay here from what they were meant to start. So, yeah, it's just trying to keep themselves motivated here now. As you said, there'll be lots of new faces. We always see it in the kind of under-19 categories. There's always new rowers coming into the mix, but also quite a few that we'll see returning from the last few years. Do you know what the delay is, Martin? I'm trying to see.
I feel that sort of question falls in the remit of a beach sprint expert like you, Niamh.
But you're looking, I can see you visually taking in everything what's happening.
Well, they're nowhere near a start because the starter is wandering around picking up stones, and the start umpire is not in their place.
So I always tend to look for David Hussey. He's kind of running the show here on the beach this weekend, and they seem to be around one of the boats, as is Peter Doyle, who we saw coxing the women's quad to a silver medal yesterday. They seem to be around that blue Kangua, so I'm wondering if they're trying to, seem to be maybe a seat jammed or something on it. They're just trying to make sure that, again, all the boats are fair right now.
Yeah, that's a great shout, actually, isn't it? It is an issue with the technical problem of the boat. It seems to have been resolved now.
So yeah, just getting confirmation there. One of the boats wasn't rigged, the same as the rest. So there's just a slight delay here.
Yeah, just to make that point, you have to have exactly the same rig in all of these boats, which is kind of the distance between the riggers on either side of the boat. I think if you bring your own sculls, you can kind of have longer sculls or different rigging on your sculls, but the boats must be the same, and the only aspect of them that you can change are the settings of the foot stretchers, depending if the athletes have shorter or longer legs.
Yes, exactly. But also what they can do, I was chatting to David Hussey there yesterday, so some of the crews want to kind of raise their seats up, so they're allowed to use pads, like seat pads, and put them around the seat that's already there to give them an extra little bit of height on the seat. So yeah, we're just getting confirmation there's just a slight delay. They're going to fix one of the boats, but we'll stay with you for the moment until we figure out how long they're going to be. But yeah, this is tough for the athletes now, you know, particularly because one of them is standing out in the sun trying to get the boat prepared. The others are trying to stay in the shade here behind the finish tower. But again, this is like part of the race where they have to just kind of stay in the zone, not get frustrated by it, and try and use it to their advantage. So, you know, what can they do in this time now to help prepare them for the race?
So there's only 3 minutes, we've been told, to the start.
And so, for instance, Cyprus are first up, so their boat is ready to go, and they're actually lifting it up now and putting it into the water. Then Ukraine are lined up at the next one because they'll be the second boat off, then Croatia. So the top 6 boats, or the first 6 boats and crews, they're standing by their boat. But yes, Croatia now lifting their boat down into the water. Sevgenia Maria there lined up. She is gearing up, ready to go. First of 21 entries. Buzzer is gone. Off she goes, so she has to make her way around that initial blue flag. It's more for traffic management purposes, and her partner there had to get into the boat after the buzzer went. So 2 of them now have to make sure that they catch the water now at the same time. Nice start there from them. So they are keeping the rate up nice and high now as they head out towards that first marker.
Yeah, decent technique too from those 2 Cypriot scullers, and I thought they drove off really, really well. And Georgios Antonio, as you heard there, the 15-year-old, jumped into the boat when the buzzer went. Otherwise, he has to stand out there. Boat handler with these multicoloured wings that they wear on their arms so the athletes can see them. He had his arm out to the left, just so they cleared that middle finger buoy as the Ukrainian team starts.
Yeah, Ukraine next up on the start line. Katsia Bratushaniak ran it down. Oh, that was a very quick entry from both of them. They were synced up perfectly.
Just 16 and 17 Svetozar Burian, the man in the bows of that boat. So we have two crews on the course at the moment, Cyprus and Ukraine, and Croatia ready to start.
Yeah, now they're opting for the opposite format or setup. So Bipo Braith there, the male athlete, he's in the stroke, so he's going to be the one that's going to do the run down. So it'll be interesting seeing what the times are. But if we look down to the boat in the water, so Franka Bok, who's in the bow, she has a big jump to have to get in. It was very deep from where she was.
It was very deep, and that was well spotted as well. Absolutely, Niamh.
Yeah, that's tricky when it's deep like that. She had to propel herself up onto the boat and then get onto the seat. So they're already going in that little bit sideways.
Yeah, there's an added dimension to these coastal mixed doubles, the male-female thing, and then just the complications of getting into the boat for both athletes. Cypriot boat, sure they're going to be posting a good time. Both experienced coastal rowers. Antonio and Policarpou.
So a nice little hop out of the boat there.
Georgios Antonionu dives down to post his time there.
Next up, we'll have the French crew. This time it's back to the female athlete, Eliza Guilloton. She's in the stroke. She's going down very quick off the blocks. She's in height, she's a bit smaller than other athletes, but she was flying, down the bowman there. The boat went down on its side there. Archibald Culpin there of France, the boat went down. He kind of tumbled with it, but recovered very well.
She went off so quickly, didn't she?
She did, very quick sprinter.
Eliza Guilloton. So we have the Ukrainian team, Burian and Ratushniak, coming into the beach now, and it will be Svetozar Burian doing the sprint.
2:43.16 the time to beat. That was Cyprus time.
Lovely dive.
Big round of applause here for Türkiye. Efnan Sejin in the stroke seat. We saw her last year at the World Beach Sprints, made it into the quarterfinal. And then Ali Azrin Oz jumping into the bow seat. Quick sprint as well from her. Time for Ukraine, they just beat Cyprus's time, 2:42.83. So that's the time to beat now.
Bok and Barate from Croatia on the course, just coming into the beach now. As the French crew, Coulpetin and Guillotin, go across the top of the course. Bit of a slow turn at the top of the course from the French.
Yeah, a little wide on that turning marker. Big sprint here from Croatia. This will be a fast time.
Franka Bok. Nice dive from her too.
Next up, individual neutral athlete, Victoria Hasselcock. She's going to be the one doing the sprint down.
2:42 again, dead from Croatia. That's our fastest time so far. Top 8 of these crews will automatically qualify. 21 crews in this will automatically qualify for the knockout round of 16.
So coming in towards us now, France, after taking that wide turnover on the outside, out on the outside, as you said, Martin, there, it'll be Archibald Culpin now.
It's interesting, the bows, they're quite high up, isn't it, from that boat, sort of riding out of the water.
Yeah, just the way that there's a slight breeze coming off the beach out onto the water, so it's going to be pushing up the bow a little bit.
It will be Archibald Culpin to do the sprints. They came into a perfect position on the beach.
Big sprint.
It's a massive sprint from Culpin.
That's going to be a good time, even after that tumble at the start on the entry into the boat. I think that's going to still be a quick time. Türkiye now
2:45 for the French. I think those 3 seconds were what they lost. I'm not sure that's going to get them automatically into the last. Türkiye putting everything into it. Ali Asrin Oz and Elnan Sezgin. Big cheer for the crew from Türkiye as they beach the boat.
And we see Gabriel Hars there of Switzerland. took a big sprint down. He was joined by Olivia Luning. They're on the way down the course.
There's Ali Oz there from Turkey. Dives onto the buzzer.
So Switzerland, yeah, making their way down that middle finger marker on the way out. That was a big sprint, so I'm wondering if putting the male athlete there, Gabriel Hars, in on that initial sprint is going to quicken their time a little bit.
Yeah, on the course we have Yaroslav Prechikevich and Victoria Halsuk, the individual neutral athletes, who are going a little bit wide out at the moment.
2:30.67 from Turkey.
2:30.
What
Wow.
a difference in time. 12 seconds between them and the next.
So the neutral athletes are going well off course. Massive S-bend in the middle of their sprint back. As we look at Swiss athletes, Liv Luing and Gabe Hage go around the top of the course.
Anna Yuri Kozicki of Germany took her sprint there. She's joined by Mikolas Schier. They're already halfway down that initial leg.
Mikolas Schier won gold medal in the quadruple sculls in Trakai, the German sculler. We've seen a lot of decent German quadruple scullers do really well here. And here is Yaroslav Prechikevich. I'm not sure they are going to be totally pleased with their course or their time in that first time trial, the individual neutral athletes.
Switzerland, I think, are going to have a nice quick time. That was a perfectly executed leg on the way home here to the beach. They're landing in a really good position. If they opt to jump out of the right-hand side of the boat now, that would be a pretty perfect, lovely exit there from Olivia.
Yeah, beautiful.
Great sprinters. So I'm thinking, so Monaco are off. On our start list, it was Italy due to be next. So I'm wondering if Italy have a problem with their boat, because they're still on shore here. So it is actually Monaco that are up next. Luca Peri and
Well, Finland, actually.
They're on
they're
the water.
on the course, yeah, thank you.
And I think there was a change. So Zoe actually sprinted down the beach and jumped into the stroke seat for Monaco, listed on in the bow. So we'll catch up with Italy in a moment. But yeah, some times coming in. So 3:03 for individual neutral athletes. That was, they added quite a bit to themselves on that course, particularly on the way home. And we'll wait to...
So the Swiss crew, Lung and Haas, or German crew, I'm sorry, that was Schier and Koski. So it is Mick Schier. Nice dive for the world champion, junior world champion, the 18-year-old.
Kasper Salmi, who we saw in the under-19 men's solo a little earlier on for Finland. He's back now in the mixed double sculls. He's joined by Annie Rohila. Finland seem to be doing that they're doubling up their athletes in the solo and the mixed races.
2:39 for Germany, which is the second quickest time. Not as quick as Turkey, which is interesting that it's actually 9 seconds slower than the Turkey crew came down the course in.
Yeah, Switzerland as well. They're currently in second, I would say, 2:37.60. So just getting ahead of Germany.
So the mark to beat is
Zoe and Luca, and Lithuania gearing up for the start of their race. So yeah, 2:37.60. That was the second fastest time. 2:30.67 is the fastest time to beat now. Luca Perry there from Monaco. Nice little sprint from him. Italy still seem to be holding back a little bit. So we'll see. We'll catch up with them again. But it is the time for Lithuania.
Lithuania on the course, and they are charging down. That is Goda Supinskaite, 15 years of age, says her challenge is staying mentally tough through a difficult training cycle. Well, this is what it's all for, Goda, and I'm sure you're going to power down that course.
Yeah, they got it off to a nice clean start there. She's joined in the bow by Imantas Kleinicus Cass, and they're around that first finger marker now, making their way around, probably a little bit harder on the left. Great Britain are going to be up next. We see Olivia Hodgson. She's going to be doing the sprint down to the beach.
Yeah, Tom Biddle in the boat, and Liv is just waiting for the indication. We have our next crew driving for the finish. They are Finland, Annie Roli and Kasper Salami. And Annie Rola is just diving in.
And we have a time of, for Monaco, 2:48.48. So one of the slower times. Let's see how Finland do.
Romania coming into the beach. That was a great start from the British team. Just going to have to, plenty of room on that first finger buoy. Just going to have to steer around to get to the left of the second. Romania beaching their boat. They can go a shell. Lovely rollout from the Romanian bowman Vasily Stefanovia.
Spain are gearing up next. Elia Gorda Clement of Spain. She's doing the sprint, the Spanish. Put in so much work into the run as well as the row. Very strong sprint there from that young athlete. So we're waiting for Finland's time. They finished a little while ago. They are 3:14.28. Romania, they're 2:56.23. So no one beating Türkiye yet.
Great Britain just going around the top of the course there. 2 or 3 strokes, and they're into a great direction on the way back, straight down the course, as we see the crew ahead of them from Lithuania. Painiskaus and Supinskaite. I think we saw Goda Supinskaite do the run, so it will be Eminatus Kleinisauskas.
Putting everything into that sprint.
Yeah, the
Austria.
15-year-olds, well, both of these crew guys are just 15. A good few years of junior sculling left for him.
Yeah, next up with Austria on the start line, Caroline Schwendendinger. This crew raced at the Worlds Beach Sprints last year, making it to the quarterfinals. Quite a tall athlete compared to the others that we're seeing in this category. Tom Biddle
There's
there.
the British. It wasn't the cleanest of dismounts as they came in, but a great sprint in from Biddle.
Hitting the buzzer twice there just to make sure.
I think you've got to do that, haven't you?
Just in case. Just to make sure. Hitting the buzzer is absolutely part of it. So we have a great time there for Great Britain, 2:36.44. Still not the fastest, but it's certainly up there. And we have Lithuania 2:57.84. So still Türkiye, that 2:30.67. That's our fastest time. And it looks like Great Britain now currently in second position, 2:36.44.
Spain driving for the beach. You can see them there on the right screen. Just a little look round. I mean, they don't mind driving these boats at full speed. Oh, that is such a fantastic exit from Javier Torres. And a beautiful dive there from the 17-year-old.
Yeah, Spain are going to clock a good time
They
as
are
well,
definitely going to really show the way on this course.
So there was a slight delay with the start here. So we're still with Austria. So they're the only boat out there right now.
So they move into second place, and still Türkiye lead with the fastest time, the home nation.
Will anyone get under 2:30, I wonder? So yes, Austria, Caroline Schwendinger, she's gone down. She did the sprint down, joining Nicholas Ruydemeyer there in the bow seat. So they're going, as we're looking out at them, they're going to the left-hand side of that middle marker. They're going to make their 90-degree turn now soon as Poland gear up for the start of their time trial.
Yeah, there she goes. Anna Kuzmida, she's going to sit in the stroke seat, the 16-year-old, with her partner, Anthony Borskevich. Nice, clean exit from the beach for the Polish team.
It's important to get the speed up as quick as they can. So just big, powerful strokes, not even pulling full length at that point in the race. It's just about getting the speed up as quick as you can. Particularly today when it's so flat, you can get that speed up nice and quick because you have no breakers to try and contend with.
Austria around the top of the course, Rodimeyer and Schweininger.
On our screens here, Poland. Again, most of them opting for big, tall finishes. Just keeping that raid up there. They go around that middle marker. They're going to go back to the opposite side now as Portugal head down.
Rita Arulo. She's going to row in the stroke seat. Well, I did have her in the bow, actually, Rita, but she's sat in the stroke seat. And her partner, Denis Oliveira, is behind her, but not rowing at the moment. Oliveira, oh my goodness, he's trying to do something with his foot stretcher. And Portugal are going to post potentially the slowest time. Only one of their athletes as the Austrian, one of the quickest sprints I've seen. And the Austrian comes in, Nick Rodimeyer.
He's still, just starting rowing now as they come up to that first finger marker. That's going to add a lot of time. I think the seat was off the rails of what it looked like. He was sitting on the deck of the boat trying to get the seat on the rails is what it looked like from here.
Yeah, I wondered whether it was the foot stretcher, but I think you're right, it was the seat.
He was doing a lot of jamming with his hand. Hungary off next. Janka Demko in the stroke seat. Nice sprint from her. So Poland coming in. We're going to get some more times into us now shortly. Poland coming in and passing that last marker as they make their way towards the beach. As we say with Portugal on our screens, unfortunate for them, that's going to add a lot of time, but at least they get a second chance within a second time trial.
2:32 for Austria, and that lightning sprint from Rodimeyer has taken them into second place. Still Turkey have posted the quickest time at 2:30 by a margin of 2 seconds from Austria.
Oh, Poland could have a quick time. Look at this sprint. Head is down. Staying lightning quick on those feet. That was a big sprint.
Yeah, great sprint there from Anthony Borskevich, the Polish bowman in that mixed double scull.
2:42 for them. I thought it would have been quicker. 2:42.69 for Poland. And heading down now, Czechia, Katarina Novotná. She's going to be joined by Adam Perut. They're in. That was very quick. No problems there at all as they got a nice quick entry.
Beautiful. And Adam's heroes, understandably, are the great Czechia sculler Ondřej Sinek and the lightweight triathlete / lightweight sculler Miroslav Vrastil. Still going to a year ago, I think in Paris, he was still competing, Miroslav.
Portugal there, just getting a nice little surf, but I think this time it's going to be a little bit slower, which is unfortunate, but at least they'll get to race again. That was very unfortunate, a problem with the seat, it looked like. He's going to be frustrated, yeah, the head is shaking.
His head, yeah, absolutely, understandable as well.
And then we have, it should be our last sculler, but we actually have Italy to go as well. So Malta, Tia Caruana, she's going to be in the stroke seat. Her partner's already in. He's trying to get himself set. That is Dimitri Joe Muscat. A little bit slow, but again, you know, a lot of these rowers, it's their first race.
Hungary coming into the sprint phase here.
We have a 2:55.3 for Portugal there.
And it's Marlon Mazzosi.
So Portugal, to be fair, they didn't have, it wasn't a terrible time, probably a lot slower than what it should have been, but definitely not in the top 8. 255.3 there, and then we're going to have Italy next. So Pasquale.
I'm amazed they got under 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, great work from Rita Aregio to drag the boat up to the first marker while our partner was adjusting his seat.
Malta there just having a little bit of trouble with their navigation. They're really making sure that they're going the right side of those slalom markers.
Well, they're going the wrong side of it now. Oh my goodness.
I have a feeling there might be potentially a problem with the fin. Often we see when the boats are that much off course, there could be a problem with the fin.
Well,
but Czechia here.
It's an interesting thing because the Italian athlete is waiting and...
He needs to hit the buzzer. Oh, that just added seconds to him.
Frustration for Adam Peru.
So he hit the buzzer. It actually didn't go off, but he assumed it stopped his time, whereas it didn't. So he had to, there was about a 3-second delay there before he
2:35
realized.
For Hungary. That's a very quick time.
So Italy up next. We have Pasquale Tamburino, so the male athlete, choosing to do the sprint down. He'll be stroking the boat.
Silvia Messina will be sitting in the boat as soon as the buzzer goes. Malta still finding their way around to that top. It's interesting what you said about the fin, because there may be a problem with that.
Yeah, even if they're new athletes, I think, you know, we're seeing the navigation. Although the timing isn't great there in that boat. We'll see when they come in. Just having a little bit of difficulty getting around that turning marker. But Czechia, yeah, they're Hungary 235.11 and Czechia 245.5. So Hungary looking like they're in that top 8 as well, potentially. But yeah, they're just going to delay the Italians just a little bit, just to make sure the course is somewhat clear for them as they head out. So there we have Pasquale. Tall athlete.
Very tall, isn't he? Yeah.
He's joining Silvia Messina there in the bow seat. There's a lot going on the beach, hard to see, but it did look like a clean enough entry and take off from the beach.
Yeah, and Sylvia's just looking round there to check their course on that first marker. Looks to be good. Go to the right side of that, and then she checks again, and just the hard pull on those starboard side blades. For the Italians, the Maltese double all over the place on their S-bend course on the way into the finish. Italy wide of that left marker. That will cost them a little bit more time as they swing in round to the right of that top buoy at the course. Malta going well towards the left, now pulling on their starboard side blades to come into the beach.
So I haven't seen too many crews opt for doing a straight line through the slalom. You can still stay the correct side of the marker.
Oh my goodness, where's Malta going? And maybe the fin is the real issue in the boat here, because this boat is going all over the place. It's uncontrollable, the Maltese boat.
Yeah, they're having to work very hard to try and straighten it up here. I'm sure they'll be looking at that boat and making sure that it is okay. I have seen it before where this has happened and they're given another shot if it was a problem with the boat, because they want to make sure that it's fair for everybody.
That's a good shout, actually. So, Dimitri Joe Muscat. And let's have a look at that boat if we can see if it has a fin.
So as I was mentioning a while ago, so a lot of the crews are opting to go well clear of those marker buoys on the slalom. We see some years where they go nice and tight to them and actually hit them with the shaft of the oars, but you need to be going quite fast and powerful to be able to pull that one off. But all crews today seeming to go nice and wide to stay clear of them.
I think I could see a fin on that Maltese boat. as Italy drive in for the beach. The late starters, because they had a technical problem with their boats. Silvia, Messina, Pasquale, Tamburino. Silvia will be doing the sprint. Beautiful exit from the boat for Silvia.
Yeah, really great sprinting technique here from her big, powerful lower body here. Now, that was a really good sprint from her. So we'll wait for her time and then we'll confirm the rankings of the under-19 mixed double sculls. But Türkiye certainly had the fastest time. Let's see if it stays that way. Yes, Türkiye, 2:30.67. They were the fastest. Joining them straight into the last 16 is going to be Austria, Spain, Hungary, Great Britain, Switzerland, Germany, and Italy just snuck in there, 2:39.7.
Beautiful
then,
from the Italians.
Yeah, Croatia with a 2:42. They're 9th place, so them and everyone else will have to race in the second time trial. Now, Martin, there is a slight delay, I believe, before the mixed doubles, so there's going to be about 15-minute delay. Before the start time.
So coastal mixed doubles coming up, and then we will have some new start sheets for the second round of time trials. At Malta time, 2 minutes 26. Not quite sure why they had so many problems. These boats have got fins on, so they ought to be going fairly straight with the fin on.
If the fin is a little bit loose or just angled slightly wrong, that can really hinder things. Interesting to see the top 8 places there. They were all in the between 230 and under 240 basically. 9th place was 242. So yeah, not too much separating 1st to 8th there. So that'll be an interesting knockout round and into the final stages tomorrow as well. So yeah, next up we're going to have the coastal mixed double sculls. They'll be getting off, I believe, at 10:45, so only a few minutes to go. 21 entries.
So we'll be back with you very shortly for the time trial of the coastal mixed double sculls.
başlıyor. Serinin bitmesi yarım saat sürse muhtemelen 30 dakikalık bir boşluk var. 30 dakikalık bir boşluk veriyorlar ama normalde evet. Şunu koyalım üstüne. 16'da bitiyor bütün etkinlikler. Yani tam olarak bir öğlen arası
Çağatay,
bile yok
şunu
neredeyse.
üstüne. Üstüne koyalım mı? Sana tamam. Biraz daha sana.
Alper Orkun. 12.52'de başlayacak seri kaçta biter? 14'te son 12.58 arasına kadar boşluklar aşağı yukarı.
Ozan nasıl?
Yani öğlen arası burada gözükmüyor. Şu an bahsettiğimiz yarış stilinde öğlen arası yok. Doğru mu anlıyorum? O zaman onu bana saatini söylersen SG'yi ona göre ayarlayacağım.
Kapatalım. Altını kapatalım da. Ben bile attım. Geçeyim de yanına yaklaştım. Ha öyle. Ha tamam.
Halim seni Emre ile değiştirelim mi?
Yaklaştırın da. Tamam böyle kaldı. Kaçta dostlardı normalde? 5 miydi? Normalde arkadaşlar.
Daha başka tekne çıkmayacak değil mi şu an?
Yok abi bitti.
Kapatalım mı burayı böyle düz? Çünkü buradan gelip sporcular geçmeye çalışıyor.
Kapat abi.
Tribünlerde yine bayağı adam oldu ya. Sen de
Yerlerde daha tutar ya burası.
He?
Yerlerde daha tutar.
Bence de.
Var ya aralar 15 dakika gibi gözüküyor. Onda da buralarda farklı olmuş. Onda böyle kullanılırsa 4'e kadar ne farklı abi? Hiçbir fikrim yok abi. Yani bizden dolayı bir saat 7.30'tu her şeyimiz tamamdı yani.
So welcome back to the time trials of the 2025 European Beach Sprint Championship. It's the mixed doubles event that we're going to see the time trial for. First 8 of these boats will go through directly to the last 16. The rest will go through to a second time trial. Just a delay because the boat handlers are just making the final adjustments to their Kangoo boats there.
They've actually changed for the senior mixed double. It's Felipe this time.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so I think maybe that's what the delay was. They had to kind of change over the boats.
If I've got that right, the boat manufacturers bid for a boat class. Is that correct?
Yeah. We're seeing over the last few years, the Felipes have been used in the solo quite a bit, whereas this year now it's the Swifter being used in the solo and Felipe in the double. So yeah, changes kind of every year. So yeah, it's Felipe now for these coastal mixed double sculls, 21 entries, and it will be Turkiye, and there's a lot of love for the Turkish crews here.
Well, Elis Ozbay is the biggest thing in rowing in Turkey, the Paris Olympian. She has got such a following here in Turkey. As she stepped into the sunlight, there she is. Faith Unsal will be waiting for her in the boat. She's just 24. But you can hear from the reaction of the crowds, Ozbay is a complete star here in Turkey.
Yeah, a lot of love for her, and that's one of the great elements of the sport is they always try to put two big grandstands either side of the course here, so their supporters and family are right next to them on the course, which is pretty cool. It adds a lovely element to it. So off they go. Ellis Osbey, she's going to be running down into the stroke seat as her partner Fatih Unsal jumps into the bow seat.
Yeah, and the Turkey under 19 mixed double just destroyed the fields with the fastest time. So if the gods are on the side of Turkey this morning, then I'm sure Unsal and Osbey will post a great time. Next up is Marika Keizer, the brilliant Dutch sculler, lightweight sculler. Retired, but now back into trying to find a way in the beach sprint. Mike Mantell. Again, so much experience in rowing, Mike Mantell. Her partner in the boat, and Marika is waiting for the start. Her grandfather used to be on the commissions of World Rowing, Janos Bollen.
The Turkey now making their way to that first turning marker. They've had a lovely leg out to that turning point, so they're going to go hard on the left, or as we can see as we're looking into them now, they're straight across to the other big yellow marker. Then they'll be doing a 90-degree turn and heading straight for the shore. So a lot of them are kind of overshooting that second turning marker. Looks like they're going nice and wide around it, trying to not clip their blades, and now they're straight back. Netherlands had a nice start as well. They were fast off the blocks out, already past that first finger marker. It'll be Germany up next, third in the time trial.
Yeah, the German athlete waiting patiently.
That is Sophie Leopold there. She's going to be stroking the boat. But yeah, Turkey, lovely line here. I wonder were they out practicing a lot. It was the same with the under-19 crew as well. They just executed the course perfectly, staying close enough to the markers, but not close enough to let them stop them by hitting the blades. So this is a great position here from Turkey.
Sophie Leopold just getting into the boats, and Germany are off quickly. Just a few little missed first strokes. Boat handler with his arms in the air to denote they've got a great course to go the right side of that first buoy. Here is our first crew, Turkey, and it'll be Fatih Unsal driving for the finish. Great sprint from Unsal. The crowd, great contact with the buzzer there. Some of our athletes have missed the buzzer on the first attempt, would you believe, and had to go back a second time. So it's the neutral athlete on the start now. Ivan Briznia, 24 years of age. His partner Christina Mutters in the boat.
Approaching the beach now, we have that crew from Netherlands. They're just starting to pass that final marker on the way home. Pretty good course from them as well. It'll be Michael Mantel that will be coming up the beach on the sprint, then out on the far side of the course, making their way across parallel to the shore. Germany on that second turn. They're opting to stay nice and tight to it.
239.62, the mark to beat from Unsal and Osbey.
Interesting, their under-19s beat them by about 9 seconds.
They did. So how do we explain that? Wind's got up a little bit. Mike Mantel for the Netherlands. Let's see how that mark compares to the Turkey time. You'd have thought they ought to be sub 5:30, these athletes. Mike Mansell just sitting down, exhausted next to us after that pull for the shore. 2:38. So that's the quickest time so far for the Netherlands.
Germany now making their approach to the beach. Again, another really strong course around. Really good navigation skills from all these athletes here in the coastal mixed double sculls. Really powering it on here. Tiny little breakers. Not too much surf that they can catch right now, but here they go.
Franz Werner straight out the boat. What a great exit from the German bowman there. 24-year-olds with the bucket hat on, makes a dive for the buzzer.
We had Slovakia there as well, starting off there down onto the water. Naomi Mezkarosova joining Oliver Simek. There there after taking their first few strokes. Maybe not too fast getting onto the water out those first few strokes, but they're heading out now.
No.
We have a few scullers joining us here, Martin. They look
We do.
exhausted.
Yeah. All adds to the atmosphere, doesn't it?
Oh, we have a sub 230, Germany. 229.74, fastest time so far from Germany.
Fastest time so far, and your time. We're just having conversations with the athletes here. 229, so...
So we're commentating here in the races. Fastest time, yeah, Germany is the fastest time. They're looking for confirmation of their races. Spain now, it is Nadia Felipe Garcia. She's in the stroke seat. I'm excited to see how Spain do because we have an incredible athlete in the bow seat, Adrian Miramon Quiroga. Such a big name in beach sprints, in endurance coastal rowing. He's usually in the solo boat, but this time he's in that mixed double, so I'm excited to see what they can do.
Neutral athletes drive for the bank. Christina Motters will be jumping out the boat and sprinting for the buzzer. Here she comes, 2:29, the mark to beat.
Really efficient sprint there.
By Germany.
So Spain, they're just going past that middle marker now on the way down. So they're opting to blast through those finger markers, as I was mentioning there in the last a few races there. So they're opting to stay nice and tight. And now off the blocks is Portugal, Patricia Batista. Again, another name that we see year on year after year here in the beach sprints.
Less than 100 meters to go for Oli Simic and Naomi Mesarasova. Looking like they're just going a little bit to the right of the flag position. Just needs to correct the course, which they do. And if it's a left-hand rollout from Oli Simic there, it is a left-hand roll-up, so he's in a perfect position. Wrong side of the flag, Ollie! Oh, my goodness.
That is...
a 10-second penalty, isn't it?
Yeah, 10-second penalty.
Oh, my goodness. I think that's the first time that that an athlete has gone the wrong side of the flag.
It certainly is. Austria off next. Looks to be Paul Ruttmann. They obviously swap seats. He's opting for the run down, but I'm looking at Spain coming in now. They were going a little bit wide after that outside turn, but this is going to be a very quick time. Adrian Miramon Quiroga, he's going to be the rower athlete sprinting. He's already stopped his little hop out.
Had to correct his course a little bit for that flag. Not the ideal beach position.
Let's see what their time is like compared to the rest. So we have a 2:53.10 for Slovakia.
Do you think that'll include the penalty?
I am unsure, Martin. I am unsure. Individual neutral athletes 2:46.49. We're still waiting for Spain's time to come in there as well.
So it's the Portuguese crew, Alfonso Duarte Costa and Patricia Batista driving for the beach. Now they're on the home run. Duarte Costa in the Tokyo Olympics in that lightweight double scull. Coached by Pedro Farga, himself a great lightweight double sculler. Patricia Batista just waiting in the boat, and there goes Costa.
Belgium up next now. Again, I think there's quite a bit of swapping with the positions. Annick de Borgar will be in the bow seat, it looks like. So she's just gearing up. Just a slight delay here on her start, it looks like. Still waiting for the Spanish and the Portuguese times to come through to us.
Yeah, so we are seeing the Austrians, Ruttmann and Minchmeyer, head off for the beach. Tabea Minchmeyer has competition for the singles, doesn't she, with Magdalena Lobnik?
Yeah, she was in the singles last year at the Europeans, gold medal. She's in the mixed double now this year.
And Rootman rode regularly in the Worlds before 2011. Then he took up triathlon, and I think he came back to rowing in 2023 in Belgrade. And now he is in the beach sprints. And Minchmeyer, massive sprint from her. Sand going everywhere at the buzzer. They'll have to clean that up.
The Belgium now getting ready to go. To Belgium, we have Annick de Burger, Savin Rodenberg.
3:03 for Slovenia, so that is with that 10-second time penalty. So they will definitely have to go through the mark again, with the time trial again. So the Romanian athlete here, and this is a partnership boat, Dana Ilona Dinilescu. I spoke with her the other night, and she is here to row with her partner, the Romanian single sculler from the World Championships, Mihai Chiruta.
Nice clip of the marker there by Belgium. Didn't slow them down too much. If you have enough power and speed in your boat and you hit it, particularly with the shaft, which is the black part of the oar, it's not going to slow you down too much. If the blade gets caught in it, it can be a different story.
So Dalia Ilona Dinilescu, 21. It's her first Coastal Championships. Chiruta, still tied after the World Championships. They're going back to Romania to a series of Romanian squad weddings. Traditional high rating for the Romanian crew off the start.
We have some times in now. Spain 2:31.42, Portugal 2:30.67. So they're after putting themselves into the top three, along with looks like Germany are still the fastest, 2:29.74. So only one still got under 2:30.
I want to say something like 2:31, 2:32 is going to be the cutoff for the first 8.
I think you could be right. And then Austria 2:41.67 was the next time. So that is Croatia. Matt O'Brant in the stroke. He's going to be joined by Martina Kijk in the bow. She is sitting ready to go. Off they go.
So the Belgians just steering towards the stroke side. They're right. And they need desperately to go more to the left to get a decent run of the flag as the Belgian boat beaches De Burger and Rodenberg. And it's De Burger, Rodenberg running for the buzzer. Little delay in their start, wasn't there? The Romanians...
There was.
Round the top of the course safely. I wonder what it's like, Ryan, with your partner.
With your partner?
Yeah. Or you're whether it's you're married or you're just partners. But that's certainly the situation in the Romanian double. Mihai Chiruta will be the fastest single sculler here in the mixed doubles. Finished in 7th place in the recent World Championships, won the B final.
We saw Poland there as well, starting Dominika Barnowska. She is joining Adam Buźnowski in the bow seat.
So Chiruta's going to be jumping out the boat here, the bowman on the right-hand side, little slow on the way out. But there's the flag. You've got to look for the flag as you get out the boat, as we saw. Gritted teeth. Makes the buzzer on the first time.
Yeah, 2:48.15 for Belgium. We'll be waiting for Romanians' time there as well. We're staying with Poland here out on the water.
I would have thought Romania would be sub 2:45. Just saying. They were a little short and a little high with the rating.
Yeah, they got a 2:46.94 there for Romania. Hungary now are next. They just started their sprint. Zoltana Gadani. She's running down to the boat here now as Croatia make their way to the beach. Otto Brandt, he made the sprint. Martina Kaik now on her way up.
Wow, that's a quick sprint
That is
from
a
the
quick sprint.
Croatian athlete.
Yeah,
Martina.
she's quite small in height, but she used speed in the legs there to get her up that little bit of a hill that they have to sprint up.
She was flying across that beach there.
So we're staying with Poland out on the water. They're on the way back towards the beach. Hungary as well, they're making their way out to the first turning point as Latvia get lined up on the start line. So much going on, Martin.
Yeah, it is Ekaterina Simonovica from Latvia. Two plats streaming behind her as she sprints down to the boat. And big splash into the water, little delay in getting underway, bigger delay. There they go, the Latvians, as Poland head for the beach.
Yeah, this is a nice point to land on the beach. Pretty perfect, because now he can just go straight up towards the flag. That was pretty perfectly executed. Big sprint from Poland. Looking for a good time there from them as well, I think.
Adam Binowski making a great dive, the 23-year-olds. Polish bowman, as the boat handlers now wave their hands just to get the crew on the course to give a read, the Hungarian crew, Szigeti and Gadani.
We had a quick time there from Croatia a little while ago, 2:33.96. That puts them into the top few spots as well. That was it. We saw Martina Kaik with that very quick sprint up the beach.
2:33 from Poland as well.
Just ahead of Croatia. So France there on the way down.
Very quick exit from the French team. That was so nicely done from Antoine Lefebvre and Chloé Briard. Lefebvre, former lightweight athlete. And they're going to smack that boy, and they've just gone the right side of it. Oh, that was clattered. Everything's going on here. Szigeti from Hungary missed the buzzer.
Added a little second to himself, to his time, by missing the buzzer the first time. Great Britain now. Natasha Searson here is lining up. She's going to be stroking the boat with Cam Buchan, a name we've seen over the last few years in beach sprints.
Yeah, Cam Buchan from St Andrews. Great musician. Buchan, also a great oarsman. Natasha from Jersey, one of the Channel Islands, and rowed at Newcastle University, which has got a great program there, flat water program.
Yeah, I think she came from Coastal Endurance as well the last few years, and now into the GB Beach Sprint team. Been training hard in Spain the last few weeks. Italy lining up next.
So this is Federico Cecarino, one of the strongest athletes here, but the Olympic champion from Tokyo in lightweight women's double, Federica Cesarini. We had Cesarini here in that Italian double scull, and a fascinating starting position from Fred Cecarino there.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of athletes be like that. They have one hand on the ground, nearly holding themselves, and then they just go for it. We saw Laura McKenzie do it a little earlier as well. They seem to get off to a nice quick start. It keeps them stable, but also agile. They're ready to go. Nice start there from Italy. Finland, this will be a crew to watch now. We have Joel Nakarinen back, Eva Karpinen. They're excited to do this beach sprint as well, after winning yesterday in the endurance.
They look so good in the practice for the beach sprints. Here's the French athlete sprinting for the finish, Antoine Lefebvre.
Hungary, we have a 2:40.9 from Hungary. Looks like you're going to have to be in the early 2:30s if you're going to want to make a spot in directly into the last 16 here. Still, the time to beat is 2:29.74 from Germany.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Italians moving quickly down the course already at that top turning buoy.
Here we
And
go
here
for
they come, the
Finland.
Italians. Oh no, that's not the Italians, is it? The Italians around the top of the course already.
Yeah, Great Britain, actually, they're going into the centre of the course here. I'm not sure if that was an overcorrection. They wanted to stay quite narrow, but they overcorrected. Now they're going to have to do a little bit of work on this run.
Yeah. He's looking round Cam Buchan, isn't he? Because he's got to run sort of to his left towards the flag.
But he is out of the left. One of the few athletes who did that. I think he kind of chose to be adaptable there and just, he was up tall and looking to see which side he needed to get out.
I reckon that's a 5 metre extra or 10 metre extra run that the British team had to go through there.
Yeah.
So that's going to be difficult for them to post a competitive time, certainly with the German team.
Lithuania now up next. Martina Kazlauskaitė sprinting down. Her partner's already in the boat. Damanaskas, Jankionis. But Italy here, look at them. They are just firing through the water.
And it will be the Olympic champion Cesarini to do the sprint in. Valentina Radica, her partner. Cesarini makes great contact with the buzzer, and we wait for contact with the time of the Italians that we think is going to be quick. Low 230s, certainly.
The French there, great time, 232.62 for France. So that's put them in a great position. 240.76 for Great Britain.
229.02 for the Italians. Fastest time for Italy. First. And we're just gesturing to the Italian bowwoman, Federica Cesarini.
Next up, we have Ukraine, Andriy Kakanov, Lyubov, Sudarkanova.
Yeah, 0.5 of a second in front of the German team that also went sub 230.
Yeah, that was Italy with that very fast time ahead of Germany. They're both under the 230 mark.
Great Britain, that extra distance that Cam Buchan had to run, 240, that will put Great Britain into the second time trial. They won't qualify directly for the top 8. On the course, it's Karpinen and Nakarainen. They're the only crew, I think, their boat handler wandering right into the water as if he can get closer and tell them which course to adopt. They are powering down Karpinen and Nakarainen. Eva Karpinen, obviously from an incredibly famous Finnish rowing family. Her dad, 3 times Olympic champion in single sculls, 76, 80 and 84. Nakarainen, a legend in indoor rowing and coastal rowing. And out of the boat, Joel Nakarainen. Sorry, that's Lithuania. What am I saying?
I think something happened with Finland out there. Finland started ahead of Lithuania, but Finland seemed to be just kind of tipping their way in.
Okay, so Jankionis, that was Dominikas Jankionis. I was looking at the power there and completely calling out wrong. My apologies, the 32-year-old Jankionis. And something has happened with one of the favourites, the team from Finland. We don't know what, but it has held up the Finns on their drive for the finish.
Now, Joel knows that they're going to have a slow time, so he's opting to conserve that little bit extra energy because they're going to have to go again.
Maybe they've missed the marker. I don't have times for them.
They potentially missed it. We weren't in the know as to what happened, but they may have had to go around and back again, and that added time. So knowing that he'd have to row again anyway in the second time trial, he just decided to conserve that little bit of energy on that run up.
So Sudorenkova and Kashanov from Ukraine going completely to the wrong side of the beach, the Ukrainian team. And that will be an extra 15, 20 metres on the sprint.
Oh, Martin, new fastest time, Lithuania, 227.85.
Yeah, so we were calling for Finland, and they looked very powerful, didn't they? Jankionis and Kasukaite. And in fact, that was Lithuania.
So new fastest time, 2 seconds almost faster than Germany. And Italy, so pushes Italy into second position. We have a 4:05.89 for Finland.
So does that mean they have missed something?
So the umpires told me earlier that if you miss anything out there,
Oh,
that
you're out.
yeah, you're totally out.
Yeah,
There used to be a time penalty.
They won't have got a time penalty, so...
Because they definitely started ahead of Lithuania,
Yeah.
so I'm not surprised with that time. I feel like Joel is lining up again. I'm wondering if there was a problem and they're going to actually see if they can race again. That's what it certainly looks like to me. But let's see what happens.
Well, I'm going to go and ask him.
You go ask him, okay? And we have one last crew out there. It is Malta. Last entry in the coastal mixed double sculls. This is a time trial in the bow seat. Kurt Kassar. We have Leanne in the stroke seat. Surab Ungaro. We saw her earlier in the coastal singles as well. What did you find out, Martin?
So Joel just said we couldn't turn the boat enough. I got into trouble from the officials from running across there.
Oh,
But
Martin.
it was worth it.
It was worth it.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're going to go again?
Didn't say.
Okay.
So Ukraine 248. And the last crew on the beach from Malta.
Yeah, we'll wait for the official times, but right now, Lithuania with that fastest time. It was Italy with second, Germany in third, and then there was a lot of crews came in together. I would say next fastest time, potentially Portugal, Spain. Looks like they're all in the top 8, but we'll wait for official confirmation in a second. And we'll be moving quickly on to the second time trial soon. Martin, there's no chance to take a breath here, is there?
No, absolutely no chance. This is our last of the first round of time trials competitors. Kurt Kassa and Leanne Zureb from Malta. Nice run in from the left. And Kurt Kassa, brilliant dive for the buzzer there.
So that rounds out our coastal mixed double sculls and rounds out our first time trials of the morning. So basically the fastest 8 from all entries that we saw earlier on in the 6 categories. They're going to be taking a rest now and they'll be coming back later on. We'll have some of the last 16, but now it is whoever came places 9th through to however many entries there were. They have to do a second time trial now, and that's what we're going to see. And again, it'll be the top fastest 8 out of these will make their way into the last 16, and then 9th through to however many entries there are will be eliminated from the competition.
So it's all non-stop excitement here, and Nakarainen wasn't going to get a second go. They just missed the buoy, and for them, they will have to have the nail-biting drama of the second time trial to see if they can get a top 8 position.
Yeah, ideally you kind of want to avoid that second time trial if at all possible, because it's only energy expenditure which you do want to save, because again some of these are going to be racing again later on when we get to the last 16 round.
And Nakarainen also is in a time trial for the men's solo, isn't he? So Nakarainen's got to go twice into the second time trial.
That's not where you want to be.
No, which shouldn't bother a man of his obvious fitness.
Yeah, for someone like that, you know, to be able to do these back-to-back races, you need to have a huge endurance base to be able to go again, and, you know, to be somewhat fresh in them. It's important to have that endurance base as well as the power and the speed that you need for the sprint. So we'll be getting going shortly. We'll be back with the coastal under-19 men's solo time trial 2.
Back on the Swift boats, which are lined up there on the beach.
So less than a minute to go, I believe. I'm being told 11:20 is the start time for this one.
I kind of think they should have the 3 balls up.
They were handy yesterday, weren't they?
They were
Yeah,
very
yeah.
handy, and
For us,
they
at
would be
least.
good for the spectators and for the commentators and for the athletes.
Because we have no idea what time they're starting.
No, we don't. So 3 balls, please, in coastal beach sprints.
That would be ideal. So yeah, these rowers, they've already been out there. They know what the water is like. They know what conditions are like. They know what the boats are like. Because of course, you know, the Swift might be new to some of these. Maybe they don't train in them a lot.
So just a reminder that Krones from Germany, Chamberlain Hyde from Great Britain, Brzek from Czechia, Ramon Bora from Spain, the Italian Fugazato, the Austrian Schreiber, and the Portuguese Oliveira and the Lithuanian Gabriunas. They were the 8 athletes through, and the next fastest athlete will be going first, and that was Jaškovic. They will be going in time order, so you would imagine that the first 8 of these athletes should qualify.
So maybe 11:20 was a little wrong. Again, we're not really sure what the time, the official start time is, because we did get delayed first thing this morning. So just a slight little bit of a delay as they change over the boats and get them all set up for each individual athlete.
So the starters look in place, and the second time trial will shortly get underway. So Jaškovic posted a 2:44 in this morning's time trial. Got a bit more windy since then, so the time's going to be slower, isn't it?
Yeah, the wind is due to swing around today a little bit. It was north this morning, so coming off the beach out to shore where it's going to be swinging around to the south a little bit later on. He was about a second and a half off missing a place directly into the last 16. But there is advantages to going again.
Yeah.
You have to look at the advantages. You can't be kind of disappointed.
No,
you just
completely.
have to go with it.
You have to look at, you know, being out on the course, getting a feel for the conditions.
A feel for the boat. You know, it's all important. But yeah, potentially, you know, if 8 more of these are going to have another race later on today.
Yeah, and they will race again in the last round of the last 16. Jaškovic sprints off, tall, upright athlete, brushes past that beach flag into his single, and very quickly underway there, or a little delay there on his second stroke. Drives into the slight swell we have here.
Yeah, so what you were seeing there from the boat handlers, so there's one male, one female boat handler. They're holding the boat in place, making sure it's lined up directly for that turning marker, the first marker. And then they place the oars into, the handles of the oars into his hands, and then they give him that little bit of a push. But that push is so important, because if they do it out of balance, you're going to be thrown off center. So what we're usually seeing is one of the boat handlers kind of goes to the stern and gives a big, big push. He was very eager there.
Rafael de Bussac over the line before the start. There we see green light. And the 16-year-old is driving down to his boat. Beautiful start from de Bussac, who was the 10th quickest in this morning's first time trial. Should be pretty confident of a place. It's quite fascinating. As soon as they get past that first buoy, they have to pass on the right, then some of them are taking the decision right to pull in to make sure. So he's now steering very early on to get through that left-hand buoy, and I'm not sure you have to steer that early on to go to the left hand of that second finger buoy.
Yeah, he's opting to stay nice and close and aiming for the straight line, because obviously that's less distance than going, you know, right around them. So, yeah, that's the difference between some of the more experienced crews. They opt for the more direct route. Switzerland, big sprint there from Andrin Bieberstein.
Yeah, Bieberstein, 18 years of age. Big, tall man.
Ivash Kavet's individual neutral athlete on his way home. He turned that furthest out marker turn, did a perfect turn, and now is straight into the beach.
So 2:44, he is with a tailwind into the beach. He's gone out to a headwind, which wasn't there so much this morning.
Yeah, that was a great race. Aiming to clock another fast time, which I think he certainly will.
And there we see action guaranteed. Ahmet Ofoglu, the 18-year-old Turkish under-19 sculler, drives off for the boat. Let's see how he got. Brilliant pick-up off the beach from the sculler from Turkey.
So 2:39.29
so
is
quicker
the
than he
time to
was
beat.
this morning.
Individual neutral athlete, about 5 seconds faster than this morning. But yes, conditions have changed, so it's hard to compare them. At the moment on the way in, de Boussac, France. See, this is the difference between the first-time trial. All their navigation skills are pretty perfect. They're bang on to the beach this time.
Yeah, it's a great shout, which is the advantage of doing it. Poland, Adam Kolasik, 17 years of age, runs down into the boat. Well, it's a French sculler coming for the buzzer. Rolls over as he hits the buzzer. Power from the Polish athlete off is phenomenal just as he goes up to that first buoy. Boat handlers saying, you've got to move a little bit to your starboard side.
2:46.62 there from France. So individual neutral athlete, still the fastest. But who knows, France might still be in that top 8. Switzerland here. He had an incredible sprint down the beach. Andrin Bieberstein. Let's see what he can do on the way back up.
Estonia just set off for their sprint. Marcus Fix.
What a sprint here from Switzerland. He was nearly as fast coming up as he was going down. That was a great sprint.
Wait for the Swiss time. Poland just taking his time to go around that buoy at the first turning point. 2:42 from Switzerland.
Second position at the moment as it stands.
I'm pretty sure 42 will get him into the last 16.
I think so.
So here we see Turkey, Ofoglu driving for the beach.
Oh, someone's gone way off course out there. That is Poland.
Yeah, Poland, who drove off so powerfully as well. Lots of cheers for the home crowd as Ofoglu dives, misses the buzzer. Yeah, it's a great thing if you can dive and hit the buzzer, but not so impressive if you dive and miss it.
No, because you're gone past it and you have to go back. Yeah, so Poland here, Adam Kawalask.
2:45 from Turkey.
Poland there having to come back in. He's done a big C shape on that homeward leg.
Estonia going round the top buoy there. Marcus Fix on his homeward run. Now the Estonian athlete. Poland not as bright and breezy as he was as he sprinted off and taking a little bit of time to get out the boat. This is going to be in the 240s, maybe 250s this time. I think he's going to be disappointed with certainly his course on that run there.
Mykola Tomchai of Ukraine now will be up next. He's just waiting for the starter. We have 16 athletes here.
Just 15 years of age, this Ukrainian lad's. 2:44 from Poland.
Not a bad time.
No, not a bad time considering the course that he steered.
Yeah, currently staying third.
If it's enough to get him into the last 16, then he will be hoping. A little bit of a wobble from the Ukrainian sculler just shows you, you know, you can't take anything for granted too much. He just missing his second stroke there, and now going off course to Marchi.
Marcus Vixter of Estonia, big long strides on the way up the beach. As we stay with Greece and Ukraine out there on the water. Greece overcorrecting now. Looking like he's aiming for the center of the course. He's just going to see that finger marker there, the last one, and that's going to straighten him up.
He's going massively on his stroke side blade.
2:46.06 there from Estonia. One of the slower times so far.
Yeah, the Greek sculler jumping out of his boat, very quick on the sprints. Yasin Musulmis, 16-year-old, but his course not the best.
Croatia, Antonio Zanini, he's gearing himself up for the start. As we stay with Ukraine now as they come down. Yeah, Ukraine out at that marker, that last turning marker on the way back down. Croatia off now. Decent enough sprint downs. He's staying up tall as well.
So these athletes have really got to turn around their performance, the lower ranked athletes, from their performance in this morning's time trial. So Croatia, I think, finished in a position of 18th, so he, by rights, should be not in the last 16. But if he can improve his performance, then he can just squeeze into that knockout round.
Greece there actually clocked quite a quick time, 2:43.24. That's put him into third position out of those 7 scullers. He finished 7th out of these earlier, so he's after climbing up a few spots. Ukraine now coming towards the beach now. Slight bit of a push from like tiny little breakers, but not too much right now. Latvia now making their way down.
Fedorovas moving down into his boat as we see Tomachi, the Ukrainian sculler. Good dive, good timing to hit the buzzer. Harel from Monaco on the start line. We have got the sculler Adam Moore from Hungary looking round, just checking his course. Took a little bit of time to do that.
Yeah, we were seeing on our screen there Antonio Zanini of Croatia. You could see how he was putting his oar right behind him, the handle of his right side, digging that oar, pulling with the left to get around nice and tight around that turn. Here comes Adam Moore.
He looks like he's absolutely dead on his feet. He was stumbling through the run there.
Ukraine there, 2:49.50. So that's one of the slowest time, I think, so far.
Yeah, he did miss some strokes at the start of his run, I have to say. So these scullers that we're seeing, Hungary, Croatia, Latvia, and so on, Monaco just went off. Romania, they were the slower scullers in this time trial. It's kind of in time order of where they finished.
Little tumble there from Croatia, Zanini as he was getting out of his boat. That's going to cost him a little bit. There's Romania off there. Next up will be individual neutral athlete, Michal Shannon.
2:46 from Hungary. 2:41 from Croatia. Well, there could be a chance that the Croatian athlete might just get through.
And he was the 10th fastest out of these earlier. So yeah, he clocked a really good time. Again, that experience of being out there already this morning
Well, he's in,
can help.
is that right? Is he in second place, the Croatian athlete?
He is, yeah. 2:39 is the fastest, 2:41 second, yeah.
So we said about changing your stars, changing your fortune, and the Croatian athlete Antonio Zanini has done just that. Latvia now sprinting. Fedorovas.
Now we'll have to hand it to Finland, lining up Kasper Salmi. This is his third race today. He was in the first round of the under-19 men's solo. Then we saw him in the under-19 mixed double sculls. This is going to be his third race of the day. That's a lot of sprinting to do within a couple of hours.
2:53 for Latvia. Going to struggle to make the last 16, the knockouts, with that time.
Now, what's the advantage to doing this for the third time?
Well, I think, as you said, you know exactly where things are. The Monegasque sculler is just running up the beach. Esteban Harald.
And then one more sculler to go in these coastal under-19 men's solo. Maximilian Spitteri, Fettini, Malta. So just a final few scullers out there on the water now. We have 3 boats out there. Romania coming in, individual neutral athlete, Finland. So Romania
I feel
now
that
coming in.
Romania's got to post a better time than they did in the time trial this morning. Got to be a real benefit to the lad having been out there, to Raul Constantin Lupu.
Yeah, a little tumble sideways out of the boat there on his exit, but making up for it on the sprint here now, headed sideways, pumping the legs. That should be a decent time, but let's see. After him now, Michael Shannon, individual neutral athlete. He's on the way back down. Really good navigation. Again, you can see definitely a little bit more movement on the water as we look out on it compared to earlier, where it was absolutely flat.
2:51 for Romania. It's going to be a challenge to make the top 8 out of this.
And 2:53.46 for Monaco as well. So yeah, there's some of the slower times.
So he's not in the top 8, the Romanian athlete. So that is his last effort in the beach sprint competition here. Roll out the boat for the neutral athlete Shahin.
Oh, nearly took a little tumble. So you can see some athletes, they're nearly kind of top heavy and leaning forward because their legs aren't maybe as fresh as they were on the way down. So you're at risk of maybe tumbling, but he was just about able to keep himself up. On our screens now, Kasper Salmi of Finland must be tired at this point. It's his third beach sprint race today, having opted to enter 2 categories. So it's interesting because Joel was talking to us the other day and he said, you know, Finland opted to double up between the solo and the mixed double, but in a case like this now, you know, there's absolutely going to be fatigue setting in at this point.
I just wonder if they'll do that for the World Championships that'll be on this course in 3 weeks' time. They'll be more conservative with their strategy.
Unless they have their selection done already and it's all set.
Yeah.
We'll have to chat to them.
Oh, he's taking his time out of that boat. He's got to be helped out. His legs have gone. The athlete from Finland, Salmi.
This is his 5th sprint up or on the beach. He would have had to done 2 earlier in his solo, 1 in the mixed double and 2 now again. So that's a lot of sprinting on the beach for him.
2:51 for the neutral athlete. Won't be making the last 8. 3:04 from Salmi. He's out of the competition, this competition anyway. And it's just Spitteri from Malta. And I am trying to look out. He's pretty much straight down the line, the Maltese athlete. It's a great course from the youngster, 17 years of age. His dad, in his time, was one of the best local athletes for 800 meters in running. And when Max Spitteri was a youngster, his dad used to tell him about his achievements and inspire the youngster to make his own athletic achievements, which he's just doing now as he drives onto the beach. Nice dismount, little push off the boat for the Maltese athlete, 17 years of age.
Nice. So that rounds out time trial 2 of the Coastal Under-19 men's solo. I'm looking here, Martin, there was 2 times the exact same there. Estonia and Hungary, both 2:46.06. And I think they both may have just got in. Well, we'll have to wait for confirmation or of the results there.
There we go. So Jaškovic first with the quickest time. Then it's Croatia in that second place, 2:41. Switzerland third. Greece fourth in 2:43. Poland, Turkey, Estonia and Hungary 2:46.06, and they both, oh no. Estonia 2:46.06 and Hungary 2:46.06.
They're both in.
Oh, they're both in.
8th,
Yeah, you're right. I'm looking at the left-hand column. I should be looking at the right-hand column. So it means that the sculler who really just didn't make it was the French sculler de Bussac. So pretty much you had to go quicker than you did in this morning's time trial if you're going to get through.
You certainly were. So that was the first of our second time trials. This time we'll be moving on to the Coastal Under-19 women's solo. There'll be another few minutes before the start of this race.
Yeah, just a reminder of the athletes that are through already. It's the Italian athlete, Marta Lanciano, who posted the quickest time, 2:55. And then the neutral athlete Grigorova, Garcia Dominguez from Spain in third, the athlete from Czechia, Vlastonova in fourth, Austrian Kuhl, the German Tatiwa in sixth, Switzerland in seventh, and France in eighth. So the next fastest was the Ukrainian athlete, who will be the first off in this second time trial. And she was essentially hundredths of a second off of going straight through.
Yes, they've just got the command to put the boat in the water. She's been told to get ready. She's watching out in front of her for flags and for the red lights to go to green. And off she goes, Maria Robal of Ukraine. Fast on her feet for sure. Let's see how her entry is. You can see the small little breakers, but nothing too much as we go to the drone. And there, the boat handlers just giving her a little push. They could have given her more, I think.
Very short strokes off. She's gone for rating, which I'm not sure is the best idea. I'd like to see a little bit longer. She's lengthening out now after about 10 strokes or so. I'd like to see that length after about 4 or 5. But she's already at the first buoy, passed around to the right side and now steering in, as you can see, to go to the left-hand side of the middle finger buoy.
Yeah, lovely navigation here from Robal of Ukraine. Then on the line, about to go, Rita Araújo of Portugal. Up to go down low. Maybe not as fast on her feet as Robal of Ukraine, but she did post a good time earlier. Robal there just going around that middle marker. She's going to make her way around the opposite side of the next big turning marker because she's going to have to do a 90-degree turn on that one.
Yeah, she's got a good course on that first marker, the Ukrainian athlete, as Butkevich prepares herself for the starts. The second of our 2 neutral athletes. One of them already through to the last 16.
On our screen here now, Maria Robal, she's going around that second turn. Very short strokes to get around. Going wide, maybe she should probably pull another stroke, I would say, on her left.
What's the advantage of very short, powerful strokes compared to longer strokes, where you go further forward on a turn?
So it moves the bow quicker, it angles it more and more and more.
I kind of, I mean, I'm sure they know the best way to turn. I'm kind of thinking, you know, in terms of turning, if your blade is out right towards the bows of the boat, and you're rowing out there, you're going to turn quicker.
What it kind of allows you to do, what you'll see some athletes, so they'll back with one, pull with the other,
Yeah.
back with one, pull with the other, and so it just keeps the boat moving and the bow will turn that little bit quicker. So that's what some of them opt for, but I'm sure we'll see some long strokes from other people. So Maria Robal of Ukraine, the first of the scullers out there, she has gone on a big long C shape now on that long leg she did. She could have afforded to pull an extra stroke around that turn.
Nika Chetnia of Croatia moves down to her boat as we see our first competitor in this second women's under-19 time trial.
Oh, a little tumble there from Robal.
Left side dismount, but she's in a perfect position to move up to the flag. The athlete from the junior.
Yeah, she was in the quad at the World Under-19s. Made it to the B final. So yeah, I'm sure she'll be happy with that. Probably not happy that she had to row again. That's 3:01.51 was her time there.
So that's quicker than she did this morning, I'm thinking. It's kind of, I seem to remember, it was 3:04.
Yeah, conditions a little bit different, but we just saw off the blocks Isabel Soyinka of Great Britain. She'll have another great shot of getting herself into the knockouts later on.
Portuguese sculler coming up to the beach now. Rita Arillo, just 15 years of age. Oh, she looks pained. Second time out on the course with the Portuguese crouched down in front of us.
What's really important now is that they have someone there that will just literally just take them into the shade, get them to recover, because if they have to row again later, they need that recovery time immediately.
So the neutral athlete, Budkiewicz, driving onto the beach, little hiccup there. She's really pulling on the back end.
I actually feel like her seat might have been gone. It was all upper body rowing there.
That's a good shout.
Yeah, I might be wrong, but that's what it certainly looked like from our angle here.
And she just can't muster the strength to sprint. She's running, jogging almost, in a lot of pain. Oh, her head goes on so she's full of sand everywhere.
3:05.95 for Portugal there. So Ukraine still the quickest time so far.
And the doctor's there with the neutral athlete. Got sand in her eyes, sand in her hat. Lithuania blasting off the start. Eva Avloviskaite, 16 years of age.
Yeah, so Croatia here coming in towards the finish line. Nika Satina, last few strokes. She's looking pretty strong, pretty confident in her approach to the beach, just looking over her shoulder, making sure she's nice and straight. We have a 2:59.64 from the athlete who jogged up the beach.
That is incredible. And
looked like she was rowing upper body only.
Well, basically, she has done an amazing time. As Chetina of Croatia.
She's going to have to clean the sand out of her eyes before she potentially goes again.
Well, potentially in the last 16 knockout rounds. So, Soyinka. No, I'm sorry, that is not Soyinka. That is the athlete from Turkey, Ustandug.
Yeah, we've Great Britain here coming in. Soyinka.
I missed her sprint off. There's so much going on here. She is hurting.
You know, this has to be part of their training where they do those back-to-back big sprint races. They need to build up familiarity in their body with this type of racing. Because it's all well and good being able to do it once, but you need to build up the endurance to be able to do it back-to-back and not completely fatigue yourself.
3:02 from the British athlete. I'm sure that's faster than she did in the first round. And gives her a third place finish with a significant hope of making the last 16 knockout phase.
Absolutely, yeah. We had Monaco there Heading down the beach, Tess Fabre, as it looks to be Hungary now on the way up.
Luca Nagy Hussar sprinting for the finish line.
Two different coloured socks. I wonder if that's part of the speed plan.
Ooh, well noticed. Could be a little superstition going on there. One of the Romanian athletes in the four always wears the same socks for every race that he does.
So Anna Clementine Fock of Belgium there, we just saw her entering into her boat. She's taking the first few strokes, opting for the longer strokes, like you were talking about, Martin, not as short at the finish there. So getting into a longer stroke pretty sooner, but maybe not getting the speed up. Oh, a little tumble there from Lithuania.
Yeah. Avloviskaite. Pain on her face as she dives to the buzzer, and she makes the buzzer too. 3:11 for the Hungarian athlete. Going to be tough for her to make the last 16 as the young Greek sculler Eva Boga goes off to the start, and it's all action here.
So we have a time of 3:10.72 for Lithuania. Again, one of the slower times right now. It's 2:59 is the fastest time.
Ustundag from Turkey coming in, skipping out the boats. Focus on her face, absolutely determined.
Getting ready now, it is the Polish sculler, Weronika Prokopiuk. Getting ready to go. Fifth to last sculler here, very quick on the legs, on the sprint here.
Yeah, I remember she went out quickly in the first time trial, actually.
Yeah.
Let's just check how well she's into a boat. Yeah, great exit from the beach. Handler pushing the boat off, right in the water.
Tess Fabre of Monaco now. Last
little
few
wobble
strokes.
from the Polish sculler. Oh, she's come off the seat.
Or she's off the seat, yeah.
She's off the seat. And that will cost her valuable seconds. So heartache for Prokopiuk. Let's just see what she can do to make up the time as Favre from Monaco comes onto the finish, falls onto the buzzer. Turkey 3:08.
That was an okay time.
It was an okay time.
Might get her in.
Buzzer goes for Estonia, Lisdemand.
Coming in next to our beach, we have Belgium, Anna Clementine Fock. Last few strokes, she's staying up nice and tall as well. Getting the boat right up onto the sand before she turned to make her exit.
That run up the hill, really getting the legs.
Yeah.
Makes no mistakes with the buzzer, Anna Clementine.
Few times coming in there, Monaco, pre-12:15, slowest time I would say.
Yeah, it is the slowest time. It's very hard to read this. I mean, clearly the 2:59, nobody's going to get near that, you would think.
Ukraine 3:01. But after, yeah, these colours that are coming up now, they would have been the slowest through the first round. So unless something went very wrong in their race earlier on, and they can make it up again.
Finland off to a good start. Great transition into the boat from Ilona Michele.
The Sitmand of Estonia now. Heading up the beach, nice sprint. She's just the chin down, focusing on getting the legs moving. A lot of them are kind of going for the kind of splits with the legs over the finish line. We've it's quick time here, Martin. 3 minutes. 0.54 from Belgium. That makes her second fastest.
So she has outperformed her scull in the first time trial this morning, and you know, if you can do that and aim to scull better, you are going to be completely in the zone, and that was what the Belgian sculler found. Found her way into the last 16, Anna Clementine Foch.
One more to go. Anastasia Volasova of Latvia. She'll be our last sculler in the Coastal Under-19 women's solo. But here comes Poland. She's smiling, or else she's in pain. Oh, she looks disappointed. Let's see what her time is like.
Eva Boga of Greece, 3:07. That probably will be enough to get her through. 3:18 for Poland, so that is the end of the women's solo under-19 competition for her. So coming onto the beach, it is now the sculler from Estonia, Lisdemand. You're kind of wishing them to sprint a little quicker, but you know, that's all they can do. And into the beach is Michele from Finland in that multicolored bow. Drones just following behind her. You get an idea of the speed of the boats through the water. Impressive rate of striking. Just a little short out the back end, but at least the blades are out cleanly.
Yeah, she's looking tired at the back end, isn't she? I suppose she's keeping the rate up as best she can. Here she comes. Very calm conditions here for beach sprints. We have a 3:09.93 there for Estonia. Not a bad time.
Oh, she looks so exhausted, Michele. So there is the Latvian sculler on the right of your screen. We still have Denisa Claudia Grigoire of Romania driving for the beach. Both Romanian under-19 athletes, kind of not as quick as you would expect from a nation with that pedigree of rowing behind them. Again, a little shortness in the strokes from Denisa Claudia there.
I wonder, do they spend a lot of time specifically doing beach sprints?
No, is the answer to that.
And that's probably the answer. So they're really great rowers,
Yeah.
but maybe just not translating over to this discipline.
Here she comes. The Romanian athletes, Denisa Claudia.
We've a 3:08.1 for Finland. Potential to get in.
Potential, absolutely.
But we have 2 more times to come in. So we're waiting for Romania's time, and then Latvia, last sculler out on the water. She just make her way up towards the last marker there. The camera's staying with her. So it is, it's not the, while it looks beautiful and flat, it's still, you know, it's a little bit bouncy out there. And because most of them are opting for those short, fast strokes, really important that you're catching water on both blades as equal as you can. Not always possible to catch the same amount of water.
Lekarainen on the start line, or he was on the start line, for the second round of the men's coastal singles. He was practicing his start position. Finished double European champion from yesterday to go in this second time trial as Volasova finishes her race, lies out of breath on the sand.
Romania, another quick time, 3:08.0. That was also a good time, but we have our rankings now. So going through to the knockouts, last 16 individual neutral athletes. 1, that was the 2. It's just updating on mine.
Yeah, the individual neutral athletes, Buskevich, Belgium, Foch, Ukraine, Robel, Great Britain gets through in 4th place, Portugal 2, 5th place for them, Croatia, Chetna, Greece, Boga is in 7th, and then it was the Finnish athlete, Michele, who gets through. Romania just 1/10 of a second, 800ths of a second, missing out on a place in the last 16.
Next up, we have the start list. It is the coastal men's solo. 21 entries this time. So 8 went through straight into the last 16, which will be on later on, 3:20 local time, as long as there's no delays. But right now it's back to the second time trial. So yes, as Martin mentioned, Joel Nakarainen of Finland, he's going to be up first. Again, this is going to be his third race so far today. A very versatile athlete, well used to this back-to-back racing. He's looking pretty fresh. The fists are clenched, getting himself into that ideal nervous system state that he wants to be in. Adrenaline pumping a little bit, but not too much. He wants to stay focused, stay present, stay aware. So you can see even his breathing techniques, all of this is completely practiced. He knows exactly what he's doing. Off he goes. Pretty quick off the blocks. But definitely not our fastest sprinter for sure that we've seen go down that beach.
He had a little stumble there, Joel, and he must be confident that he's going to get through in the quickest time. He always gives 100%, doesn't he? But he's not blasting off as quick as he was in the first round there. I think the Finnish Superman just looks a little weary. And it's almost nice to see a human side of Joel Nakarainen there.
Yeah, I think he was just making sure that he was catching just clean water those first few strokes, particularly when you get that push off the boat handlers. It can be easy to catch uneven water and just be thrown a little off track. So I think he was just being extra cautious and just making sure that he was pulling as perfect a stroke as you can in this discipline of the sport. Next up, Jan Fleisner, Czechia.
Yeah, there must be a lot of goodwill riding with the 27-year-olds. He had not the best of luck yesterday in his coastal endurance single, and
you mentioned it was his shorts, was it?
Yeah, he said on Instagram it's something to do with his shorts.
I'm interested to know what happened to his shorts.
Yeah, I was interested.
Because he was stopped completely.
Yeah. And I can't see how shorts could get in the way of anything.
Unless they got caught in the seat somehow,
Yeah.
but I don't think so. I've never heard of that happening. So Joel there around, flying around the second marker. I think he pulled enough strokes there now, and he's angled straight back to the beach. So he would have learned from any mistakes that may have happened earlier on. So he's pretty straight back, maybe a little wide here now. I'm wondering if there's a little push from the west here as Latvia get going. Chris Thomas Krumins of Latvia.
2:36 Nakarainen posted in that race this morning.
You can see there on the screen the difference of his hand tights at the catch. So the left is way higher there, those last few strokes. So that just goes to show how uneven it is out there, even though it looks pretty flat. He's having to pull that left hand quite high to make sure the blade's in the water.
Latuski on the start, the individual neutral athlete. He's 12th in this morning's time trial. Nakarainen comes into the beach. Lovely position for a roll out to the right. I just wonder how much these multiple sprints take out of these athletes. We're going to see him come down in the mixed postal double.
Yeah, another athlete who's going to have to race 4 times in this morning session.
2:36, similar time to what he posted this morning. So
we'll soon see if that's enough to get him through, I'm sure.
I'm not sure many of these athletes are going to go below 2:36, to be quite honest.
No, I don't think so. Unless anything went drastically wrong for them this morning and they're going to make up a lot of time.
Yeah, that's the only. We're seeing Wiltenberg on the start now from the Netherlands. I kind of thought that their team would have been a little quicker, and Wiltenberg will see exactly what the Dutch champion has got as Fleisner comes up.
Fleisner's position on the beach actually when he landed was pretty perfect.
Yeah.
So I'm sure the early race would have allowed him to navigate that really good. We have Ander Martin of Spain here lining up. Another one athlete who just missed out, I would say, on kind of that direct qualification. Such a familiar face in coastal and beach sprint rowing. Usually in the mixed double sculls, but in the solo this time round. as Latvia now come in to the beach. Krumens of Latvia, last few strokes looking over his left shoulder. Again, another pretty perfect placement on the beach. They really learned from this morning.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see that. A little slower on the sprint, the Spanish athlete, Martin, down to his boat. Just looking to see how he goes off. Yeah, great little push off from his handler there. No duff strokes there at all from the Spaniard. 2:38 from Fleissner.
Pretty decent time.
Yeah, sure that'll be enough to get him into the last 16. If he's got the energy to cope, though, that's another matter.
Ander is flying off the blocks here now, going past that first marker. As next coming into us, it is going to be individual neutral athletes, maybe a bit too far to the left, although if he jumps out the right side of his boat, he's looking over his left shoulder. This is interesting.
Yeah, he's gone
clearly
left.
hadn't practiced the right.
He's gone right towards the grandstand. Decent sprint, though. He's got a lot of energy left, Lituski. And if I think sprinting was anything to go by, Yehuni Lituski would have definitely made the last 16. But on the water performance, crucial here.
Yeah, we're getting a time here from Latvia, 2:40.69. So they're pretty much finishing in order as they did earlier on.
Yeah.
As we see Netherlands there just tipping off that.
2:34 for the individual neutral athlete, takes the first place in this second time trial, ahead of Joel Nakarainen. And his sprinting prowess, I'm sure, played a part in that. Timunovic from Serbia. And Will Wiltenberg from the Netherlands have posted a quicker time than he did this morning. Horadisteu, the Romanian quadruple sculler from this year's World Championships, says he feels pretty tired, which I can empathise with. It wasn't long since the World Championships in Shanghai. And jet lag and what have you.
So here we have Ander Martin. I'll be looking forward to seeing his time here now. Big, powerful athlete coming in to take his final few strokes here now. So many world titles in coastals, big sprint. He's really tall, using that to his advantage. Big, long strides.
He just reached out. He dived down and then reached out with that left hand for the buzzer. Made perfect contact with it. I feel that ought to be a technique video.
So Hungary lining up now, getting ready to go.
2:36 from the Dutch sculler. I'm sure that'll be a little quicker than he did this morning. Ander Martin, we're waiting for his time to come in. 2:31 from Ander Martin. That is the quickest time he moves into the lead. And some of these guys that you suggested might have underperformed this morning, as the Portuguese Russo comes in, they are now performing big time. And Ander Martin with that 2:31 mark.
Yeah, big increase or difference from his race earlier on, and not surprising to see, you know, and the more races you do, sometimes the quicker you get. So I'll be looking forward to seeing him in the knockouts now later on.
2:32 for the Portuguese.
Big improvement there.
So,
he did have the issue earlier on with his...
He did.
Yeah.
Oh, that's well remembered. So Nakarainen back in 4th place. So will 2:36 be enough for the Finland champion, the European champion, the world Versa champion? Will that be enough for him to qualify in the next round?
That Portuguese athlete limping down the beach.
The Serbian sculler Simjonovic passes the buzzer. Antonioli just sets it up on the sand nicely. So this is the Ukrainian Igor Kamara.
We've a 2:40.23 there from Serbia.
But that's not going to be enough, I would suggest.
No, Romania now coming in. Again, big, powerful finish here from the Romanian.
Holidanistea, I mean,
Perfect
he
finish here.
could go sort of around Nakarainen's mark. He will have learnt on this second run. So Holidastianu, we wait for his time. 2:38. That's going to be close if he gets in the last 16 for the big man from Romania.
We have Hungary coming down the course now towards the beach. Lovely navigation skills on the way home. Staying nice and tight to those finger markers.
Blue cap just adjusting to go a little bit towards the left. If he's going to have a left-hand dismount, no, it's a right-hand dismount. So he runs around a little S-bend to go to the flag as the Antonioli starts for Monaco. Petivari Molnar, oh, his face was contorted there on the sprint.
Oh, sideways start there for Monaco slightly. The bow was angled off to the right as we're looking down to the beach, as opposed to straight out the course, which is pretty much the job of the boat handlers. We have a 2:37 there for Hungary, 2:37.82.
If I was Joel Nakarainen, I'd be sort of sitting there gnawing my fingernails at the moment.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's getting tight.
they're coming for him, aren't they?
They're certainly coming from him, yeah. 2:31, 2:32, 2:34. They're all faster times now at the moment.
Polish sculler taking his time to exit. That will have cost him at least a second or two. Jogging up the hill. Will he get into a sprint now? His legs are going, aren't they? Lucas Sub. Oh, a scream there. Cry out. He is absolutely destroyed. He crouches over the buzzer, can't raise himself up off the ground. But he's going to have to do that because there are more competitors coming into the beach. We have got Igor Kamara of Ukraine. Zub looks done in as he walks past us to the grandstands.
So yeah, Norway making their way down, as it's going to be Ukraine. Kamara making his way up the beach here now. He looks pretty fresh on his sprint here, staying up nice and tall, getting those legs moving, knowing that he's going to be able to rest, and he doesn't fall to the ground. He's looking somewhat fresh. Let's see what time he clocks. Kowalski, individual neutral athlete.
2:43 for Poland. That's not going to be good enough. And 2:38 for Kamara will be kind of probably close-ish. Leisner clocked to 2:38.9 and Kamara's 2:38.19. So he's quicker than Jan Fleissner.
Antonelli of Monaco now. We could hear his boat handlers screeching at him to let him know where to come in. He was aiming to post a quick time there. Let's see how he gets on. As next up, Austria. Eisinger is lining up next.
Well, Zelma's miles off course there from Slovakia. Mike Zelma is way out. He's not on picture at the moment. You can probably, we haven't got a drone, but he's desperately coming in, doing a sort of S-bend to come closer in to the flag and the beach position. As the Austrian sculler drives off the start, Leo Weisinger.
We had a 2:41.34 there from Antonelli of Monaco.
That's not going to be enough, I would suggest.
Zemela, Slovakia, falling to the ground before having to get up and make his way to the finish line. He is hurting. All of these athletes are hurting here.
Second time around, and it's much worse, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Zelma just couldn't get his steering straight enough, really, to shorten the course. And it is Andreas Soska of Norway just trying to correct his course. He's pulling hard on his stroke side blade, his port side blade, just to get closer to the flag so he doesn't have to run too much as the Estonian sculler, Rob Hunt, the 19-year-old, drives off the start.
Yeah, here comes Norway. Little tumble into the water. He didn't wait until the boat was completely up on the sand. He dove into the water a little bit.
I'd say that's a jog rather than a sprint or a run.
It's still one of the quicker sprints I think we're seeing out of these tired legs, but I'm not sure if it was enough. Slovakia there, 2:54.74. Let's wait for Norway's time as Belgium starts to line up now. Benjamin Louis.
2:57 for Norway. And I think the steering issues that he had, Kowaleski, the individual neutral athlete, long strokes, as you see from the neutral athlete. Gentle dismounts from Alex Kowaleski there.
Three scholars to go. Benjamin Lewis of Belgium was the one just to head off. He is in, opting for kind of those longer strokes again. He was not as sharp, although he seems to be speeding up the rate now as he heads down towards that first marker. That is Belgium heading out as Bulgaria.
2:45 from Kowaleski. Again, I'm not sure that's going to be fast enough for the neutral athlete. So Nakarainen is looking to be safe to qualify for the last 16 at the moment. Dicing out, great sprint from the Austrian. He really did stretch his legs up that hill. That's going to have cost him. Falls onto the buzzer. And Leo Weisinger, he really did execute that sprint up the hill to perfection.
Last scholar now lining up. We have Mark Chambry of Malta, so he would have been clocked the slowest time out of these 21 scholars earlier on. Still, the time to beat is 2:32.
2:38.1 from the Austrian. I mean, that sprint, that effort up the hill from the beach really did give him a chance of making the last 16. But it's going to be tight. Simunovic from Serbia with 2:40 looking vulnerable at the moment as the Estonian sculler comes into the bank, Rob Hunt. That's a sprint, isn't it?
It's a pretty good sprint for sure.
No mistakes with the buzzer. So we're looking for sort of 2:38s, 2:37s to make sure you're in the top 8 for this time trial that will go into the last 16.
Mark Chambry there of Malta, final scholar here in the coastal men's solo, just making his way down. Nice quick entry. We saw him racing in the endurance the last few days as well, so he's had plenty of practice getting in and out of the boats here. Taking his time though, keeping the rate very reserved as he heads out towards the first marker. Benjamin Louis then of Belgium, looking pretty fresh there as he comes up the beach.
2:47 for Estonia. He won't be in the last 16 with that time. And the Bulgarian sculler coming into the beach. Zahov, got about 100 meters to go.
He's a pretty decent line here. He's staying wide out of away from the markers, but he's actually starting to overcorrect himself now a little too much. You don't want to go too far into the center of the beach, particularly if you're going to be jumping out of the right-hand side of that boat. Where he was actually pretty perfect, whereas now he's kind of oversteering and now having to come back again to straighten up the boat.
Belgium 2:39. Not sure that's going to be quick enough. It'll be close, but you've got to be in that top 8 to make the last 16 knockout stage. Zahov breathing hard as he comes up to the line. 27-year-old Bulgarian.
And then Mark Chambry for Malta. He's around that outside turn. Just needs to pull an extra few on the left-hand side now to kind of straighten up again. A lot of these scullers are opting to go wide. I'm not sure if they're doing it on purpose or if they're just not pulling. I think a lot of them could afford to pull an extra stroke a little bit harder on the left-hand side.
Sorry there, Niamh. 2:45 for Zahov. Again, that's not quick enough to make the last 16 on my reckoning. Unofficially, of course. We'll see the order of the times when Mark Schembury finishes. And let you know who has qualified for the last 16 knockout stages. And then, of course, actually the slowest of these qualifiers will race the fastest of this morning's qualifiers.
That's the worst part about it, yeah, that you're going to be up against the fastest of the scutters, but it's a way to kind of cut down the athletes pretty quickly and in a fair way as well, so that to make sure that the fastest scutters do go through to the later rounds.
Schembury coming up to the beach, our final competitor in the men's solo beach sprint. And I guess that'll be the last time we see those magnificent tattooed legs and arms from the Maltese sculler. 36-year-old crosses the line. We wait for his time.
We wait for his time and we wait for official placings, but that fastest time certainly was the 2:31, I think, that we saw from Andrew Martin of Spain. As they just refresh here and we get our times.
3:03 for Schembury from Malta.
So yeah, that rounds out the coastal men's solo. The second time trial will be moving on to the women shortly, once everything is lined up and they have the boats changed around, have their own blades in.
We're still waiting for those official positions. Nakarainen will be through with 2:36, as will Erwin Miltenberg from the Netherlands. Certainly with 2:31, and Martin from Spain, and 2:32, the Portuguese Alison Russo. And you're looking at Horodin Steo maybe, and Jan Fleissner, and Igor Kamara on 2:38. To me, that seems to be the cut-off time.
There we have it, placings in. So going through Spain, Portugal, individual neutral athlete 2. We have Austria, Netherlands, Finland. We have Hungary and Ukraine just getting in, 2:38.19, missing out there. Romania, 2:38.63. So places 9 to 16 there, knocked out, eliminated, all the way down to 21.
Horodin Steo, I'm not sure if he'll be pleased or fed up, really. I mean, he's had a great 2 beach sprints this morning on the time trials and missed out by a few tenths, but that's how it goes, small margins in these time trials. And we move on to the coastal women's solo beach sprint. And it is the Netherlands who will go off the start in 2 minutes. Janke van der Meulen, just not quick enough in that first round to get a first 8 finish.
We have 13 entries in this category. So it's still the processional time trial, so they'll be heading off one after the other, 1 minute separating each one. But yeah, there's a few here, few big names that I'm surprised to see in the second time trial. So similar to the men's there, I'm sure we're going to see some improvements in their times as they make their way around the course for the second time this morning. They had a quick turnaround time.
Meulen missed it by 2 tenths, 2:53 was her time. Let's see if she goes quicker. Fastest this morning, well, that was Magdalena Lobnig from Austria, the 2021 Olympic champion, Olympic bronze medalist in Tokyo.
Yannick winning the bronze medal at the European beach sprints last year. She just missed out on a medal. She was 4th at the Worlds. We've seen her perform incredibly well at the coastal endurance over the years as well. winning medals in the women's double, women's quad. She actually won the beach sprints back in 2023 in Barletta. So no stranger to this format of rowing.
Her husband is Ruud Gullit. Did you know that?
I did. You were talking to him yesterday.
Yeah, but it's not the Ruud Gullit, who was the famous footballer. It's the other Ruud Gullit.
The other famous one.
Yeah, the other famous one. Nice guy.
So she's opting for the bit of a squat down as well. Arms are hanging loose in front of her, ready to go. She's a very tall athlete, big long stride.
She's not the fastest of sprinters, I have to say. And I thought this morning she was focusing on length, which was good, but not so much in terms of sprinting pace. It'll be interesting to see if she adopts any different tactics for the second time trial.
Definitely short at the catch here, I would say, from the drone shot. Probably could get much longer at the catch, but she's opting for those shorter, snappier strokes.
Yeah, I'd say she's going for slightly different tactics than she showed this morning. Little wobble there, yeah. So steering in around the left-hand side of that middle buoy, hard on that left arm. And now she's got to move with the right arm, push with the right leg, really. Go to the right-hand side of that turning buoy at the end, the 90-degree turning buoy.
Yeah, that was pretty good there. She wanted to opt to stay away from that second finger marker. She didn't want to hit it like she did with the first one. So stayed that a little bit wider. She's starting to make her approach to that first big turn now, as we saw Area Bazzano of Italy heading down. The Italians are so quick, getting into the boat and heading off, very quick off the blocks there.
And much higher rating than Van der Meulen from Ravazzano. The thing was, she's going to have to lengthen out as we see Van der Meulen come to that last 90-degree turn. She's heading back towards the beach. That's a brilliant turn.
Brilliant turn, yeah. Yeah, she pulled enough strokes there to get her bow right back straight, angle towards the beach. That was probably one of the better turns we've seen today.
She is heading on a beautiful course straight down those buoys, just to look over her right shoulder to check she's not going to hit them. That will take half a second off the time, could make all the difference. She's headed a little bit to her right, and I guess that might be the swell or something. She's not going completely straight, is she?
Yeah, you're a little blind out there if you're not looking over your shoulder enough times, and so some of them think they need to overcorrect a little bit, but she's after straightening up now again, and she's going to have a pretty perfect landing here. You can see her boat handlers, coaching team shouting at her. It's very straight line back all the way and off. We saw Tia Maria Ratola of Finland.
Martin Radoj is ready to go off, the Polish Olympian, 34 years of age, from Bydgoszcz. And she's not the greatest sprinter, is she, Van der Meulen, but she does her work on the water.
She keeps her knees down low. She doesn't get them up too high. And I'm wondering if she pumped them a little bit more, would she get a little bit quicker on that? But let's see if she's done enough. We'll get her time shortly.
Well, she is the fastest Dutch female beach sprint sculler.
And that was Poland making their way down, and again, nice and quick, nice big push there from her boat handlers. All that is going to help get you all those precious extra inches.
250 from Van der Meulen, so she was 3 seconds quicker than this morning. So that slightly different tactic she adopted seemed to do her a good service, and really that should be fast enough to get her into the last 16.
Yeah, I think the change with the wind has allowed conditions or the racing to get a little bit quicker this time around compared to, because everyone seems to be getting a little bit quicker. So conditions and the fact that they're kind of used to the course now as well. So this is Italy now. Bazzano of Italy.
Yeah, Bazzano crosses the line, and you've got to be focused because Christensen saw Bazzano finish, or she didn't see her, she was so focused. Just to her left.
So yeah, Italy finished. We have Tia Maria Ratola of Finland. Again, her navigation really good here now. She's staying well clear of those finger markers on the way home, but putting herself in a great position to land on a nice position on the beach for her run up towards the flag. Having said that, she's starting to angle in a little bit towards the right. She can hear the boat handler shouting at her.
Yeah, and Radosz there, a little bit of extra time around that top turn, the Polish sculler, as Ratola comes into the finish.
Yeah, lifting the knees high there now. She's trying to get the most out of those legs. And that is her absolutely spent after her second race of the day. This time, Marina Matvieva, individual neutral athlete 2. She's in the boat, getting her push off.
Nice exit from the beach, I thought.
Yeah. Pretty smooth. So we're getting some times here, 2:53.26 for Italy. So just about 3 seconds behind Van der Nullen, 2:57. They're kind of finishing in order as they did earlier.
Yeah. So Martina Radosz driving into the beach. Great exit from the boat there. Just swung her legs, both legs across to the left, and Radosz sprinting for all she's worth. Legs just sort of giving way towards the end there, I thought.
They looked like they were hurting a lot.
Yeah.
So next up, lining up, we have Hilal Torhan of Turkey.
There she goes.
Not as quick of a reaction time compared to other athletes. She was kind of hanging out there for that extra split second to make sure that that buzzer was for her.
Silly Eva Christiansen from the Norwegian team, playing away towards the beach with the famous Norwegian racing singlet. 2:53 for Radosz. That puts her into third place.
Yeah.
2:53.26 was the Italians' time.
Nice big jump there out of the boat from Siriva Christiansen, landing pretty perfectly again. They're having to work so hard on that sprint. Big jump over the line there to make sure she didn't get caught in the little kind of hole that's starting to form there on the starting line.
Flamikova, back from Shanghai in the World Championships. The athlete from Czechia, her hometown of Hodonin.
We have a 2:57.38 there from Norway. Slowest time there so far.
So out on the course, it is the neutral athlete. Matvieva, you can see her there coming in for the beach. I think brilliant position there in terms of where she's going to come for that run to the flag. She's not going to have to adjust herself. Taking a long time there, the Turkish athlete Turhan around the turn at the top. Going across, see how she does there. Much better turn. Matvieva falls on the buzzer. Got enough energy to get up straight away.
As the buzzer goes for Estonia, Lisa Marie Lan. She is off. It'd be very easy to get caught off guard as to the buzzer of the finisher and then the buzzer to start as well, because we've seen that a few times where an athlete will think that it's their starting buzzer, but it's actually the finishing one for the next athlete. Oh, very close here to missing that turn, getting very close here.
That is Flamikova, who's gone round the first turn, making her way to the second turn. She lost a second on that buoy, at least a second, maybe a second and a half. Much better around the second buoy now, but the turn is slow and Flamikova is struggling. She's way off the course, Flamikova. She just hasn't got that spatial awareness, and that really is what you need on the sea somehow. She's going miles off the course, Flamikova, and I can't see her making the last 16. At the moment, she's going to have to go so far round.
so far around. She's actually gone way over to the training course. She needs to look around a little bit more, take her time, get to know where she is. Oh, big fall here from Flamakova, from Turhan of Turkey. Nice recovery though.
So Flamakova, she's out of our sight. I don't know where she is. She has gone onto the training course. When will she realise? But this gives her no chance from where I'm sitting of making the last 16.
You'll see it every year. There's always a few that will end up going way, way off course because they just need to pull an extra few strokes around the turn and they're not taking the time to kind of even look around and look at the finger markers because that'll give them a good idea as to where they are, whereas they're opting to try and get the speed up as fast as they can again and concentrate on the stroke as opposed to the where they are in that positioning.
2:59 for Mativa, the neutral athletes, 3:13 for Turkey, for Turhan. Flamakova is nowhere near in sight yet. I think she's probably landing well off the beach in front of where the crews rest under the tent. Here she comes. It's been an arduous beach sprint, second time trial for Paulina Flamakova. And the 27-year-old will probably put that down to experience.
So it's meant to be a 50-meter sprint. I would say she probably had to do 150 meters there.
Yeah.
We're not entirely sure where she landed, but it was a big sprint. So we've seen Yana Kazak of individual neutral athlete 1. She's after heading off. She's down the course now. As Lisa Marie Lan of Estonia comes in, takes her last few strokes on the water.
Out of the boat very quickly, the Estonian. Waiting for the time of Flamakova of Czechia.
Oh, there we have a 3:26.
Slowest time of the day. Not a surprise given the course that she steered after that first turning, a second turning buoy at the top.
So Romania there, Andrea Bianca Marin of Romania. She's off. That was a nice push, nice entry.
Longer strokes from her, not so high on the rating. Perhaps slightly different tactics from Andrea Bianca, 20-year-old Romanian.
Saman Ovica of Latvia now. They're all taking a little bit of a tumble. I'm wondering, there's like a slight more breaking wave there. Tiny, it's tiny, but there is a little bit more.
Two Platts streaming behind the Latvian.
We have a 3:10.03 there for Estonia. So yeah, there's a big difference between these times here. The fastest still 2:50.39. That was Netherlands.
It'd be a real surprise if, you know, a competitor like Janke van der Meulen wasn't the quickest out of this second time trial. I mean, she's such a quality athlete.
Yeah, unlucky to miss out earlier.
She probably wonders what she's doing in the second time trial, but maybe because the athletes didn't have that much time to practice earlier in the week with the poor conditions we had here due to the storm. She might have relished, you know, the chance to go through. Often crews go through the repechage and they end up winning. New Zealand 8 in the Tokyo Olympics did just that, adjusted their tactics. Kazak, the neutral athlete, comes into the beach. The second neutral athlete, well actually she's neutral athlete number 1 on the timesheet, but she's the second one that we've seen.
Yeah, it was interesting to see the style because we saw the big lie forward and the big lie back there again from individual neutral athletes. So that's obviously a tactic they're using.
Yeah.
And then Malta, Leanne back out there again. I think this is her third time on the water because she's in the mixed doubles as well. But that's a lot of rowing, a lot of running for Malta. Just making sure that she's going the right side of those finger buoys. Oh,
she's gone the wrong side of the buoy. She's missed it. She will have to go back
She'll have to go back,
or she will be excluded. Yeah.
That wasn't a bad time there by individual neutral athletes. And Latvia, 3:45 for Latvia, 3:06 individual neutral athletes.
3 minutes might get you into the last 8. I have
think
a
so.
feeling. Let's
Yeah,
see what the
yeah.
Romanian sprint does. Andrea Bianca coming up. And the under-23 flat water athlete. Romania come here with a keen team, if not an experienced in coastal beach sprint team.
So one final sculler out there on the water to round out the coastal women's solo. We still have 2 more second time trials to go. We'll be back to the mixed doubles, the under-19s first and then the seniors.
3:14 for Marin, the Romanian, so she won't be going through to the last 16 knockout phases. And neither will this athlete from Malta, Liane Shireb.
I wonder, was the 3:06 enough to get in? Looks like it might be.
Ooh, that's a great shout, actually. 16 seconds slower than the fastest time, and it's still good enough, possibly for the last 16. We're going to have to wait for the official positions until Liane finishes the course.
And as you said, Martin, a while ago, that like the slowest time here, they're going to be up against the fastest from the original time trials.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's somewhere you want to be.
Yeah. So Liane there, the swimming and rowing coach from Malta. 31 years of age, and she's finding it challenging there. I think she's really just making sure of a balance. She's not using much of the slide, but she's kind of wants to stay in the boat, which is kind of fair enough, I guess. And, you know, I think with scullers that are just starting, you say just use half your slide, and the stability just gets much more challenging if you slide up a little bit more towards your feet. But the advantage is you're going to have longer strokes and go faster.
Yeah, she's, I think, even using the blades as stabilizers here and skimming the water on the way back. You can see the blades skimming it.
I love that, actually. I do that now, nowadays when I'm out in my single. Yeah, don't underestimate the effect of blades as stabilizers. Yeah, like the little wheels on the bike.
Yeah, but well done to Malta, because they've brought quite a few new athletes to this now. You know, they're new to beach sprints.
She had a smile on her face when she finished the last time.
I think she still has it. She is beaming.
But she doesn't know that she won't have a time, because I think she missed the second buoy. I'm not sure that Liane might be aware of that.
Yeah, she just got a DNF there next to her name.
Oh, did she?
She did. So here we got the rankings. 250.39, Yannick van der Meulen, Netherlands. Italy going through as well. Poland, Finland, Norway, individual neutral athletes 2. Latvia, an individual neutral athlete 1. So they're your top 8. Unfortunately, Estonia, Turkey, Romania, Czechia, and they're Malta. They miss out.
So 3:06 was quick enough to go through.
I wonder, are we going straight in now to our next category?
Well, we've got the mixed double sculls, which are happening. Time trial for them is off at 12:50, so that is 8 minutes.
So they're after catching up on time.
They are.
After a few delays this morning. So yeah, we're back to the double boat. So there's just a changeover of the boats. Back to the Kanguas now this time.
So I think we're going to take a little break, catch our breath, and we'll be back in 4 or 5 minutes for the start of the under-19 coastal mixed doubles.
bizimkileri söyleyin. Son bir kısmının atışlarına. Kaçıyoruz abi. Bölgesel yani.
So welcome back to the 2025 European Rowing Beach Sprint Championships. We're coming back to you now with the final two time trials. They're the second time trials, and up next is the Coastal Under-19 Mixed Double Sculls. So the fastest 8 from this morning going straight through to the last 16, which we'll have coming up. They'll actually be racing tomorrow morning in their last 16. But here we have the slower, so places 9 all the way down. So we have 13 entries. And first up, it is going to be Croatia. So the athletes were lining up, but they're actually just moving back into the shade a little bit while the European Rowing Board members start to straighten out the sand a little bit for them.
Yeah, and just to remind you, if you weren't watching this morning, this World Rowing production with myself, Martin Cross, and Neve Hayes that the Türkiye crew, Oz and Sezgin, posted a sensational time of 2 minutes and 30 seconds, which was almost 3 seconds quicker than the Austrian double in second place. And that compared with Croatia, who finished in 9th place. They posted a 2:42. And I think what we've seen, Neve, is that crews, if they're going to go through or make sure that they're going through, are going to have to do a little quicker time than they did this morning.
Absolutely. Now, they're going to be warmed up because they're after racing already, but they're also getting used to the course as well. So we are seeing that they are a little bit quicker this second time round. So Bipo Breit of Croatia there, he's the stroke man. He's after doing the sprint down into the boat. He is joining Franka Bach there and off to a lovely start here for Croatia.
That was perfect off the beach, wasn't it? Really like what they were doing. You can see these great shots from the drone, short strokes, just to get the rate up, get momentum for the boat. They will have to lengthen out as Franka looks around just to check her steering. They're past the first buoy and they've now got to move through to the left of that second finger buoy. You get a great view from our beach camera of the course and the swell that they're, it looks pretty flat, but you can see from that beach level camera the swell that they're rowing through.
Yeah, a little bit of a swell, so they're staying up tall, not leaning too far back. They're keeping the strokes nice and short and snappy, and that'll help them move through that little bit of a swell a bit more efficiently.
There's Anna Kuzmida, 16-year-old Polish athlete, sprinting off down to the beach, jumping into the boat, taking a little bit of time to get off the beach. Not the cleanest beach exit, but it's such a real difficult skill. Just tell us about that skill to get in the boat at speed there, Neve.
Yeah, because you're having to accelerate as fast as you can from the start line, but then you also have to, you know, sprint as fast as you can down the beach and then de-accelerate just enough to get yourself into the boat, but you don't want to slow down too soon because you want to get down the beach as quick as you can. And then a quick maneuver. It's so important to get all those basic details right and be as efficient and quick as you can in the little details.
I'd say the Croatians are nailing it, basically.
Yeah.
Great turns around the top of the course. And there they are, passing the poles. You see the camera shot there, the poles going up to the start and the Croatians coming back.
Yeah, pretty perfect. They're opting for those really short, snappy strokes. They are just sprinting around this full course here now. They're already nearly back at the final finger marker as we see Ukraine heading down the beach now.
All action here, as I'm sure you know if you've been watching this World Rowing production of the 2025 European Beach Sprint Finals. We had the Coastal Finals on Thursday and Friday. And Croatia jumping out, that's Franka Bach. Beautiful sprint from the 17-year-old athlete, and she reaches out, she timed that to perfection for the buzzer.
Yeah, she did. I remember her sprint from this morning as well. It was very good, very quick, and even after a second race now, her legs were still fresh enough to get her up that little bit of a hill nice and quick.
2:36, they've massacred their time from the first round, haven't they?
They have indeed, yeah. So Poland coming in on that straight to the beach, Ukraine out there as well, and now it is the time of Cyprus. Evgenia Maria Polikarpou.
They led off our time trial this morning. Poland, I don't think they will be as quick as Croatia. Just an impression from seeing what they're doing. You never know till you get the time. But looks round there from Antoni Broskevich in the bows. Just doesn't quite seem to be grabbing the water at the front end of the stroke. Blades a little smacky.
Yeah.
Maybe missing a bit of the connection.
Slightly, and he's out the right side and having to go around now again. If he had opted for the left side of the boat, it would have been a much straighter line to the flag.
Dives on the buzzer, a great dive. A great dive from Antoni for the buzzer. Let's see exactly what his time was as the French crew get the start.
Yeah, Liza Guillotin there, strokes woman for France. Her partner, Archibald Culpin, we saw him with a big sprint as well. They're off really, really quick. Oh, just sideways slightly off the start. But they're up everyone is keeping the rate up way higher, I think, than earlier.
2:48 for Poland. Indeed, they weren't quite as quick as the Croatians.
Ukraine overcorrecting a little bit here now as they come towards the beach. Going to be the bowman.
I think the Ukrainians are going to be in the 2:40s, I am guessing. Oh, both athletes fell out the boat there. But it was a great dive for the line in the end. Oh, he's absolutely furious with himself. Svetozar Burian, the 16-year-old, kicking the sand.
Not happy with that race.
I think that might have been the turns. He's just walked off.
Katerina Novota of Czechia now. She's down to the beach, meeting Adam Perut. First few strokes, they're flying it as well. Yeah, like all the rowers now are opting for those really fast, short strokes.
Yeah.
Those first 10 to get the speed up as quick as they can.
And the Cypriot double just going a little bit off to the right. I'm not sure how they can see the boat handlers that are directing them, because they can see them fair enough when they're moving away on the slalom course, but as they're coming towards them, it's a little more challenging. And Cyprus coming to the right of the beach, they are going to have a massive sprint round to the flag.
I'm not sure if the viewers can pick it up, but there's a lot of whistling going on, and that's what the boat handlers are doing as well. So they're whistling to try and, you know, if the rowers can't see them, at least they might be able to hear them.
Georgios Antonio hits the sand in frustration. Oh my goodness, there's been so much frustration for the youngsters on this start line here.
Yeah.
You can see what it means to them. 2:52 for Ukraine, and I think Burian knew that wasn't going to be enough maybe to get them into...
Oh, lovely exit from France there, Archibald.
What a sprint as well.
Yeah.
That is one of the best sprints I've seen today from any athlete.
Yeah, he was great this morning as well. That was a good. I'd be sure that they'll probably be in
So
the top
high
8 times.
2:30s maybe, low 2:40s for the French. 3:04 for Cyprus. That's not going to be enough to get them through to the last 16. The knockout phases, you've got to be in the top 8 of this time trial here. France 2:36, absolutely. 2:36, that's the same time practically as the Croatians, 2:36.3. In fact, France are quicker than the Croatians. So they move into first place in this second time trial, 9th place overall. And I guess they will be racing the 8th place athlete if they go through in first place from this time trial in the knockout phase.
Absolutely, and coming off the beach now, Czechia, Adam Perut of Czechia is another athlete who seems pretty fresh on the legs on the sprint. They've clearly done a lot of sprinting work and worked on being able to sprint over and over again, even under fatigue. That's going to be key to this competition. We have Romania lining up and Portugal already on the water as well. We saw Rita Araju heading out. They're already down towards that first turning marker.
Yeah, we have the crew from Monaco, Cicero and Perry. There, we are flying with them. Our drone just giving you a sense of the speed through the water, the efforts that the bowman is making to look around. Luca Perry actually is down a stroke, but he's actually in the bows of this boat. They've changed their position from Luca Perry looking round. Great position on the beach for him to do the sprint. Boat handler takes the run off the boat and Luca runs out. Spits the sand out of his mouth.
We have a 2:39.43 there from Czechia. Decent enough time so far as Lithuania head off now down to the water. So we have Portugal out there, Romania out there, and now Lithuania making their way down. Their first few strokes. So this is Portugal now making their way past that last marker. Good position again.
What I sense is from the boat handler that none of the athletes are really looking right round to see the boat handlers that are gesturing where to come in at the finish. But this is a perfect landing from the Portuguese crew.
Gritted teeth again.
Oliveira, we saw that this morning. Little bit of a shrug from the 18-year-old athlete.
We have a time there, Monaco 2:54.52. So that's one of the maybe slower times here in this second time trial as individual neutral athletes. Victoria fixed her hat as she took off on the sprint down to the beach.
Well, there's only 5 of these boats that aren't going to make it through, so 8 go through. So the majority of this second time trial will make it through.
We have a 2:41 there from Portugal, putting themselves into, looks like, 4th position at this point. So they're in a good shout to qualify. Romania just coming in a little bit sideways. If he's going to opt to run out at the right-hand side, he'll have a little bit of an extra run to do. He's looking over his right shoulder, so it certainly looks like he's going to go right, yeah.
He is, and round he goes on the S-bends, 1S to the flag. And if you'd have just landed a little bit to the left, you'd probably been a couple of seconds quicker.
Casper lining up again, 4th time.
Oh, that's crazy. Well spotted, Neve.
Casper Salmi of Finland, 4th time, 4th race today. His legs are doing a lot of work. I'm sure he has a lot of good advice from Joel, though.
Yeah, completely. So we are now looking, I think, at Ukraine, I am guessing. Romania 2:54. Ukraine coming in, or sorry, Lithuania coming in. Made that mistake once already today. Klanisauskas and Supianskaite.
Little dive into the water, but it didn't seem to slow him down too much. Probably helped and cooled him down a little bit. Good running there from Lithuania.
Yeah, that's Klanisauskas, the bowman in the Lithuanian crew, finishing off with a good sprint as our last crew goes off. That's Taya Karuna. Out on the course, we have the neutral athletes.
Quite a steady stroke rate here compared to the rest.
Yeah,
opting for maybe a little bit longer stroke.
Yeah, that's Vicky Halaskuk in the stroke seat. They always go for long strokes, the neutral athletes, you know, whatever they're doing, never high rating. Unless you see someone like, you know, Yehuni Zalati, who can mix it with the rate, but mostly they go for long strokes. Is that an early exit?
Early exit, that's what happened there. That means he met the resistance of the water and just did a little tumble. So if he had stayed in that extra split second, he might have got out of that a little bit quicker.
2:52 for Lithuania. Again, that's looking potential that they could qualify. 1, 2 times slower, 3 times slower.
2:49, 3:6 for individual neutral athletes there.
Looks like they're going to be through. I think Lithuania will be left with a little bit of nail biting. I don't think Finland and Malta will get close to that 2:40 mark. They'll probably be likely to be in the 2:50s. Certainly with the fatigue of racing 4 events in a sprint category, I mean, it just massively takes it out of you.
Absolutely, but that's what we're going to see tomorrow now when we get to the later stages, is back-to-back racing, and they really have to have practice at that endurance of the sprinting. This time it's going to be the time of turn of Annie Rohala, doing her best to try and get a best time here.
So determined, decent sprint from the Finn there.
Casper's looking pretty fresh down there after all his racing today.
Yeah, he was straight out the boat, didn't he? So the Maltese crew making their way out to the first turning marker at the top of the course. 90-degree turn that will be. 2:58 for Finland. So they will probably be one of the crews to exit the competition.
Yeah, it's quite close there for the 7th and 8th qualifying spots, I would say.
Yeah, my maths is certainly not good enough to work that out, but Croatia definitely through. Czechia
France, the
definitely
fastest.
through. France, the fastest.
We have a 41, 241 Portugal. And some 49s and 52s there as well.
Yeah, I'm sure that your 49s are going to get through.
Yeah.
And it's just a question whether the 52s of Lithuania are good enough. Getting them a place. We will know in probably about 2 or 3 minutes when the Maltese crew make their way back. Kind of that drone shot shortens the distance. It looks longer, and they're going off course. I think you see their bows are headed for the kind of part of the beach where the coaches and athletes sit under the sunshades. Not all of them sit in the grandstands, which aren't covered. They've corrected their course.
I think earlier I may have been blaming a fin problem, but I think maybe it's just a lack of navigation.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah, you were being very charitable, I thought. But essentially, it is challenging if you're out for the sea. You know, you don't know where you are, and there aren't any land markers. You are quite far from the shore, and so unless you've got that sixth navigational sense from practice, you know, how do you navigate?
Yeah, when you look over your shoulder, all you're seeing is a lot of people, a lot of boats.
And the Maltese crew coming right towards our left, and they will have a pretty big sprint to get through to the line.
The drone has a great shot. So they're landing where there's a lot of athletes hiding out in the shade. So now they're going to have to come over the other side of the grandstand and now up.
He's got a great sprint on him, hasn't he? That's Joe Muscat. But he's had to run an extra 25 metres, I would say. Which obviously takes its time.
We'll wait for the official time from them, and then we'll get official rankings of the 8 that will be going through. There we have it, 4:30.
So France first, Croatia second, Czechia, Portugal. In the Poland, individual neutral athletes, 1 will go through. Ukraine made it through, and Lithuania did just make it through. Well, a couple of seconds from Romania. So it's Romania, Monaco, Finland, Cyprus, and Malta that are the final 5 crews in this second time trial, and they will be eliminated from the competition. And the rest of the crews, France, Croatia, Czechia, Portugal, Poland, the individual neutral athletes, Ukraine and Lithuania will go through to the knockout round of 16. One more time trial to go in, I was going to say this morning's session, but it's actually kind of the middle of the afternoon now, 1 o'clock local time.
I feel like they need to think of the commentators when they're setting out the schedule.
Yeah, there's not much. Well, actually, to be fair, we did get a nice coffee. I can't remember how long ago was that, but it seems a long time. And yeah, we're very grateful for that, myself and Niamh Hayes here.
So 13 entries in the coastal mixed double sculls. Top 8 earlier went through into the last 16, which will be happening tomorrow for the mixed doubles. And here we have the slower of the crews. Just a reminder, so after this, there'll be a little break, and then we're into the last 16. So, Martin, things will be changing because we go to head-to-head knockout racing.
Yeah, I know, and another different experience for me.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel I'm just getting used to the time trial format. And then it's going to change to head-to-head. But this is what we've come to see, and this is why it's in the Olympic Games, the excitement of head-to-head. Marika Kaiser, weight on the start, the Olympic bronze medalists from the 2021 Games. They were in the lead until Ilse Paulus just caught a little crab. Very rough conditions, and 4 crews finished within, I don't know, half a boat length of each other. And Kaiser and Paulus just got ahead of the British to grab that bronze medal. Then Marika took some time out, but she's back now in coastal rowing and thinking that she's going to be heading for Los Angeles. Flat water after 3 years has been a bit of a challenge for the Dutch sculler. Now reached the venerable age of 28. Mike Mantle waiting by the boats. Great rowing pedigree, Mike Mantle. I'm not sure of his sculling pedigree, although all the Dutch have to scull. He was in the quadruple sculls in Poznan back in 2024. Kind of the Dutch, I was going to say the under-23 team, development team. I think before that he was in the Dutch 8, took a silver medal back in Rachice in, what was it, 2022. It was the race after the Olympics.
Some great stats there, Martin.
Well, yeah, Mike Mantle, I mean, I've seen his competition. He's yet to make the Olympic team, and, you know, the Netherlands flying high at the moment. Both eights won the gold medal in men's and women's crews at this year's World Championships, so tough to get into. Dutchmen had no quad at this World Championships, but they did have a 4 which got a bronze medal. So there might be space in the Netherlands team, you never know. But there's Marika, focused. We haven't got the red lights yet, so the start is not immediately imminent.
Yeah, so just a reminder, this is the last of the time trials. After this, there'll be a short break, and then we'll be into the last 16. We have 4 categories in the last 16. We have the coastal under-19 men's single, the under-19 women's single, and then the men's solo and the women's solo. So 4 last 16s. But here they go, getting ready to go.
2:38, Kaiser and Mantel posted in the first round. They'll have to go quicker than that to make sure of a qualification place. Still no red light. Marika Kaiser remains crouched. There it is.
Quick reaction time there. Down the beach, let's have a look at the entry.
Splashes through the surf, and yeah, that's a fairly decent entry.
Fairly decent push as well from the boat handler.
And Marika Kaiser set off at the pace there, and hello to her grandfather. I know he's back in a care home in the Netherlands, Janus Bolen. If you're watching this, we hope you're enjoying this World Rowing presentation as Kaiser and Mantel head out to the left-hand side of that finger buoy. Mantel looks round just to check where they are. Nice course, I think.
Yeah, really nice course. So they're opting to stay just outside the markers. They're not opting to go that direct line. Not very many crews are opting for that approach. They're aiming to go around it as the Turkish crew head off.
Yeah.
Elise Osbey.
The cheers ring round, the crowds. Mantel and Kaiser coming out to that first buoy there. What's the turn like? Dig in the blades, short strokes on that left-hand side for them. Quickly across.
Yeah, timing just fell out of place a little bit as they started to pull. It's really important that you kind of stay in that time on that pull.
Look at the effort. Mantel is digging in. Kaiser didn't quite get the purchase on a blade. But we're looking for a time around about 2:35. 2:34 maybe if they're sculling very well. Here we see Mike Mantel just checking his course. It's pretty straight into the beach there, isn't it, for them?
Yeah, they went a little wide, but he's looking over the shoulder, and they'll just start to angle in the bow a little bit now in towards the course, because you don't want to go too wide. So yeah, you can see him turning around in there now. That's the correction.
He's looking around more than I've seen other athletes look around, or maybe that's just because we got the drone flying with them for the whole course.
I think he's probably been watching the other racing and seeing that the athletes are being shunted down the course a little bit, so you're better off looking around.
Elis Osbey and her partner Fatih Unsal at the top of the course, just going across. There you can see them as the Netherlands come into the beach. Gilm van den Ende, their coach. Ronnie Florin with the team as well, the double Olympic champion. And there's Mike Mansell.
We saw Natasha Searshan of Great Britain as well. She went down and she's after joining Cam Buchan. They're on their way out past that middle marker as they head down that first leg.
Yeah, I think the British won't have been happy with that first leg. If I seem to recall, they didn't finish in a great position on the beach and had to run a little extra. 2:36, so they are quicker than the first round, the Netherlands. So that will please them, that they have done that second leg in a quicker time. 0.84.
So coming into the beach here now, we have Türkiye, lots of support here. Great position for him to jump out on the right-hand side, up the little bit of a hill that they have to come up. Fatih Unsal there. Oh, he is hurting and doing the best he can to stay upright.
Collapses onto the buzzer, shakes himself off. The 30-year-old man from Fenerbahce.
2:41.
2:41, so the Netherlands at the moment with the quickest time. Ulrike Kaiser and Mike Mansell catching their breath in front of us.
Hungary already on the course, and Austria there now just off the blocks, making their way down the course. But coming in Great Britain, I feel like this is going to be a much quicker time than what they did last time, and much straighter now. So Cam is already standing up pretty much. Oh, got out slightly early again.
He did get out slightly early.
Yeah.
I feel this is going to challenge the Netherlands for the quickest time of the day. Cam fighting with every inch. And well, let's wait and see. 2:36 was the Netherlands time. We both reckon that Britain had a better scull this time. So they will be at least around that time.
Where Hungary are now.
2:31 for the British. Wow, what a time.
And if we look at the course, Hungary now, they are heading way off course, over towards that training course that was put out yesterday for the beach sprints.
And the boat holders are just waving their hands, but the bowman of the Hungarian crew, Ferenc Szigeti, looking around, he can't see them. Well, they're coming into the beach now. I think he's worked out that if they go much more towards their left, they're going to be where the athletes and coaches are watching. Pulling on that left scull.
You don't want to overcorrect either at this point either, because you don't want to end up sideways.
Jumps out, so this is going to be a slow time, I think, for Hungary. Give a chance maybe to the other nations, Austria, neutral athletes, and Romania.
Romania, they're just thinking that it was their start. This is where confusion lies here.
Yeah, this is the beautiful partnership, Daria Ilona Dinălescu from Romania. She is the partner, or Mikhail Chiruta is her partner, let's put it that way. Red light, green light, and the Romanian combination is off. Chiruta waits.
Austria way off course now as well as they make their approach to the beach. There must be a big push there after that second turn on the outside, and rowers are just not doing enough strokes to correct themselves, and they're all being shunted down the beach.
Romania not getting the biggest push off from their boat handler, and this is going to be a long sprint in, isn't it, for the Austrian crew. 2:38 from Hungary. So Austria, Tabea Minchmeyer, after that fairly dramatic course correction, which at least took some of the time off the run, but it's going to have cost them valuable seconds.
Much better line here from individual neutral athletes. We're following them with the drone here. They're staying so close to those finger markers here. This is one of the better lines that we're seeing in this category for sure. The last few boats are being
2:36 from Austria, 0.1. They go quicker than the Netherlands, who move down into third place. I figure 2:31 is going to be quicker, but these boats are outperforming what they did in the first one. Look at those long strokes. They are so impressive. Ivan Brisner in the stroke seat, just setting things up. Boat drifting into the bank.
Slightly early on the exit there.
Christina Motters coming up to the buzzer. Nice dive onto the buzzer. We love to see that. The reason we do is because it's essentially about 3 meters to, well, maybe a bit more, 4 meters to our right. So we get a great view of the dive. 2:41 for the neutral athletes. Those long strokes perhaps not doing the job that they thought they might. And 2:41.37. That is not quite as quick as Turkey, that were 2:41.29. And these margins could count.
Beautiful course here from Romania now as they take their final probably 10 strokes in to the beach. Definitely more movement on the water again. They're starting to overcorrect slightly and starting to angle in.
Chiruta looking round.
He's going to go, he's trying to decide which side to go, out the right.
Yeah, come on, Mihai. Love to see. He says he doesn't compete for medals, but for ideas and inspiration, and he loves to inspire young Romanians. So, will they make it through? They need to be sub 2:40, I think, and that's not a given. But the partnerships are putting out better times this afternoon than they were this morning. 2:42. I'm not sure that's going to be quick enough for the Romanian combination of Chiruta and Dinilescu.
We have Belgium out on the course now, and they're overcorrecting and they're starting to move into the center. I think they had a quick look around now and trying to straighten up again. They're going to hit off that finger marker. If they, oh, the blade's getting caught up. That's not where you want to hit. If you're going to hit anywhere, do it on the shaft. But here they come. They're after correcting, and they actually have a lovely line now as they come in towards the beach.
Naomi Mestasarova from Slovakia. You can see her back there, just waiting to begin the sprint down to her partner, Oli Simek.
So here come Belgium. Lovely sprint here.
He's a great sprinter, isn't he?
Yeah. Savin Rodenberg there in the bow for Belgium. So Latvia as well. They're out on the course now as well. Off go Slovakia. 2 more to go after this.
Big name coming up next, Eva Karpinen. After that disastrous steering in their first round, I think they clocked a time of 4 minutes. It's about 2 minutes slower than the other athletes. Riding the swell there, the the Slovakian crew.
2:48.52 there for Belgium, so again, not a great time. Ukraine now coming into the beach, pretty perfect location here to land for that little uphill. Again, they're choosing to jump out of the boat a little soon, I would say, and they're getting caught up in the water. They're not allowing that boat to drive up onto the sand.
Andrei Kashalnov makes his sprint for the beach, gets up straight away. And I'm not sure he's totally happy with their performance. Eva Karpinen sprints down to the beach. Joel Nakarainen waiting in the boat. What will their steering be like in this round? Will one of the pre-race favourites in the mixed double sculls go out at this time trial stage? What does Nakarainen have left? He's already raced twice this morning in the time trials for the men's solo, and of course he's raced in the time trial for the mixed double sculls, where he and Ava just missed buoys. Good course so far. We'll keep an eye on them.
Latvia on their approach up the beach here as well. Good sprint. They were one of the slower boats out of these 13 crews.
2:47 for the Ukraine. Well, it's looking possible that the Romanians might squeak through, but I think the time of Nakarainen and Karpinen, to the right side of the correct side, the left side of that middle buoy, steering looks good for the moment. If they definitely kind of overcorrected for that left-hand mid buoy, and maybe that was the trouble this morning. They could have taken a tighter line, but there they go, round.
Yeah, much better course this time around.
Did they go round the right side of that buoy? I don't think they did.
I think they did. I think they did.
You think they did? I thought their bows went the wrong side of it, actually, their boat, and I would say potentially that's an elimination. I'm only just saying, and I don't really know the rules, this is my first time, but if I was looking at that as a judge, I would say that's very close to missing that first turning buoy.
Here comes Slovakia again. They're down towards the shaded area where the athletes are, so a bit of an extra run here. But to my eye, I don't know, it looked like, I know the sun is shining on the water out there, so it's hard to see, but if Finland missed that buoy, I feel like they would have gone back around it because they're going to get a DNF if they didn't go the right side of it.
Well, they're blasting down towards the finish. I mean, my eyes aren't the best, and I didn't have binoculars on it. I just thought I saw the boat this side of that turning buoy.
You may have navigation not great here either. Joel was looking over his left shoulder. If he'd looked over his right, he might have seen the finish line a little bit better.
2:52 for Slovakia. Good for the Romanians with that marked a couple of 2:42. Nakarainen goes on the finish line, and let's see if he gets the time. In which case I was wrong, and I do apologise.
Malta out there, they're the last of the crews in the coastal mixed doubles.
2:38, he did get a time. So
that was quite quick, one of the faster ones.
One of the faster ones. So my apologies to those of you watching and listening. So I thought Finland did miss that first turning buoy, 90-degree turning buoy. The Maltese crew wending their way.
So it's the last crew, so we'll wait for their time, Malta's time to come in, and then we'll confirm who's going through to the last 16. But right now it is looking great for Great Britain. They were the fastest out there, 2:31.87. Next fastest looking like it was Austria, 2:36.10. Netherlands were close, 2:36.84. And I would say Finland perhaps are next, 2:38.49. But Hungary very close to them as well.
So there we go. Two athletes from Malta, Mark Schembri and Liane Zureb Ungaro. Bill feels that she's learning how to row on water, so pretty much she says everything is a challenge, but she's here to learn from the experience, which we all are, Liane. And you're doing so well.
It is her fourth race of the day. She was in the women's solo. She had 2 time trials there. She already had the first time trial of the coastal mixed double sculls. So this is her second time trial in this boat. So her 4th time out there, only being matched by Joel of Finland.
Yeah, and the young lad in the under-19s as well for Finland.
Kasper Salmi.
Yeah, well remembered. Yeah, there have been a few quadruple athletes there, little timing issues there.
And there could be a record here because Joel is going to have to go again this afternoon in the last 16. So I'd say he's probably one of the few who's going to have to do 5 races today. So yeah, Malta just taking their last few strokes now as they come into the beach. Pretty good landing.
Yeah, crew cohesion not the best, and that's obviously something to work on. As we see Kurt Kassar move up to the finish and the buzzer.
We'll get our official times and official top 8 that will be going into last 16. They'll be racing, it'll be tomorrow morning, they'll be into their last 16.
Tomorrow morning for the mixed doubles?
For the mixed and the under-19 mixed doubles, yeah. Yeah, so we have just 4 last 16s this afternoon, and here we have it. Great Britain, 2:31.87. They're going through, as are Austria, Netherlands, Finland, Hungary, Turkey, individual neutral athlete 1, Romania. They're your top 8.
Oh, Romania just made it through.
Latvia, Ukraine, Belgium, Slovakia, Malta missing out, and they're eliminated from the championships.
That was a sensational first part of the day, but we're 1:30 anyway, so we started at 8 o'clock this morning. Have we been in commentary for 5.5 hours?
For like Couple of minutes here and there.
Okay, couple of minutes here and there. So it's been a marathon, not a beach sprint for us in the commentary box, but I'm sure you've been enjoying it at home. The time trials, the format changes this afternoon to the traditional knockout. Can't wait to see that. And we will be back, and Neve will tell you exactly when we will be back.
45 minutes, 2:15 local time here in Turkey. That will be 1:15 p.m. Central European time. So we'll have 8 knockouts in 4 categories. So lots of racing to go, but it will be exciting. And this is exactly the format that we're going to see in LA 2028. So from me, Niamh Hayes and Martin.
Yeah, see you later.
See you later. See you in 40 minutes.
Efendim? Solda. Hasan abi. Gençler hadi.
shore.
Diğer tarafa. Diğer üstüne al. Evet baba. Adamın elinde o var çünkü. Yoksa daha çok bekliyor. Hocam, peki. Yeriz birazdan hep beraber. İyi ya. Gel. İki tekne daha var. İşte onlar halledeceğiz hatta. Döneceğiz. Bırakma kanka. Sen şurada bir şey yapacak. Ama orada ineceğiz zaten. Başlayacak kanka şimdi. Kanka döndürerek halledeceğiz. 5 dakikaya başlıyor. Tamam. Yes. Ready to go.
No, I don't think so. Some of the finish. You're finished. Okay.
Ya can kurtaranları gördün mü nerede?
Our line. Correct when someone takes the goal. The next one can take the goal after someone is going.
Ayak yiyor işte. Kanka, sürüyor oğlum.
So when the first one was time left, there is two people. So the first 5 minutes before. We don't know yet. We don't know if they won their competition, they can choose it. So we don't know yet. I just have a list, but I don't know which line they choose.
Oğlum ayıp değil mi lan kardeşim?
Yeah, that's line number 2.
How much time I take to prepare
Communicate with you.
Okay. Someone should
People
find
call them.
line.
Yes, let it see. What you can do, you can then you can Yeşil kırmızı demeyin abi.
Buradaki olay çok basit. Sadece buradaki öğrenci bir olmayacak. Yani
How many minutes before they can prepare the boat? At 4:30. Right, so they can already prepare the boat.
Tamam. Bana en az 4 gün lazım.
Güvenlik
Hey, Tom.
sorun
Karşıya.
Yeah, yeah.
Süleyman. 4 kişi alıp gelsene, botu atacağız hakemler için. 4 kişi.
Vuoi cercare a fare?
So welcome back to the 2025 European Rowing Beach Sprint Champions. I'm Niamh Hayes and I'm joined here with Martin Cross. We've had a super morning of racing. All the time trials are done and dusted, and now we're into the exciting knockout rounds. We're into the last 16 of the Coastal Under-19 men's solo. Who's first up, Martin?
Well, we have Felix Krones, 2 junior medals. Gold when he was 16 in St Catherine's in the quad, and bronze in the double in track-eye. And he's up against another track-eye athlete from Estonia, Markus Vix. Now, the way this works is that Krones was the fastest in the time trial. The first time trial, he did 2:37. I think in the second time trial, Markus Vix posted 2:46. So it was a little quicker than he went down in the first time trial, but essentially, there are 9 seconds between these athletes, which is the idea that Krones is very much favourite to go through. Let's see how that plays out.
Yeah, it doesn't always play out that way, though, in this sport. You never know what's going to happen. But we have 2 lanes here. So if you're looking on your screen right now, Krones of Germany, he's in lane number 1 on the right-hand side. As we look at him, and Vix of Estonia is in lane 2. So the fastest sculler always gets to choose which lane they go in. So Germany has chosen lane 1. So when the camera swings around and we look down the beach, it's on the left-hand side for anyone that's on the grandstand watching.
I'm still looking and I can't see any boats in the water, which there need to be boats in the water. As a beach sprint virgin, I'm sure I've got that vaguely right.
Yeah. There's been a slight delay. This was meant to go off at 2:15, but they'll get the call very soon to put the boats in the water. And at that point, then Estonia and Germany will gear up and ready to go for the start of this race.
I tell you what was nice, and that was that both Krones and Vix gave each other a little fist pump. Obviously, the tension between the 2 athletes palpable, but they have recognised that this is cutthroat but friendly competition.
Absolutely, yes. It is one of the biggest parts of the sport is the camaraderie between the rowers. So yes, we're using different boat manufacturers. This time it is the Swifts for all the solo boats, and they got the command to put the boats in the water. So you can see there's 2 boat handlers per solo boat, 1 man, 1 woman.
And I kind of want to say, if they're running straight down, they're not going around flags, are they, on this run down the course, Niamh?
Exactly. So the run around the flag was just for the time trials. It was more of a traffic management thing, whereas this time now they're going to be straight down the beach into their boat once they get that buzzer.
So Krones on the right of your picture from Germany, Vix from Estonia on the left of your picture. Red light, green light, and that's the fast sprint from Markus Vix, the Estonian. He's definitely going to be first into his boat. Krones, of course, the fastest sculler with those 2 junior gold medals. And it's Vix that is off the beach first.
Yeah, he definitely pulled the first stroke here. And we can see, even since this morning, in the last couple of hours, conditions have changed and there's a few more breakers there out. Krones just catching a crab there on his right, or slowed him down slightly, but he is much taller. And I'm sure that longer stroke now is going to serve him into the wind as it's coming off the south.
Yeah, so Vix going to the right of that boy. I think Krones has already slightly overtaken Vix with those long strokes, but it is more difficult conditions, which makes it more exciting. I think the Estonian is doing a fantastic job there, as he's really almost level with his German competitor. You can see there, probably still within a boat length. Our pictures on the screen. Vix looks across at Krones.
Yeah, very even now as they both angle down towards that first turning marker. Vix doing so well. He's getting a bit of a lean back here into that wind. He is smaller in height and looking like he has a little bit of a better course coming into that turning marker. Krones of Germany now having to go narrow here. Krones, he is around. Vix is around. This is so tight.
Vix is around. It's very tight, isn't it? Great turn by Vix. Krones has started off. Vix has got the quicker run out. And it's the Estonian, the slower man in the time trials, who is leading the favourite, who is going off on a sea bend. Krones, the German, is going off the course. And the Estonian right down the centre. This is nip and tuck.
Yes, Vix is going right off centre now as well, but it looks like he's starting to correct himself, as is Crones now. They're both angling back towards the beach. Oh, this is so close. Advantage to Crones, actually, by the looks of it. He did have a longer stride on the beach, but Vix is so fast on the sand.
Yeah, Vix has got a faster sprint. You're absolutely right, but he's pulling over to the right-hand side of the beach, so to limit the amount of sprinting he has to do, Crones is leading coming in, but you'd expect the German to be leading by more. Long strokes coming into the beach from Crones.
Vix is coming. Vix is trying as hard as he can. Who is going to get out of this boat faster? Crones hits the sand as the Vix takes it.
Vix is out. Vix is going to win. This is going to be a sensational upset. Will Crones do it? On the left, it is Vix. A famous victory for the Estonian. Crones, the favourite, the fastest in the time trial, goes out in this round of 16. Vix goes through to the last 8. I did not see that coming. Fastest against slowest.
Fastest against slowest one. What a victory for Marcus Vix. That was incredible. It was his navigation there that got him that win. Crones just taking off after that marker buoy down the course, adding so many metres to himself. And it just goes to show, you called it that it was going to be Germany. I said you cannot call it that early.
No, Estonia, yeah, I thought... Top stuff.
Top stuff.
You've got no idea what's going to happen here. I mean, the Estonian, that sprint was just fantastic off the beach and then back on the beach. And I thought he went not so far over to the right, the Estonian Vix. But he was quick in the boat, and as you said, he got the first stroke in.
He did, and it's all those tiny little margins. If you're faster on the beach, if you're faster entering, get the first stroke pulled. He knew he was going to have to give the race of his life, and he certainly did that. And he is safe and in to the next round, which will be tomorrow.
Well, who'd have thought that the fastest in the time trial would not get through the first knockout round of 16? Excitement everywhere. And it is now Hungary against Great Britain. The second quickest in this morning's round of races from Great Britain. The 18-year-old from Milford, represents Lymington Rowing Club. Sol Chamberlain Hyde, and he is going toe-to-toe with Adam Moore, the 16-year-old Hungarian. So in reality, again, there's about 10 seconds or so between these guys' times.
Sol also has the added advantage of racing last year. He won a gold medal in the under-19 mixed double sculls. This year he's in the solo, so it's a different race, different beast when you're on your own out there.
So it's 2:38 to 2:50. So in the morning's heats, there was 12 seconds difference. But the Hungarian has raced twice and maybe has got a good feel, as we've been saying, for the water.
Yeah, and they'll have been looking at that first knockout, and they will have seen that they have to just take that extra second and pull that extra stroke around that outside marker buoy to make sure that they are lined up with the beach, because you do not want to get pushed off course and end up there like Germany. So we'll be getting going now shortly. It's 5-minute intervals here between each knockout round. Hungary there just fixing his hair.
Yeah, I'd say the two athletes, as they watch their boats go in the water, a little bit further apart than Vic and Crones were in the first race. I just get a sense that the German and Estonian were closer together. But the boat's going in the water, and we will soon get a red light, which will indicate the start is imminent.
So this is really good from the athletes, because if you look at the boat handlers, they've chosen to take the most direct route, entry route into the boat. That means they're adaptable and working with whatever lane they are in. So you can see the boat handler closest to them is holding their handle of the oar away from the boat to create this little gap for the athlete to run in and jump into the boat.
Chamberlain Hyde looking for the green light. That's the fastest signal. The starter gives a white flag, and it's going to be Chamberlain Hyde into the boat first. The shorter man, and he gets the first stroke, and that's advantage to the British sculler already. The Hungarian got a push from his handler, who was submerged in the water, but he is behind the Brit at this early stage of the race.
Yes, Sol is absolutely trusting his boat handlers here. He hasn't looked around once as he heads around that first marker post. The boat handlers doing such a great job navigating them here on the course. So advantage absolutely to Sol at the moment as they head down the course. So as you're looking on your screen, Sol is the furthest sculler away. Hungary here closest to us, Adam Moore of Hungary.
Yeah, and that powerful stroke that saw the British sculler through to the second quickest time in this morning's time trial. Absolutely doing the job for him today. He's coming up to the turning buoy. He's got a significant advantage over his Hungarian rival. And it's going to be very difficult to see any other result, barring accidents, than Chamberlain Hyde winning this race. Oh, a little slow on the turn from Chamberlain. He dug his blade in there.
But it flew out of the water.
It flew out, and that is a little mistake there from the Brit. And the Hungarian has put himself back in the race.
Yes.
Game on, Moore.
Great Britain now going a little wide at the start, but looking to correct himself, not as wide as Krones there. They're actually both going wide. There is that little bit of a push from the wind out there as they go around. Sol needs to start straightening up here now if he wants to get a direct route into the beach, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's pulling harder on that left-hand side, give you a little bit kick with that left foot. Hungary, though, working hard here, Martin.
Yeah. The British sculler has got the best sprint, but I think Hungary have gone in front at the moment. Adam Moore, could this be another upset from the 16-year-old Hungarian? All to play for as they come into the beach. It is the British sculler with the advantage. He's just got through the Hungarian.
Adam Moore now overcorrecting himself. Now he's going to have a bit of a longer run to do there. They do have to run up the beach around the flag, but Sol Chamberlain Hyde here landing perfectly. Big long stroke. You can see the aggressive finish here. He is out. He is up. He knows he is pretty safe now. The Hungarian just coming out of his boat now.
Yeah, but he's absolutely flat out the British competitor. He was giving nothing away to Adam Moore, sorry. A little shake of the hand there, but it was no doubt that Sol Chamberlain Hyde was totally focused on the buzzer and absolute 100% max sprint. Well, there was a little time in there where I thought that Adam Moore was coming back at Sol Chamberlain Hyde, but it was not to be.
Yeah, he definitely took advantage of that little upset at the turn there for Great Britain. Just he dug his oar and then the blade just flew out of the water again, so just upset the rhythm of the turn a little bit. But he had done enough, and that big, powerful finish from Sol Chamberlain Hyde saw him
Quickest time as well. Vix of Estonia did 2:32, and maybe he was going for the time. So time doesn't matter in these knockout rounds, except to look at it and say, well, I was quicker. So the British sculler has posted the fastest time at 2:31.
We're moving on to knockout 3 now. Of course, there's 8 knockout rounds in the Coastal Under-19 men's solo. This time, lane 1, we have Czechia, Lucas Grizek, and in lane 2, Ahmed Afluoglu of Turkey.
Yeah, the 16-year-old Czech has had to deal with an injured hamstring, says that's been one of his biggest challenges. And he's up against an older opponent, Foglu, 18 years of age. Both men waiting patiently. Boats not yet in the water.
So waiting patiently here. They're having a look around, wondering what's happening, but they have to wait those 5 minutes before the start of the next race. So boat handlers have their hands on the boat. They are ready to go. And yes, conditions just a little bit more challenging. It's very different compared to what it was this morning. Slightly bigger breakers, but again, nothing like we've seen in previous years. But yeah, it's all about rowing into the wind on the way down. So, you know, they're opting for those strong finishes, and then they have a little bit of a help or a little bit of a push on the way home.
Yeah, the Czechia boat handlers just rubbing clean the fin of sand, get every last bit of resistance of that. Although I guess the water, there's sand on the bottom of the boats, but they're soon going to fall away when they put the boats in the water. And we are seconds away from starting this third of 8 heats of head-to-head racing. Last 16 who will go through to the quarterfinals, which are tomorrow. This to remind you, Lukas Krajicek from Czech Republic, not on screen at the moment, but he is just to our right, and Ahmed Ofoglu from Turkey.
So interesting to see the boat handlers of Czechia. One of them is opting to be at the stern already, whereas this is very new. Usually they're at either side and then they go to the stern to give that push off. But he is sitting there ready. He has the fin out of the water, out of the sand, and then he's going to give that big push.
So the Czech sculler definitely the quickest over the beach. Krajicek will be first into the boat. And he sits in there, advantage and a great push off. And the Czechia sculler is absolutely blasting off there. That was a fantastic start. He is the quickest sculler and he would have chosen the right side of the course. Finished third in the time trial behind Chamberlain Hyde, who we saw win the second heat in the fastest time, and he is leading, no doubt about it, from the sculler from Turkey.
Yeah, so other boat handlers are going to be watching the techniques of Czechia there and seeing how one of them was at the stern and gave that massive push and a massive early advantage to Krajicek of Czechia. So already at that midpoint on the way down, it looks advantage to Krajicek there ahead of Ofoglu of Turkey. Looking over the shoulder there now, again, they're opting for staying wide away from those markers. They don't want to clip the oars off them. But this is massive advantage here to Krajicek of Czechia as they come up towards that turn.
He did everything right, didn't he, off the beach? Fantastic sprint. You know, the boat handlers were great. He was great. He's coming around the turn, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 short strokes. His opponent from Turkey yet to go around the turn. Krajicek is out and straight. He just has to get back to the beach without falling in, basically, and he will progress through to the next round of 8.
Yeah, this is pretty perfect here from Krajicek, again, because like anything can happen in these races, so it's so important to get that big lead for yourself. Just the right blade there, just skipping over the water. You can see even the camera how much it's moving. Tricky conditions here now, aiming for that kind of pretty tall finish. He's staying strong at the catch, focusing on that power. But look at the rate here. He is flying through the water.
2:31 was the time that the British sculler set, the fastest so far, Chamberlain Hyde. And there you can see the gap between the two scullers. This race is done and dusted, so it'll be fascinating to see how much effort Krajicek puts in to that sprint on the beach, Neve.
Yeah, it's interesting because usually the first 2 knockouts, that's where the biggest distance is between the 2 rowers, but actually they were so close. Whereas this now, there's a big gap here between Krajicek, who's doing a big sprint, massive effort just to make sure he gets through. You don't want to stumble at this point. So here he comes to take the win and knockout 3. Ofoglu of Turkey there, getting big support from the grandstand. He'll be eliminated. Czechia going through to the next round.
Yeah, and the time not as quick as the British sculler. And given that was such a perfect race, I thought, 2:31 for Chamberlain Hyde, 2:35 for Lukas Krajicek. So 4 seconds quicker than the British, slower than the British sculler. And we have our next 2 competitors on the start line. Garcia Ignacio Ramon Borja from Spain, 18 years of age. Just asking, I think, for his boat handler. He's calling the Spanish athlete. I'm not sure what that is, Neve. And Adam Kowalczyk from Poland.
I saw a big flag on the grandstand with his name on it a little while ago. Big support here for Adam. Well, yeah, just a couple of minutes to go. They're staying in contact with the boat handlers, making sure to let them know which side of the boat they're going to be running into.
So the Spanish sculler was the fastest in the heat, came down in the first time trial in 2:38. Poland, who had to qualify for this round of 16 knockout. He came down in 2:46. So the time difference, as you suggested, Neve, is getting closer between the scullers. So it's not beyond the realms of possibility that there could be a 6-second turnaround in this race. Or 8-second turnaround, it would need to be in times.
Yeah, and the Spanish sculler, we saw him competing at the World Beach Sprints last year, made it to the quarterfinals. He has some experience, the Polish sculler. He won the Polish Championships just last month. Hence why he's here now at the European Championships. So yeah, they keep themselves psyched up here, Martin, next to us.
The Spanish sculler is pacing around, I was saying, like a toreador waiting for the bull to come into the bull ring in Sevilla, where they love bullfighting down there.
He is in the zone.
He is totally, yeah. Polish sculler, pretty calm. Kowalczyk knows he's got a lot to make up. Maybe on the less favoured right side of the course, but that was where the Czechia athlete dominated his opponent from Turkey in the previous heat. So, round 4, soon to be underway.
Really interesting to see the Spanish sculler creating a little hole for himself in the sand for his back foot to give it a little bit of a push. It creates a nice angle for his back heel to sit into. He's down nice and low to the ground.
Oh, the tension. Oh, the Ramon Borja wanted the start to come way before it did. And the Polish sculler, I think the quickest to the boat. Ramon Borja jumps in, great push off.
Yeah, Spain went around the flag. He did not have to do that this time.
Oh, that's a great spot, Neve.
He added meters to himself on that run.
So they're level now. The Polish sculler has got a slight advantage in that the Spanish athlete actually gave it to the Polish athlete by running more than he did. He had to run straight down the course. All that pacing around, perhaps he kind of didn't get the focus of his first step had to be down towards the beach and towards his boat.
Exactly, yeah, but I think because they went around the flag, or they had to this morning in the time trials, sometimes there might be a little doubt in their mind, and sometimes they're better off just trusting their instincts and going with what they think rather than getting a time penalty. But yes, the Spanish sculler hasn't made up any ground he lost there on the extra run, and is just flying by. He's nice and smooth, staying really relaxed, and with every stroke now, he is just going for it and opening up a big, big gap.
I'm just going to see like the Spanish scullers turn Ramon Borja as he goes round, looking through my binoculars. Looks like a beautiful turn. He's really digging in that stroke side blade. Not quite straight as he started off, but he's connecting the course now, and the Polish sculler is yet to get his boat straight. It's heat 4 advantage to Spain at this stage of the beach sprints, the 2025 European beach sprints here in Antalya.
Yeah, both of them opting to go wide out of that turn. Again, I think if these scullers just gave it an extra little push on the left-hand side, gave an extra stroke harder on the left-hand side, they'd straighten themselves up much nicer back to the beach here. So now Poland overcorrecting and is looking like he's going to head to the opposite side of the course. Spain now angled perfectly in because they do have to run around the flag on the way up now.
Yeah, it'd be a shame if he runs straight up. That's a 10-second penalty right there and puts the Polish sculler Kowalczyk right back in the race. But I think the Spanish sculler has realised, Ramon Borja, that he is in the driving seat. Going for the time. Well, actually, that's a leisurely jog, I'd say.
Yeah, it's like he just abandoned his boat, just hopped out.
And the time is quick. It's going to be the quickest time of the heat so far. That was sub 2:30, I am guessing. Not official, the time. But that beats the time of the British sculler, Chamberlain Hyde. That was the fastest so far. And Kowalczyk finishes there. So let's see what that time is. 2:31, the mark to beat from Chamberlain Hyde. academic interest, really, you know, but there's so much going on in these beach sprints. The Italian is so focused, isn't he?
I was just going to say, speaking about getting in the zone, Lucio Fugazzotto of Italy. He is reigning European champion in the beach sprints. He was third at the Worlds, first at the Worlds back in 2023 in Barletta. He is absolutely in the zone. He is going for it.
2:27 from Ignacio Domon Borja, or Garcia Ignacio Domon Borja. What is that? That is a Beyonce wiggle of the hips. That is amazing. And the ladies behind me are just wondering what's going on here at the beach sprints. But there we go. Fugazzotto finding his stretching exercises. The Italian athlete, 18 years of age, up against Musalmis, the Greek athlete, Yassir Musalmis. Coming into this, had to qualify through the second time trial. But Musalmis is a lightning fast sculler. He took the silver medal in track eye in the junior single sculls. And he's also got palmares from the junior worlds in St. Catherine's, I think.
So Italy here still staying loose. You can see he's just shaking, moving, although it looks like he's getting in the zone now. Stop moving, he's breathing. The concentration is just incredible. Eyes closing as he inhales, big exhale, getting himself into the right physiological state here. And now loosening up those joints again.
Boat's still not in the water. Thumbs up from his handlers to Fugazzotto. 1 minute, the sign's given. Boat's in the water. We are nearly off. Tough to call, this one. Greek sculler crossing himself. Musalmis. I would guess the Italian is going to be quickest on the sprint by the looks of his build. Such a powerful sprinter's build.
Yeah, yeah.
Just giving instructions to his boat handlers. He wants it a little bit to the left. You can probably hear him shouting out here. It's the first time we've seen that.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. He knows exactly where he wants his bow to be pointing. Here he goes, he's shouting. He is ready to go. And you can see actually how deep the boat handlers are in. So just the way the tide is and there's a slant in the beach, they actually have to jump into the water quite a bit of a distance here. Hand is on the ground to steady himself. This is going to be a great sprint. Off we go. Greece is staying with him.
Yeah, the Greek not to be left, but I think it's the Italian first to his boat. He definitely will sit in first. He gets the blades, he gets the first stroke in, and the Greek sculler's got work to do.
Yeah.
Musalmis, we thought he'd be slightly slow on the sprint, and so he was. That's a great course from the Italian, isn't it? Straight to the right of that marker buoy.
Beautiful.
And Musalmis, with all that flat water experience, is probably a length and a half behind his Italian competitor. And let's see if there's anything he can do to catch up. But it's very punchy, the Italian, isn't he? High rating, longer strokes from the Greek sculler.
This is what he's known for, is the punchy, high rate, just the power. Like we could see the size of him here, you know, big, big muscles here, and he focuses on that power. So he is choosing to stay nice and close to the course as he heads down there now, heading towards that turning buoy. But yeah, the wind is pretty strong, so they're up against it here on this leg. So once they turn around now, they'll get that little bit of an extra help. But look at this, Greece are pulling up here.
I'd say Musalmis has pulled up, and
Massively.
Depends on the turn. The Italian's going to be round the turn first, but he's within a length, the Greek sculler. And now he's got to focus on the turn. The Italian goes round first, but he's really got to get round quickly, the Italian, and that's what he's done. The Greek sculler setting off not quite straight because he doesn't want to give any more advantage to the Italian. And will the better rowing technique of the Greeks see him right? He's going all over the place. He set off too quickly and he needed to straighten up, and he is now, what, a couple of lengths behind the Italian, and he's got an awful lot of work to do. It's still possible.
He probably saw how close he was getting to Italy and he was just wanting to get going as soon as possible, but he should have given himself an extra stroke around that turn. If he can pull this off, this is incredible because he is adding so many meters to himself. He's making this race very long. Italy now starting to come in towards the centre as well. He's having to correct with that right.
He's going to hit the buoy, Italy, but he'll go straight through it. Oh, catches a little crab. And the Greek sculler is going over to the right side. That extra few meters that he sculled, really not doing him any good at all. The Italian, who's the fastest sprinter, is coming into the beach, but it's going to be nip and tuck between these two athletes.
Yeah, Italy are going to hit the beach as our Greece are out. They fell out the side. Is that game over for Greece?
Game over, that's it. You said it. It was the dismount.
He fell straight out the side. That allows Fugazzotto of Italy to jog up, conserve a little bit of energy. He is hurting, but he is happy. He is through.
I'd say he wasn't happy, actually. I'd say that was the mark of an unhappy competitor. He's slapping his thigh. It wasn't the greatest scull from him. Selmis touches the buzzer with his foot. He kicks the sand, so much frustration, but handshake still. And lots of emotion on display here, both at the start of the race and at the finish of the race. Yeah, I think with Selmis, he kind of had to go right over to that right side of the course because he hadn't set himself straight. He was so concerned that the Italian had that advantage. So psychologically, the Italian really had that sort of psychological winning margin over him on that turn.
Absolutely. I think he was just so eager to get going because he saw how close he got to Fugazzotto of Italy and he just wanted to get the boat back up to speed but hadn't straightened up in time. And then he almost could have got him if he had come a bit straighter into the beach, but it wasn't to be. Italy going through to the next round tomorrow. Next up, we have knockout number 6 of the Coastal Under-19 men's solo. This time, it is Switzerland versus Austria.
Yeah, you could see Fugazzotto wasn't so happy. I mean, the time's relatively slow, 2:39. But, yeah, it is the Austrian here, Vince Schreiber, 18 years of age, coached by Wolfgang Siegel. And he's going toe-to-toe with his, well, next-door neighbour in terms of countries, Andrien Bieberstein, the Swiss athlete, 18 years of age.
The Swiss athlete, we saw him with a big, fast sprint down the beach and up the beach in earlier rounds. Let's see if his legs are as fresh now for this one. So boats are going in the water.
Schreiber, the quickest in this morning's time trial on this side of the course. So he's chosen this lane, the Austrian. And difference in time between him and his competitor, 2:39.
So if you were looking at the drone shot there, an umpire just ran over to the Austrian boat to get them to line up. He thought that they were a bit too far over on the right, so they have to make sure that they're lined up.
And she's
not
right
getting
behind
too much
the
of an advantage.
The Austrian boat handler is right behind that boat, isn't she? Which is an interesting position because you were saying normally they're side to side.
Yeah, well, we saw it in the last couple of races there a while ago, and it was a huge advantage when the boat handler was at the side. Or at the stern.
So there we see the sprint from Schreiber there, absolutely powering off, but it's the Swiss athlete, Bieberstein, who'll get in the boat first. Little slow on his first stroke, but that was a great first stroke from the Austrian there, Neve.
Yeah, I haven't seen that sort of entry into the boat before. He literally hopped with 2 legs and landed. He hopped over the oar and onto the seat, so it was lucky there that the seat was there for him. He was able to get his feet in nice and quickly. And now, Switzerland going right on top of that marker, slowing him down slightly.
It is, he's got on the right side of it now. He's got to go left, so hard on his left arm, left leg driving to go the right side or the left side of the next marker. You can see how close it is. The Austrian, who was 7 seconds quicker in this morning's time trial, is leading the Swiss, and the cowbell's constantly ringing here.
Yeah, Austria there taking a wide berth around that middle marker. He's going to have to do a little bit of working out to get to the other side of that turning buoy.
Yeah, the Swiss, if anything, coming right back into it because the Austrian has just lost his way and he's going to have to come right in past that turning buoy. He does go to the right side in the lead. It's all going to be on the turn. So who's going to turn first? Schreiber, the Austrian, or Biberstein, the Swiss? The Swiss has had a great turn.
Much faster. Got his bow around
sensational.
way faster.
And he's got round straight as well. And the Austrian, Schreiber, is slightly pointing off course. He's going to have to correct with his left arm. That's going to slow him down.
This is perfect navigating from Switzerland here right now. They're coming right down the outside of their markers. Austria, they're just starting to straighten up. He has added certainly some meters to himself, but this is so close.
He's the fastest sculler, the lad from Austria. I mean, we saw that, Schreiber, and seen that even despite the extra meters. What a great shot we're getting from our trailing drone.
You can see the pain.
Oh, down at water level, you can see the water they're coping with. And there's Biberstein, the Swiss sculler. He's going for all he's worth.
If anyone has a better line, it is Austria now, even though they went wide. Looking like they have a little bit of a better line here into the beach. Don't overcorrect yourself here. Keep your bow straight. Little few breakers here that they can take advantage of.
The Swiss will still believe he can win on the sprint, but the Austrian is out of the boat first. You can see it. Has he got the legs on the sprint? It is Schreiber for Austria who will get to the buzzer first, but Biberstein is not far behind. Schreiber and Biberstein shake hands, and that was a decent race. The Swiss sculler did sprint in the end. I think that Schreiber ran out of beans there, but it was so exciting to see them both in that sixth heat. So we've got 2 more heats to go in the knockout.
2 more, yes. Next one coming up in a few minutes' time. We have Portugal and we have Croatia. So Denis Oliveira of Portugal, Antonio Zanini of Croatia.
Yeah, the Portuguese have come here with such a strong squad. They're coached by that great Portuguese lightweight sculler, Pedro Fraga, still active in the sport. And at the other end of the age scale, you've got Denis Oliveira, the 18-year-old, on the right-hand side of the course.
So, Martin, you're great with your stats. Who was fastest in this one, I wonder?
Well, that's a great shout, isn't it? So it's the Portuguese who has chosen that right side of the course.
And he's going for a little walk away from the line here.
Yeah, 2:42 for the Portuguese. But the time difference between him and the Croatian, certainly in the first heat, 2:51, so 9 seconds. But the Croatian was significantly quicker in that second round. He did pick up, and as you said, he learned from having to do the time trial twice. What will that have taken out of this young man, Antonio Zanini? So what would you race in? Sunny's on or sunny's off?
I'll tell you a funny story about this. I had sunnies on my head in Wales and Saundersfoot 2022. Anyone who was at the World Endurance there, they'll remember the conditions. So they were on my head when I started the race. I capsized twice. They were still on my head when I finished across the finish line.
That's crazy.
Isn't that funny?
You should have lost them.
I lost my Toblerone.
Well, the boats are going in the water. We are seconds away from the start of this penultimate knockout heat. Last 16 knockout round in the men's under-19 solo beach sprints here at the 2025 European Rowing Championships.
Tension mounting. Not too much communication between these two athletes. They kind of just stayed in their own zone here. Boat handlers either side of the boat for these two athletes. It's great to see all the different approaches. Teams learning from each other.
That's a long hole. Bam, there they go. That's the longest hole we've seen today. And both athletes did so well to keep their discipline. Portuguese athlete pretty much in time with the Croatian who gets the first stroke in. So that's advantage to Zanini. But the Portuguese, he looks so powerful in his upper body. And I guess that's going to be advantage as he goes into these headwind conditions, Neve.
Absolutely, yeah. You could see him flying through the few breakers. It looked like he had more breakers there on the right-hand side of the course for that little part of the race, and he just powered through them with that upper body strength. You do see the athletes using the upper body a little bit more than we would in maybe the endurance here. But yeah, at the moment we're seeing a close-up shot of Croatia, Zanini looking across. This is looking close here at the moment, Martin.
It is Portugal just going round that middle buoy ahead of Croatia, but it's going to come down to the turn. If the Croatian can turn very skillfully, puts himself in with a chance. But so far, advantage to Oliveira, the Portuguese, the powerful Portuguese. But maybe in the tailwind, the lighter man from Croatia, you might find that suits him.
Yeah, Portugal opting to go wide around that turn here. Oh, and it looks like Croatia just actually took a few strokes past their turning point.
Yeah, and the Portuguese sculler has gone off, but not straight, and the Croatian sculler is straight.
Oh.
And in the tailwind, I think that's advantage Croatia. Let's see how we go. He's looked round Oliveira to see his course, and he's not happy with it. He knows he's got to go to his right-hand side. Croatian sculler going off to his left. He's got to come round too. Drama in this penultimate heat.
A lot of drama, yeah. Both of them are having to work hard on the left side, but Oliveira of Portugal now overcorrecting himself slightly. He needs to have a look around, look for those finger markers and straighten himself up a little bit. He's going the opposite side of the course here now, so he's going to add a nice little run to himself.
He's not happy with his steering, is he? He's looking round. He's got the bigger physique, but the Croatian athlete, if he has the better sprint, is in with a chance. Portugal have got to sprint up the beach. It's not the best position for Oliveira. He's got to come into the beach and then sprint round to the flag marker. Advantage to Portugal.
Yeah, Portugal, took a little tumble for a second, but it looks like he has the advantage. Here he comes. It is Denis Oliveira of Portugal, looking across, knowing he can slow down. He hits the buzzer to take the win ahead of Antonio Zanini of Croatia.
And I think he's walked off, as he will do, but he's going to come back to shake hands with his opponent, Zanini. There they go. Handshake and a hug as well. Lots of brotherly love in here as we move to the final heat of 8 in our knockout men's solo for coastal under-19 rowers. And it will be Maruk Gabriunas from Lithuania versus the individual neutral athlete Jaškevič, who was the 9th slowest sculler in this morning's time trial. And he just missed qualifying directly for the last 16. But really, between them, Lithuania pulled 2:42 in the first time trial, but then Jaškevič pulled a 2:39 in the second time trial, so he went quicker. So there's nothing between these athletes, I would say.
Now, Martin, you asked me about the sunglasses on your head or on your face. How about baseball cap? Facing forward or facing back?
Got to be facing back. Full beach sprints. I mean, what are you doing with a forward-facing baseball cap in this? I think that's for judges and umpires, essentially.
I think it's for the sun.
Yeah. Good shout. The sun coming round to our right. Sets in the west. These scullers are sprinting off towards the south. They sprint out to that turning buoy, then turn around 180 degrees back towards the north. And the beach and the buzzer, and hopefully a victory for one of these two men. Gabriunas and Jaškevič, Lithuania, and the neutral athlete.
So they got the call to put the boats in the water, so athletes are gearing up. Boat handlers are placing the boat. You can see, again, the umpires are just straightening up the boats.
They're placing
them right in line.
They're placing them very carefully so as not to damage the fin, aren't
Exactly. You don't want to go out there on the course with a damaged fin.
Red light.
Oh, red light went off.
Jaškevič went when the red light went off, but he stopped himself. Let's try again. Here we go. That was a much quicker pause. White flag for the start.
Oh, Lithuania just had a look over to see where individual neutral athlete was.
And he's taken a while to get going, the Lithuanian. Gabriunas, and advantage, I would say, to Jaškovic, the neutral athlete with those long strokes. I think that's going to be an advantage for him in these headwind conditions, long out the back end.
Yeah, I'm surprised at Gabriunas. They're having a look over on the sprint. But there we're seeing Jaškovic getting his blade caught up on that first marker, slowing down the speed that he had worked so hard to get up. But I think he might have enough of a lead right now to just be hanging on to that as they come up towards that second marker point.
So just a reminder, on the time trial this morning, it was Lithuania who bettered the neutral athlete. But really not much to choose between these two men. Lithuania coming back into it a little bit, and you can see the margin that the neutral athlete has. His cap set back, looking round for the turning boy.
Yeah, the angles here are interesting. So Jaškovic is going to have to go, almost to the wrong side of it there.
He corrected, and this is maybe advantage Lithuania.
Speed is definitely faster than the Lithuanian.
Oh, look at those big strokes that Jaškovic put in.
He needs to straighten up slightly more now because he is heading over into Lithuania's lane.
Yeah, the temptation to just start sculling straight away when you're not straight. So Lithuania, neutral athlete, last heat of 8 in this final round of 16 knockout. And the Lithuanian with those long strokes in the tailwind is just pulling away from his opponent, but it's still so close.
It is still so close, yes. Jaškovic, individual neutral athletes, having to work hard now to recorrect. And again, overcorrection here. He's going to have to start to straighten up. Is this going to give a big advantage to Gabriunas of Lithuania? Oh, this is going to come down to the sprint, Martin.
It is all on the sprint, and he's lost the blades. And the Lithuanian has now got the overlap. As they come into the beach, I would say both men in a great position for the sprint. The neutral athlete.
Lithuania almost flipped himself. One blade went right in the water.
Lithuania coming up to the beach. The neutral athlete first. It is all on the sprint. Jaškovic jumps out. The Lithuanian. Here they come. The Lithuanian's going to win. He's going to get there first. Great win for him. Oh, Jaškovic. He looked like he had longer to run, Jaškovic. And how come Myers Gabriunas won that race? I do not know, because it was advantage Jaškovic, but he did have a look over the neutral athlete, and it was a little bit of a despairing look. How exciting was that race?
Yeah, very exciting. It was definitely the navigation there of Lithuania on the way home, just a bit of a straighter line. He almost got his blade cut up, got a bit of a crab there, but managed to recover well. And so now we move straight on to the next round of knockouts. This time it is the Coastal Under-19 Women's Solo. Again, we'll have 8 knockouts. This is the first one. We have Italy.
Yeah, she was the fastest in the first round.
Maria
with
Lanciano.
2:55. And then our Finnish sculler, Michele, well, she qualified through the second round, the sculler from Finland. And in the first round, she did 3:16. So essentially there is kind of like at least 20 seconds between these two athletes. So Lanciano will not take anything for granted. He's dancing around on the start line. There's Michele. Oh, that's an interesting stretch exercise. Maria Lanciano. They're definitely good movers on the start line, the Italians.
The Italians, yeah, they have their moves down. Yeah, they have a great all squad here at the European Beach Sprint Championships. Been doing a lot of training over the last few days, specializing in the beach sprints as opposed to the endurance. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if she was watching the under-19 men's solo and if she watched the first knockout where we thought Germany would be winning.
Yeah, well, that was
that
fantastic sprint of the Estonian Vics. I mean, that was so exciting. First race commentating on beach sprint, and the favourite gets knocked out. I mean, you don't get much better than that. With apologies to Kreuzer, the German, who's a fantastic athlete. Sure, we'll see more of him.
So just to run through the schedule, we'll have 8 knockouts now in the Coastal Under-19 Women's Solo. We'll then be moving on to the Coastal Men's Solo, and then we'll finish the afternoon racing with the Coastal Women's Solo. So only 24 more races to go, Martin.
Wow. A lot of races. I think I went early on the first heat of 8 of the men's coastal solo, and I'm now trying to recover.
Did you spend all your energy?
I did. Put a lot of energy into that race. Almost as much as the athletes. Well, not really.
So you can just see on our camera there, some of the boat handlers draining the water, because obviously there's pool boats here, so everyone is sharing equipment. We're still using the Swift boats here for the solo races. And
yeah, and it would be good to remind viewers who might have recently tuned in, didn't get the chance to watch this morning's time trial, that these boats, you can adjust the leg position if you've got longer legs than one of the athletes who's previously used it. That's fine, but you can't adjust anything else on the rigging of the boat. They're all standard rig. And if you want to have longer or shorter blades, okay, that's up to you. That's your personal choice. Boats going in the water.
yeah, so we're seeing some interesting tactics from the boat handlers today. Different to what I've seen in the past. Usually they're both at the side, one each side of the boat, but we're seeing some countries opting for a stern boat handler to give that big push. But both crews here now opting to be at the side of the boat.
Lanciano crouching down with her right hand up in the air, her left hand touching the sand. Wow, she went off the start, absolutely flying, the Italian. But Finland not to be outdone. Great sprint from the Finnish athlete. She's getting to the boat first. Who's going to be off first? It is Finland.
So even.
Well, you know, after that crouch sprint from the Italian, but she sprinted off quicker than the Finnish athlete.
Look at the aggression from Italy at the finish. They're just whipping the oars into her.
You can see there, Michele, such a great start, but it's going to be the Italian who will get to that first marker. They go around the right side of that, and then they'll feel the pressure on the left-hand side of their bodies to go the other side of the next buoy.
Yeah, lots of looking around here from both athletes as they get to this part of the race. They're going to struggle to see the boat handlers here, so they're going to have to look around and make sure they're on course here. But we are seeing Italy with a big advantage now as they cross that middle marker. Italy with that aggressive finish.
Yeah.
Finland staying kind of crouched over at the finish.
She's
and just
really
getting her blade
leading
caught.
back, isn't she?
Yeah, big lead
Lanciano, the
back.
Italian athlete, and power in that finish. And Michele hasn't found an answer to that. And the turn, I'm sure, is going to be slick from the Italian. Lanciano coming to the turn. Let's see how she gets around that buoy at the top.
Hugging
2,
it.
3 strokes, 4 strokes, taking a while to get round. 5, 6, 7. She's got time. She's going to make sure she's straight. I think that's great tactics. She was going to make sure she's straight. She knew she had extra time, and setting off straight was her key priority there.
Yeah, she's been taking note of the last few races, and I think she really shortened up the stroke and was just pulling pretty much half stroke. So those 7 strokes were nice, short, snappy. She got around, and this is brilliant navigating from her now. She's having a look over, making sure she's at the just enough distance away from the finger markers so she doesn't get caught up. But this is brilliant from Italy. Finland now just going to the opposite side of the markers than she needs to be, just getting caught up. She could be probably panicking at this point.
Yeah, I think that the Italian, I mean, there's just enough jeopardy in the water. It kind of is a little more choppy than certainly for this morning's time trial. So mistakes can happen. We almost saw one athlete tip and fall in as they approached the beach. And I think Lanciano is going to be absolutely careful with her beach approach and leave nothing to chance.
Yeah, this is kind of what you'd expect to see in the first knockout, where you have the fastest and the slowest. This big gap. What an exit there. Just a little hop from Maria Lecciano. Great sprint as well. She's going to give it her all here just to make sure she gets her place in the next round. Great race there from Italy.
Yeah, a big exhale of air as she came up from pushing the buzzer. And there is Michele Sculler from Finland. Brave attempt. A lot of difference in times between these two athletes. It was the fastest athlete from this morning's time trial against the slowest athlete from the time trials, and that played out as expected. that competition.
We'll be moving on next to the second knockout of the Coastal Under-19 Women's Solo. We have individual neutral athlete Alexandra Grigorieva and Eva Boga of Greece.
So in this morning's time trial, Grigorieva was the second quickest, just 3 seconds slower than the Italian that we've saw, time of 2:58. And the Greek sculler, well, certainly in the first time trial, was 14 seconds to the worse off. And I kind of think that Boga, the Greek sculler, did learn in that second time trial round. She went round a lot quicker. She is the smaller and more slight athlete, but I think if you've watched Greek scullers over the years, you'll see that that doesn't matter a jot. And my mind goes to Stefanos Douskos, who just won the world title against the man mountains that were Ollie Zeidler and Simon van Dorp. And certainly the Greek women, remember Anastasiadou, I think it was, won the European silver medal. And she looked so tiny and small on that European stage.
Getting ready to go. Boat handlers have the boats sitting in the water. Again, boat handlers opting to go either side of the boat this time. Red light about to go. Janez. Green light and they are gone.
So the Greek athlete is much quicker to the boat. Neutral athlete round the flag. She didn't need to do that, but she's still going to go off first. The Greek athlete struggling to get the first stroke in, and that was advantage to the Greek athlete there, Niamh, but and she's now having to direct her attention to moving towards her left to get round the side of the correct side of that buoy.
Yeah, I think just the little pause there while she got her feet together just caused her to lose out on a split second there, and then she was pushed slightly to the left of the course, and now she's having to overcorrect herself. So even though Grigorieva had a longer run because she went around the flag, she actually made up for it there on the entry and those first few strokes.
Yeah, it just shows you the time, you know, that you can make up on the entry, even when you've lost out on the sprint. And Grigorieva now is continuing her domination. She's moving past that second marker. We know there's jeopardy in the conditions. We've seen that throughout the day. It's unfolded, and there will be jeopardy on this turn, 180-degree turn at the top of the course, the southerly end of the course. But the neutral athlete will get there first, and barring accidents, she will turn with a great position for the homeward leg.
Yeah, she's digging the right or they're pulling those half strokes again with the left. Let's see if she starts to pull a little bit early. No, looks like she has a nice little line for herself now. Again, she's probably been watching the earlier races. That was a good turn there from Grigorieva, their individual neutral athlete.
I'd say that's the longest sculling stroke that I've seen here from the female scullers. She's really just doing a thing, which I guess she would do in flat water rowing, and absolutely nailing the technique.
Yeah, she's quite a tall athlete as well, so she's trying to use that to her advantage and sticking with much longer strokes than what we often see here in the beach sprints. Having a good look over her shoulder here, but she has a great line on the way in.
She's only 15, this woman here, and in a swift racing shell, she's got a significant advantage over her Greek opponent, Eva Boga.
Yeah, as long as she can just hold it together. We are seeing quite an early elbow bend there from her on the right-hand side. Just maybe having to compensate a little bit and make sure she stays on course. But this is a great race here. Lovely, steady stroke here. A little tumble, but she's out. This time she does have to go around the flag. So even with that longer run on the way down, here she comes, Alexandra Grigorieva, individual neutral athletes. 2 hits of the buzzer. She is smiling. She is happy.
And here comes Eva Boga, of Greece. Running up the beach, she knows that she will be eliminated after this round.
So these are much more typical of what we would see in these earlier knockouts, where there's that big gap between kind of the faster and the slowest.
Yeah, we were treated on that first race, weren't we?
We were, yes. So next up, third knockout. This time we have Croatia, Spain. Representing Croatia, Nika Cetina. And for Spain, Alexandra Garcia Dominguez. Big smiles and thumbs up there from Nika Cetina of Croatia down to our boat handlers, letting them know she's ready to go.
So just looking at the time of Grigoriova, she was 4 seconds quicker than the Italian in that second heat. So the faster athlete here is the Spanish athlete, finished third in this morning's time trial on 3 minutes dead. The Croatian athlete a little way behind her in that first time trial.
Croatia
0.08.
The Croatian athletes have great sprints on the beach, though. They're proving to be good runners.
They are, aren't they?
Yeah. So let's see if it is the same for Nika. 1 minute to go. Boats are going in the water. Athletes getting in the zone here. Quite warm here now in Antalya, Turkey. We're in the mid-20s. Water still nice and fresh. Might be looking at more challenging conditions tomorrow, but we'll talk about that later.
Both boat handlers at either side of the... Actually, no, maybe the Spanish boat handler, the male, is going to the stern of the boat.
So what you'll see from the Croatian sculler, she's going to opting for the right-hand side entry of her boat. So she's actually going for, rather than a direct line, she's going to the outside of that boat. Some scullers do have a preferred side to enter the boat, as opposed to being adaptable to whatever lane they're in.
Fingers twitching from the Spanish athlete, who is the lower and the quicker of the two sprinters. Croatian athlete goes round the flag. She didn't need to do that. Spanish athlete first away. And that run round the flag from Croatia, why did she do that?
And she opted for that opposite side entry as well, the far side entry. So that added that little bit of extra time to her, which you cannot afford to do in this sport. But it is Spain who went off to a flyer of a start here. We're looking at our drone shot, probably about half a length between them from this angle for sure anyway, as they go past that first marker buoy. So they're going to the right-hand side of it as we look down the course, and now having to pull hard on that left-hand side, push with the left foot into the foot plate as they go to the opposite side of the next marker.
Nika Cetina having a look round, but if she looked round now, she'd see that the Spanish opponent, Alejandra Garcia Dominguez, has taken more distance, and the Croatian concerned about that buoy, and the moment massive advantage to the faster Spanish sculler.
We know the Spanish are quick around their turns as well. They really measure every little part of this race and get the scullers perfect in every part, and that's a lovely turn here. Staying nice and close to the marker, not getting caught up on it. Let's see if she pulls a little earlier. Will she straighten up?
She's just headed off a little bit to her left, and she could have waited. Just shows you the tension in there, because the Croatian sculler, Cetina, has taken a little longer on that turn, and it pretty much looks like game over barring accidents now.
Yeah, game over, but let's not call it until it's over. Anything can happen in these races. Lots of excitement to come throughout the day, no doubt, and again tomorrow. But this is really nice from the Spanish sculler. She actually, it looks like she's dropped her rate a little bit and focusing on a little bit more of a run here at the back of the stroke, maybe allowing that wind to kind of push her in.
Yeah, nice straight arms, loose shoulders, good low down, a lot of, focus on her core and pushing low down, which is really powering that boat away from Nika Cetina.
Yeah, so approaching the beach now, Alejandra Garcia Dominguez of Spain. The last few strokes, she's really getting everything out of these strokes. Abandons the oars. Here she comes. That was a nice dismount. She knows she probably has enough of a lead. She doesn't have to go flat out, full-on sprint. She'll be happy with that performance.
And our drone following her. You can get all the heart of the action shots here. And she sportingly waits for Nika Cetina from Croatia. Applauds her as she comes in. And the two athletes embrace.
Moving on to the next knockout number 4 of the Coastal Under-19 Women's Solo. They're lining up, representing Czechia, Magdalena Vlasnikova, and for Portugal, Rita Araújo.
Araújo is 15 years of age, the Portuguese on this side of the course. And the athlete from Czechia, Vlasnikova, 1 year older than her. So to give you a heads up, in this morning's heats, it was the athlete from Czechia who posted the significantly faster time. Pretty similar to Garcia Dominguez that we saw win that last heat. This is the third heat of 8, knockout heat of 16 athletes on this first day of the European Rowing Beach Sprint Championships. Boats going in the water.
In the water, athletes getting really in the zone here with the slaps, with the blessing of themselves. Czechia, lane 2 on the left-hand side if you look at your screen. Portugal, lane 1. So the fastest of the scullers from the earlier rounds get to choose their lane. I wonder, have you been keeping track? Is there a favourite lane for the faster scullers?
That's a great shout, actually. I don't think there is at the moment, but if it was me, I'd choose the left-hand lane.
Why is that, Martin?
Because, just from what I've heard, that the left-hand lane has a little advantage over the right-hand lane sometimes. And so both athletes sprint straight for their boats. They don't go around the flag. And into the boat, it is the athlete from Czechia. If she can get that first stroke in. No, it's the Portuguese athlete. She looks across. I don't know whether that was a slight mistake, but there's no need to look across for Rita Araújo. Just to check her position. I'm not sure that will help her cause. And it is the athlete from Czechia who is first to that initial buoy marker.
Yeah, Portugal just had to do a little bit of extra work there on that first leg, because as she jumped in, the bow angled towards the right, and so when she got that push, she was heading in the wrong direction basically, so she had to do a little bit of extra work to get herself back on course. Didn't cost her too much time, but as we know, every second counts in this sport. So pretty obvious here as they go down the course that Vlasnikova of Czechia now leading it out, opting for long strokes, quick on the recovery, but trying to keep the blade in the water as long as possible as they go up against the wind here.
Yeah, I should have taken note of the elimination of the senior athlete, Vlasnikova. Earlier in the day, didn't make it through the time trials. Vlasnikova making no such mistakes here through the time trial and taking a time round the front of that turn. And this is giving the Portuguese Araújo an opportunity. Vlasnikova quite slow around that turn. She's got a good course, and the Portuguese has set off quickly. You can see there's much less distance between the two athletes.
Much less distance, and Czechia there opting to stick with her long strokes. Big long lie back here, big long catch here, and again she seems to be pulling away a little bit now, so even though she slowed down at that turn, taking advantage here now with the wind, giving her that little bit of help. Great course by her though, great navigation.
Yeah, the 16-year-old Czechia athlete, got a beautiful technique. She's totally focused in her boat, just a little look round, and if she look round, she'll see that's the perfect course. just in her peripheral vision. She doesn't want to do too much looking at her opponent, who is about to probably run into that finger buoy there.
Yeah, a little
Clatter
slap.
it round.
This is great navigation here from Vlastnikova of Czechia, straight into her boat handlers here, who are waist deep in the water, giving her shouts. Here she is onto the sand. Oh, tumble. She got up out of her seat a little early. She's holding her shoulder. Not sure if she hurt herself there.
Yeah.
She's around that flag.
Well, they do have bumps and bruises,
her
these
right
athletes.
shoulder.
I think she'll need medical attention. She goes for it with the left arm and she holds her shoulder there, and that is painful.
That is
and
painful.
she does need medical attention there. She crouches down on the ground as the Portuguese Aruja comes down, and here comes the medic, and it is that left shoulder, and pretty much that looked like a painful injury. I hope she recovers in time for tomorrow, but shoulders are really difficult things.
Yeah, she just got up out of her seat a little early, turned, and then as she went to get out of the boat, she tumbled down, hit the ground, it looked like, and I don't think she realised until she was up and started her run, and then her opposite hand went to the shoulder. She knew something was wrong. Even on the sprint, she let it hang down by her side, so hopefully she'll be able to recover now in time, as Martin said, for tomorrow.
So Marlene Kür from Austria posted the fastest time in the time trial, but I'll tell you what, this British athlete, Isabel Soyinka, really came good in the second time trial, performed much better than her time in the initial time trial would suggest. She did 3.8 and the Austrian did 3.1. In reality, I think these two athletes are much closer than that, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a great race.
Yeah, this is going to be a great race again as we go throughout these knockouts. The times get closer, so it's going to be very close racing. Again, different conditions to what they were out in earlier, but I'm sure they've done a lot of training in much rougher water. We have the wind coming straight onto us on the beach. We're facing south and it's a southerly wind. So a lot of scullers are opting for those big long liebacks on the way out to help with that. Going up against the wind, and then they're shortening up the strokes on the way home. So yeah, boats going in the water here.
So the neutral athlete Grigorieva has posted the fastest time. It doesn't matter in these knockout events, but 2:51 by Grigorieva is the fastest time, and let's see what these two athletes can do. Going to be a great matchup.
Great stance here from Isabel Soyinka on the start line. She is raring to go. Here they go.
Explosion from the British athlete, running straight for a boat, and you can see the boat handlers doing difficult. Soyinka just jumps in. She will have the first stroke just, but it's pretty even between the two of them. Great push off by one of the Austrian boat handlers there, and you can see how close this race is going to be.
This is gonna be so close. They'll go stroke for stroke. Let's catch up with our drone and we'll see them side by side. Oh, so even now. They're coming down to the first finger marker advantage, potentially to Great Britain, just ever so slightly there on the far side of your screen if you're watching, or on the right hand side now. So she is just starting to edge away slightly, maybe taking a bit more of a direct route to that second marker buoy.
She's so close to that second marker buoy, Soyinka. It's such a great course she's steering. If she just misses it with her blade and then, you know, comes round on that right-hand side of the foot and the hand, she will have a great course for the turning buoy at the end. But we've seen how crucial turns can be in this race, Niamh.
We absolutely can, and I think they're both coming in at a pretty good angle here. They're going to have to put on the brakes with the right-hand side because they're not going too wide, so they're going to have to put on the brakes now as they hug those boys. Isabel of Great Britain just coming in just ahead, staying nice and wide. Austria
lots of little strokes from the British sculler here.
Oh,
Slightly
Austria's
longer
going to take
strokes.
advantage here, I think.
She had longer strokes on the turn, and the British sculler was doing those little short stabby strokes and didn't get round as quickly. And Austria isn't quite straight. She's going to have to course correct. But we knew it was going to be close between these two athletes.
We did. It was Great Britain got in first, but she just went that little bit wider around the turn. Austria hugged the boy, but came out wider. Now she's having to overcorrect. Oh, this is close, Martin.
Yeah, I think the British athlete is the slightly stronger sculler, slightly stockier. But you can see there with our drone shot that it's not anything between these two athletes.
Absolutely nothing separating them. Again, Great Britain is on the right-hand side of your screen if you're looking down on our drone footage. Austria on the left-hand side. This is so close. Look at them passing that final finger marker. This is going to come down to the sprint.
Austria having to check her steering. Great Britain looking across at Austria and seeing if she can drive for the line. She's losing her course a bit, the British sculler. She's going to have more to sprint, Soyinka. But it's nip and tuck between the two of them.
Oh, so close. Who's going to hit the beach first? Great Britain are coming in, then Austria. Great Britain are out. She is having to do a little bit of work to get back to her flag. Who's going to go here? Whose adrenaline is pumping her?
It's too close to call.
Great Britain. Who's going to hit that buzzer?
Austria! Oh my goodness me. Beep beep. Has there been a closer race this afternoon?
Oh, no.
Unbelievable contest between Soyinka and Kür, and it was Marlene Kür who just took that by the narrowest of margins.
What a great race. If you want to be in a breachment race, that's the type of race you want to be in. Down to the wire. That was so exciting for everyone here.
I like the races where you've got rather more time than that to look back at your opponent. Well, to commentate on, it's a much better race, yeah. Totally.
But for the viewers,
yeah, for the
you want
viewers.
that.
Yeah, I'm just talking if I was there as a competitor.
So moving on to knockout number 6. Is this going to be as close? Probably will be. We have Germany versus Ukraine. So 3 minutes to go. They're gearing up, just getting themselves set on the start line. 3 more knockouts in this category, the Coastal Under-19 Women's Solo.
So it was Mia Tetiwa who posted the fastest time this morning, the 18-year-old. Started rowing because school was linked with a local club. But the Ukrainian sculler not far behind her in terms of the time that she posted. We're getting closer and closer contests. 3:04 that is up against 3:01. Just 3 seconds between these athletes in the time trial. Too close to call, really.
So Germany, you said, was the fastest athlete. She has opted for lane 2. Ukraine in lane 1. So that is Maria Robal there. Give you a nice little smile to the camera, thumbs up. Boat handlers are placing the boats in the water. Umpires are saying get ready. The athletes now crouching down into their starting sprint position. Ukraine actually a little bit behind that start line.
Yeah.
And a little bit slower reaction time as well. But
Little
she's a very
stumble
quick runner.
as well. She is a quick runner. And she reaches the boat first, but who's going to get the first stroke in? It is Germany who get the first stroke in, and the Ukrainian sculler's got to make an immediate course correction. She's headed off in really the wrong direction, and advantage to Germany at this early stage.
Yeah, Ukraine's boat handlers are having to work just as hard to try and direct her over to the right-hand side of that first marker. She did great there to try and correct herself, but again, adding all precious meters that you don't want to have to do. Getting a little messy out there. Ukraine on the left-hand side, Germany on the right-hand side as we're looking out on the beach. Germany going with a very fast rate. Blades getting caught up a little bit on the bit of a swell that we have here.
So the Ukrainian is probably the faster flat water sculler. She was in the World Junior Championships, finished 3rd in the B final in the women's quadruple scull, and you can kind of see that she's working her way back into this boat here.
Yeah, a little bit of a longer, smoother stroke from Ukraine, I think, which is potentially helping up against the wind. But Germany is kind of keeping it very snappy.
Yeah, nice catches. She's actually catching the water where the blades go in. There's no crash of the blade and just smacking the catch. So here's the turn. And I would say this is a really good turn from the German athlete, Tatiwa, looking around, checking her position. She's straight.
Yeah, I think that was important to have that look around. She looked around a couple of times there just to make sure she was straight.
And again, we're seeing the trailing athlete, the Ukrainian, going slightly off course. She opted to start sculling with both blades, even though she wasn't pointed straight, and really tending to go for the course correction. And that's advantage to Tiwa. You can see the convergence there. It's pretty stark, isn't it?
It is. They're going in complete opposite directions, actually. I think that second place athlete, they panic and they just want to get the boat moving as fast as possible, and they pull too soon. And now big course correction from Ukraine there, Maria Robol. There on the far side of our screen. Germany taking advantage now. She's hugging those marker buoys on the way home.
She is, and she's going to clatter that marker buoy. Little stop there from the German. That's going to give a valuable few metres to the Ukrainian, who's coming right over towards the German, almost on a collision course. She needs to go hard on her right scull, the Ukrainian athlete, give herself a chance, but she'll have to run up to the beach. And that flag, she's going to have to sprint a longer distance, even though she's on the course at pretty much the same time. It is Germany who are going to take this.
It is indeed Mia Tatiwa of Germany coming in. Martin, if Maria Robol had gone on a straight line on the way home, I wonder would she have taken the win in that one?
Yeah, completely. Navigation totally dominated that race. I think you're absolutely right. I wouldn't be surprised if that contest was a little slower. So, let's see, 3 minutes to the start of the next race. They're all coming fast and furious here.
There's a nice little fist pump there between the German sculler there and the German men's solo who's gearing up, he's waiting. So a nice little bit of support between athletes from the same nations.
2:54, which is pretty much the same time as the Austrian who just beat Great Britain. Still the fastest time belongs to the neutral athlete. The youngster, Alexandra Georgovia.
So second last knockout of the Coastal Under-19 women's solo. Switzerland there on the left-hand side of your screen. She's in lane 2, Anouk Luthi and Anna Clementine Fock of Belgium. Lane 1, she's there on the right-hand side of your screen.
Luthi had a great sprint off, didn't she, in this morning's time trial? She's the faster of the two athletes. She posted a 3 minutes and 3 seconds. In the time trial, the Belgian athlete posted 3:12, but she was significantly quicker in the second time trial. Again, I think this is going to be a close contest.
What I'm seeing as I look at the course here, there's some breaking waves out near the turning markers, which weren't there earlier. Not sure if it's a little bit of a wash off one of the boats that are out there. But definitely more activity happening in the water.
White horses. I think there are a few white horses closer to the finish as well. Long way there, wasn't it? The Swiss athlete sprinted off first, I think. Cowbells ringing. Belgium will get into the boat first, though. She's made up time, and it's the first stroke for Belgium. But it's close between the two athletes. Nice push off by the Belgian boat handlers too.
Yeah, cleaner strokes and cleaner blade work from the Swiss sculler there, even though she was a bit slower off the blocks. Belgian sculler there, just missing a few. Oh, and she just did the same thing again. Just her left hand just got caught up, just caught a crab. Brought a halt to the speed that she had just built up. So she's going to have to work hard now to try and get back into this race with this Swiss sculler.
Yeah. Not much to choose between these two. Luthi going towards the left-hand side of the course, as is the Belgian sculler, but she's overcorrected and her boat handlers are saying, get back, because you're going too wide round that middle buoy. Advantage to Switzerland at the moment. Her boat handler's much more happy with the course.
Yeah, much better navigation around that middle marker. Belgium there, Anna Clementine Fock is having to work very hard now to try and get back to the other side of that turning marker. course, it's a do not finish, did not finish if they don't go around the correct side of those markers.
Both athletes pretty much arriving at similar times. The Swiss athlete just starting to get around. She's taking her time, the Swiss athlete. Faster turn from the Belgian athlete. And let's see if she goes off straight. The Swiss athlete has got straight and she's starting off now. Belgium not quite straight, but both athletes started paddling at the same time around that 180.
Yeah, Belgium there did a lot of work to get back so close into this race. Let's see if Luthi of Switzerland overcompensates there. She had a perfect line coming out of that turn, but now she's after pulling a bit too hard on the left-hand side.
She's going to clatter that finger, boy.
There it is.
Oh, that stops her a little bit.
But she's back going. She still has the lead ahead of Belgium. Belgium has corrected herself as well. She's back on the course. Let's see if she overcorrects. Certainly looks like her bow is pointing into the center of the course now. So advantage here to Luthi of Switzerland now. The cowbells are ringing. Bach of Belgium is coming into the middle of the course.
Yeah, it's hard to see this going any other way than the Swiss athlete. Let's hope the dismount is good for both of these competitors. Belgium coming back into it every single stroke. Maybe Luthi is tiring. She's just really making sure that she gets everything right and gets the position right, looking round there. The Belgian athlete not far behind her. We knew it would be close, but Luthi will get out of the boat first. No problems on the dismount.
Oh, this is a super sprint from Anna Clementine Fock, but she hasn't done enough work on the water. It is Anouk Luthi of Switzerland who will be going into the next round.
Do you know, it's heartbreak, isn't it? Because you can see the look on the face of Anna Clementine Fock there. She's believing that she can actually make up the different time on the sprint, and she's absolutely going for it. And then the realisation when she hears the buzzer that it's not to be.
We've often seen over the years an athlete winning and they stumble on that beach. So you have to keep the mentality that you're just going to have to keep racing right up until that buzzer.
2:57, that's the same time as the Czech athlete who damaged her shoulder, Magdalena Vlastinkova. We saw her receiving medical treatment, and we wish her the best recovery for tomorrow's races. Okay, France, the second neutral athlete. This is the final knockout heat. Had 7, this is the 8th.
Yes, indeed. So we can see athletes gearing up. I'm looking forward to seeing this race. These would have been the closest time between each other in the earlier rounds. Lou Philippe of France. She's on the right-hand side as you're looking at the screen. Dominika Brutkovic, individual neutral athlete 2, over on the left-hand side.
It was the French athlete who was marginally quicker in the time trial this morning. But you can see the difference in the size of the athletes there. Butrovic is a much more powerfully built athlete. And Lou Philippe, who was sweeping that rowing with 1 oar at the Junior World Championships, now switched to 2 oars. This beach sprint, much more slender in build.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the technique from Kovic of individual neutral athletes, because we were noticing a big lie forward and a big lie back like you'd see in sort of traditional coastal sculling boats. But it served her well earlier on. Let's see how she gets on.
Boat handlers ready. We're waiting for the red light for the athletes. Bam, out the gate, green light.
Definitely faster run here from Lou Philippe of France. She's hitting the water before Butkovic.
And she's in the boat quicker. Yes. Little stumble on the first stroke there, and she's gone round to her right. She needs the course correct.
Yes, Butkovic there, just catch a crab, almost flipped herself on those first few strokes, but she's got herself. Let's see if her power can get her back into this race.
So this is a contest which the French sculler has the advantage. She is leading on the right of your picture. You can see the tricolor blurs. Got that yellow boat, the green and yellow for the neutral athletes.
For such a tall athlete, she has such a kind of short stroke. She's opting for the shorter strokes here on the way down into the wind.
Oh, what a great shot. You can see how close these athletes are. The power there of Butrovic, the neutral athlete, on this side of the course. She's slowly getting back. She's slowly working it. It's the headwind. It suits her condition. Louis-Philippe might find the tailwind suits her more. Onshore breeze, and Butrovic has got in front of her competitor.
Let's see what the turn is like here. Definitely advantage coming into it. Two individual neutral athlete, Butkovic, hitting it together. Who's going to take the tighter? And our drone just froze there.
She's so wide, the French athlete, and Butrovic will take the advantage if she can get around such powerful strokes on the turn. She's not quite straight, and the French athlete isn't straight, and she started off too soon. She's got to course correct. Let's see if she can do that.
Both of them heading off now to the left as we look out on the beach. They're both having to do a big correction here, but the power from Butkovic here, individual neutral athlete, this is pretty phenomenal. She had the slower start, but they're both having to course correct now.
Yeah, I have to say it's a great race from Louis-Philippe, really trying everything to get back on Butrovic, who's absolutely piling it on the 18-year-old athlete up against this French woman.
Look at the lead she's after opening up now, ahead of France as they come into the final stage towards the beach here.
Well, we saw, you know, Butrovic, that problem getting into the boat, almost flipped it as well. So let's see how the dismount is.
Yeah, she's using her upper body again a lot. Big elbow bend early on, using all that power that you spoke about, Martin. But here she comes, straight up onto the beach, making sure she has...
Oh, she's out. So that would have been chance to the French woman, who is getting out of the boat now. They're both sprinting, and the French woman could do it if she get a faster sprint. Oh, no, Butrovic's legs have gone. The French woman will go back. Oh, she takes it. Butrovic lost her legs. Oh, dear, that was so close. And Louis-Philippe, how did she win that race?
Oh,
Butrovic is absolutely rolling around on the sand here. She is destroyed. The medical team are going over to her.
She gave it everything. Her legs were gone. Louis-Philippe just found something. She was even struggling on her sprint, but she found something to get back in and took the win, getting herself into the next round. Oh my goodness, lost on the run.
Well, you can't take anything for granted in this sport. That's
absolutely not.
Immediately apparent. 2:58, one of the slower times. Who cares about that? It's the senior men's coastal solo now. Moritz Wolf, who will be going up against Kamara, the Ukrainian. Wolf, the faster of the two. Wolf with a 2:29 in this morning's heat. And the Ukrainian, well, he was way down the list in that first time trial.
Yes, this is the first of our 8 knockouts in the coastal men's solo.
2:28 to 2:43. So this shouldn't be a contest in that sense, but you've seen how anything can happen in this coastal beach sprint. And the men's event, 1 minute to the off. German sculler, of course, has got such palmares in terms of the Olympic Games in Paris. Broke the German quad to a 5th place finish. Berliner Ruder Club man. Mara, the former lightweight, much more slight in comparison.
10 years separating these athletes.
Yeah, he's been around a long time, Kamara, hasn't he? And Moritz Wolf.
Like yourself, Martin.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, little tumble there. Germany getting eager. Here they go.
Yeah, Wolf's quicker off, actually. And Kamara gets into the boat, but Wolf gets in the first stroke, and I think that is a brilliant start for the German.
Incredible, yeah, very fast start there. Ukraine there, Kamara just getting caught on his left blade ever so slightly, so that slowed him down. This is the thing, if you panic too soon, you know, you're going to get, you're potentially going to catch a crab, so that's not something you want to do that early on in the race. But yeah, it has allowed Wolf of Germany now to take a big lead.
I really like the way he's sculling, Wolf. He's got, you know, given that the conditions are so difficult and that unpredictability of each stroke, which won't be something he's experienced in flat water rowing, but he's sculling really well, long strokes, got a nice bite at the front end, the catch as he comes up to that turning buoy ahead of his opponent.
Do you think they spend a lot of time on the sea or not?
No.
So just their flat water experience carries over?
Well, it's an interesting one because he was in that Olympic quad. To my way of thinking, he's decided to move over to the coastal team, possibly for Los Angeles. And the Berliner Ruder Club athlete, well, they'll be based on the Baltic, get some practice, but he is absolutely powering down away from that turn buoy.
And you can see how messy it is here now, actually. The blades are kind of getting cut up, the bows are moving in and out of the water. So conditions just changing slightly, and he did hit the oar off that finger marker.
Yeah, it's not as bad as getting your blade caught around the buoy in flat water rowing, because they just go bosh through. You know, most of the scullers fight their way through those collisions. He's probably going to hit that last finger buoy.
He's going for a dead straight line.
Yeah.
Opting to hit them.
Fair game to him. I mean, you know, I think if he's going to win this event, he's got to learn to be more clever with his navigation of the buoys. But, you know, this is a great learning opportunity.
Well, he's actually taking a straighter line, so maybe he's out navigating everyone right now.
Well, it could be that he's taken the little time difference, rolls out the boat, round the flag, and the 25-year-old German comfortably in, fastest time in the heats this morning, wins his knockout heat ahead of Kamara from Ukraine. Congratulations between the athletes there.
Maybe she's strong, but at the time she was not. I mean, and now she's.
Today in the morning we had training.
Oh, 220, 229, I think that was for Germany. Obviously, the course shorter for these head-to-head races and the time trials where they had to go across the buoys at the top. Yannick Raschler from Switzerland versus Petivari Mona Benduiz Pau from Hungary. The distinctive yellow cap, Dayglow yellow cap, which he always wears. A while ago, he did have a serious liver inflammation. Struggled with that, but he's been back here competing at the Shanghai World Championships. Finished in the middle of the C final, 15th place. He's definitely the faster of these two scullers. But we've seen how that doesn't mean anything. Reputations on flat water made and broken here at the beach sprints.
Now, Martin, you've been rating the tattoos that have been around the place. What do we think of the Swiss?
I love them. Really subtle, really powerful, beautiful decoration on Rauschler's right arm. And it's great to see a few tattoos in rowing, which traditionally hasn't had much of them.
Yeah, so we're seeing the Swiss athletes throughout the day. Big, powerful sprints down the beach. So it's a part of the race strategy that they've obviously been working on a lot. So let's see how he fares out against Hungary. The boats are in the water, ready to go. Breakers have seemed to calm down a little bit again. Not too messy at the start here.
Oh, he held them for a long time, didn't he? And a clean start. I was going to say full start, but the starter raised the white flag.
Yeah, nice clean entry there from Switzerland. He's definitely got the push on. He has a look over to see where Hungary is. Quite even now as they head down towards that first marker. They were even on the run, even on the entry. Stronger push from Switzerland's boat handlers.
Yeah, the Swiss athlete was the faster of the two this morning in terms of the time trials, Rauschler. But he's finding going tough. He's clattered that boy, and you see, talk about the unpredictability of the water. I mean, we didn't know what was going to happen when he hit that boy. And the Hungarian is leading the Swiss, who was quicker than him this morning. Petivar Molinar just going round that left-hand buoy, the centre one, and it's game on.
Hungary absolutely flying up and down the seat here. You can see how powerful the finish is, getting those knees down. Bit of a throw from his upper body, but it's working for him.
He's going wide on the turn. That's the tactic. He's starting to turn already. The Swiss athlete closer to the buoy. He's just started his turn now. The Hungarian athlete is taking longer on the turn, and Rauschler's going to catch him up.
Yeah.
Slow turn from the Hungarian there, and the Swiss athlete is off in front of the Hungarian on the turn.
Oh, he made up a lot of ground here now, and looks like Petrovari of Hungary now oversteering there around that outside marker, as is Switzerland now heading down to the left. They're both going to have to make some corrections here, Martin.
Yeah, this is nip and tuck between the two athletes. Rauschler, the faster athlete, is now course correcting. He's kind of done an S, and he's heading into the bank. His handlers, he's seen that he's too far away. He doesn't want to sprint too far. He's now adjusted his position, but Petivar Molinar is in the lead. He's got the straighter line, and the Swiss athlete has now overcorrected. He's going to hit the finger buoy, and he's going to realise that he's too close to that right-hand side of the course. Advantage Hungary.
Absolutely advantage Hungary. Let's see if they can keep it clean, because they're going to start to panic now the closer they get to the shoreline. It is Hungary from Switzerland who has it in their legs to get themselves up this beach. Out first, it is Hungary just about ahead of Switzerland. Who's going to get it? Hungary definitely faster on that sprint. Switzerland coming. Who's going to get to the buzz?
Oh, Switzerland! Oh, my goodness, the left-hand side of the course. Rauschler made it up. What a great finish. Petivar Molinar, I can't believe it. He got out of the boat first. Rauschler, too, was looking over at the Hungarian. I thought that was questionable tactics from him, because he just needed to focus on his boat and his sprint. But here we got Nakarainen, had to qualify for this round through the time trial up against Matthias Nottele, who was quicker than him in the opening heat. How many times has Nakarainen raced already today, Niamh?
So he has raced twice in the men's solo, twice in the mixed double. So this is his 5th race of the day. First head-on knockout round, head-to-head. Yeah, 5th race.
I haven't really seen him open out on the sprint, to be quite fair.
You have or haven't?
No, I haven't. Like, I've not seen him full gas on the sprint. It's my impression, and I kind of think we'll see that this afternoon in this heat. Certainly on the sprint down to the boat. Joel Nakarainen, certainly the most powerful man in this contest, 5:46 for 2K on the Concept 2 rowing ergometer. Nottele, well, he'll be doing well if he's anywhere close to 5:50 or sub-6. But technique and long strokes, precision, and this guy, 6 times French champion, is not to be underestimated. And he beat Nakarainen in this morning's time trial. Who's your money on, Niamh?
That's a tough one to call, Martin. I'm going to say...
I'm going to say Nottele.
France.
Yeah, both of us going for the French athlete.
Yeah. Let's see, though. Joel might surprise us. I think it will come down to navigation and the turn.
That's a great shout.
Yeah.
And Nakarainen's navigation skills have been tested today. Oh, a little stumble there from France.
bit more of a sprint from Finland this time than what we've seen earlier, but France definitely quicker.
Yeah, he's
into
in
the
the
water.
boat first, and Nakarainen's got it all to do. Notale is in that boat first, the sculler from Joinville-le-Pont in the Ile-de-France. Nakarainen yet to sprint off. He's really got long strokes. Advantage Notale, who's driving his boat quicker. And Nakarainen's going to have a lot of work to do in this headwind, but Notale is going to that mid-buoy first, and I think Nakarainen will find that he has got to rely on a mistake from Notale to come through in this race.
You called it spot on there. It was the rate from Notale. He just got it up straight away, started the acceleration of the boat as soon as he got into it and got the speed up just that little bit quicker than Finland. They're around that middle marker now. Advantage to France, but Joe coming right back into it.
Oh, what a brave second outward half from Nakarainen. It's all going to be on the turn. We know that the turn hasn't been great for him or the navigation, but it's spot on for that boy now. As the two men get to that turning buoy, who's got the stronger strokes? Who's got the longer strokes on the turn? Nakarainen round quickly. Notale's almost there. He's going to go off first. Nakarainen still not straight yet. Notale is off. Advantage to France on the turn. Nakarainen took too long on that turn, and he has got an incredible amount of work to do if he wants to beat Notale. The Frenchman, advantage.
Oh, but navigation, it's going to come back to this now again. Probably advantage in navigation to Finland at the moment, but Notale is starting to correct himself now. He probably has the better line. Joel of Finland now having to do a lot of work. You can see him breathing hard, working hard here. We know Notale of France has the better sprint on the beach. Can he hold it here on the water?
It is still Notale ahead. Nakarainen, you can see the distance from our drone shot overhead. Advantage to France at the moment. Unless he makes a mistake, it will be the Frenchman to beat the Finnish world champion in the coastal endurance, double gold medalist yesterday. He jumps out the boat, Notale, and an easy run. He looks over, sees Nakarainen still in the boat. Job done. Fabien Fay doesn't even need to dive for the hooter. A little press with his toe, and he waits for the big fin. Tremendous respect from the coastal road community for this man.
So knockout number 4, Italy versus Netherlands. Giovanni Ficara here giving himself a shower with his bottle of water next to us here in the commentary tent. Erwin Wiltenberg of Netherlands.
That was a fast time from France. And 2:26. So Nakarainen's time at 2:32 was pretty decent. I think he'll look back on that. And Roux coming up against a man in his best form, Notale.
So here we have on our screen Netherlands, Erwin Wiltenberg. He's going to be in lane 2. He is up against Italy's Giovanni Ficara, former world champion back in 2021. Is he back on form this year?
Ficara posted a 2:33 in the heat, and the Netherlands 4 seconds slower. So theoretically, this should be a great contest between these two athletes. The sculler from the Netherlands, Erwin Wiltenberg, the Skadi sculler, is a taller athlete. He won the Dutch Championships. But I guess the sprinting advantage will be down to Ficara, who I seem to remember was lightning quick this morning.
Yeah, he was. The Italians spend a lot of time. You know, they specialise in the beach sprint, these athletes. This is what they spend their time doing. He's a former lightweight rower. Lightning quick is right, so they're getting ready here.
Still haven't seen the red lights.
They are.
Long hold, wasn't it? The Italian has absolutely blasted off down to his boat. He's going to get there first.
Yeah, and took the more direct route into his boat. Netherlands opting to go to the far side and just getting thrown off there slightly. So definitely advantage to Ficarra now.
Yeah, it's a real sort of first 100 metres, 150 metres flat water start from the Italian. He's keeping an eye out for that buoy. He's going to miss it. Beautifully steered. Now on with the right scull. And great course. Ficarra is going to be so difficult to beat in this heat. In fact, it's almost game over already. The Dutchman, lower rated, longer strokes, just can't compete with that power.
Yeah, we've said game over earlier, and then it comes down to the beach sprint. So, you know, here definitely Netherlands starting to make their way back into this race a little bit. Ficarra still holding on to the lead, firing up and down the slide there. Massive high rate, close up there shot of him. A lot of power being used from the upper body as well as that push, that drive from the legs, but he makes his way to the turn first.
Yeah, Ficarra's going round. Sculler from the Netherlands. He's taking a slower, and Ficarra's round already. How did he get round that quickly? That is a sensational turn from the Italian. He is absolutely showing all the skills in this knockout round of 16.
And perfect navigation as well. He took his time to get the bow right around, heading straight for the beach here now. He is nearly clipping at the finger markers. He's staying so close. What a straight. Like, this is the best navigation we've seen.
Absolutely outstanding. He looks round just to check where he is. The only thing I think that the Ficarra will come up against is fatigue, because he's got so much lactic acid in his muscles from sprinting so hard that he's kind of got to hang on. The Dutch sculler with those long strokes will probably come back on him, but it would be too late to make a difference to the result. Ficarra comes up to the sand, and let's see what his dismount is like and see what his legs are like for the sprint.
Yeah, head's starting to drop slightly, but this is what they train for. They build the endurance in being able to sprint over and over and over again. So beautiful dismount there. Here he comes up the beach. What a sprint. The leg seems still quite fresh. Netherlands doing all he can, Wiltenberg, but it is Giovanni Ficarra of Italy to take the win.
Not too much between them, but it was Ficarra's technique that won out. Awesome turn at the front. I think, actually, to be fair, Wiltenberg might have been the faster sculler on the straight, but the turns and the sprint off the beach and the sort of mount into the boat, all of those big ticks for the Italian athlete, Giovanni Ficarra.
So this time knockout number 5 in the coastal men's solo. This time we have Zygimantas Galasankis of Lithuania and Leopold Weisinger of Austria. Galasankis, we see him at these beach sprint championships so many times over the years. Finally got his international medal last year, bronze in the men's solo.
Fastest time, I think, or very fast time from the Italian Ficarra in that race. So, way back this morning, it was Zygimantas Galiantis from Lithuania, came 5th in the time trial. Posted a quicker time than his opponent from Austria, who qualified by virtue of a great turnaround in the second time trial, or much better than the first. So if he continues improving, you never know.
Red lights on. Here we go. Knockout number 5, Lithuania versus Austria. Lithuania with a big sprint. He hits the water first. He's into his boat. Nice hop there from Austria. Austria gone.
I think Austria got away quicker. I think, you know, the Lithuanian just wanted to make sure of his seat, make sure of his course, which may be a good tactic. I mean, I would imagine he thinks he's going to be faster than the Austrian sculler, but if he's looked at the times, he would have seen the Austrian really did change his fortune in that second time trial. Two scullers very evenly matched at the moment.
Evenly matched, yeah. You can see here the sideways shot. Galasankis of Lithuania over on the far side. He's just getting to that second finger marker, just ahead of Austria. Again, it's going to come down to the turn and that navigation on the way home here, because they're pretty much matching each other here now on the water.
Lithuania was so strong, Galianskis, on that homeward leg. It's with the tailwind, and the Austrian has put so much effort into that outward leg. Neither sculler is turning yet. The Austrian is first, no, Galianskis is first to the turn, and massive strokes on his left arm. He is absolutely caning that turn. Not quite straight when he starts off, but he's gone ahead of the Austrian, and the Austrian's going to have to do something extra special to catch up on the Lithuanian. What a turn from Galianskis.
Yeah, what a turn. Navigation at the moment going to Lithuania. Just Austria there, just starting to oversteer a little bit. Oh, can he get himself back on course here now? Because again, adding unnecessary meters to his course, that's allowing Zygimantas Galasankis of Lithuania to hold on to the lead here now.
Yeah, Lithuania reprising what they did this morning with that fantastic homeward run. Galianskis looks so powerful, so strong, long body, and he's really using that upper body to lever his hips and get that strong finish as he comes into the beach.
Here he comes, last few strokes for Lithuania. Austria going a little bit wider, so he'll have a little bit of a longer run to do. Zygimantas is out, shaking his head here as he sprints up the beach, not giving less than 100% here.
Well, he's not looked at the Austrian, he just kept focused on his, and Leopold Weisinger coming in second place in that heat.
I feel like a lot of athletes could learn from him there. You mentioned he didn't look over, whereas everyone else seems to spend time looking at their opponent to see where they are.
Yeah,
whereas
totally.
if you stay in your own head, get the best out of your own body, you're going to take an advantage over your opponent.
The 3:26 seems to be a pretty quick time, and indeed that was Lithuania's time. This is going to be so close in the next round, isn't it? Do they do the next round of 8 on times for these knockout heats?
Yeah.
So times are really important, aren't they? So it will come down. A lot of these male solo athletes have been down in 3:26. I'm not really looking at the points. Just that 3:26 is a mark that they're aiming for.
So next out, knockout number 6 in the coastal men's solo. This time it is Türkiye, Kanaydin. And then up against him we have individual neutral athlete Yevgeny Letkowski.
Kanaydin posted the same time as Galianskis in this morning's heat. And the neutral athlete, Letuski, Yevgeny Letuski, got the same first name as the Olympic silver medalist, also a neutral athlete. So 3:37 versus 3:34 from this morning's first round of the time trial. But I reckon this is going to be a really close contest.
Certainly when we get to this stage of racing in the knockout rounds, there's not much separating these athletes in the earlier time trials, so we often see close contests. A lot of support here, local support for the athletes from Türkiye.
And he's got gloves on, haven't we? We were talking about gloves. Kanaydin wearing black gloves.
Just to help with grip. Bound to get wet in these races.
Letuski just relaxes. Neutral athlete crouches down again as the red light comes on. Absolutely blasts out of the blocks the neutral athlete. He's going to get to the boat first, jumps in, takes a little bit of time, the boat twists round, and he has to course correct. So I think advantage to the athlete from Türkiye.
I think so, yeah. He was a little bit slower on the run, a little bit slower on the entry, but cleaner on the blade work in those first few strokes, and his bow was pointing in the right direction, so less work for him to do, and he can concentrate on getting the most out of his body right now.
I'm just wondering why the boat handlers seem to let the boat drift around, because that seems to be so frustrating for the athlete to have the course correct.
Yeah, so as the athlete is approaching them, they're focused on the athletes as opposed to looking out to the course. So they just want the athletes to get in nice and clean, nice and safe, and hand them the oars, and before they know it, the wind could have pushed the bow.
Wow, what a great race. The neutral athletes absolutely going neck and neck with the sculler from Turkey. Turn is going to be absolutely crucial, no more so than in this race where there's nothing between the two athletes.
Yeah, they're both coming in quite evenly here to the turn. It is Turkey, it is individual neutral athletes. You have the binoculars out, Martin. How are they doing?
Turkey went wide, started turning first. The neutral athlete went closer. He's going to go off first, but he's straighter. And the athlete from Turkey, he's pointing towards the left of the course. He's going to have to correct. Not much between the two of them.
Absolutely nothing. Yeah, I think Turkey kept their speed up a little bit around the turn. That wider turn probably served him well, but this is so close between the better navigation from Litkowski of individual neutral athletes. He definitely has a better course into the beach. I don't know if Turkey having to overcorrect a little bit and head his or steer his bow, but this is so close here, Martin.
Turkey has a slight advantage, but only if he moves over to the right-hand side of the course, because the neutral athlete, every stroke is moving back on the athlete from Turkey, and he will have the shorter sprint. The neutral athlete, Turkey has the advantage. He will come to the beach first, but he'll have the longer sprint. The neutral athlete, he's going to beat second. The shorter sprint for the neutral athlete. Let's see Turkey out first. The neutral athlete sprinting for all he's worth. The Turkey athlete absolutely grits his teeth. He gets there first. It was close. The neutral athlete gets knocked out. That was a great race, wasn't it?
That was a great race, absolutely. Coming down to the run on a lot of these later knockout rounds. Great navigation there from Litkowski, but it was Aydin there of Turkey. Put on that big burst at the finish, so we're on to knockout 7 now of the men's coastal solo. This time, James Cox of Great Britain and Alison Russo of Portugal.
You can't call these races because the further down you get, you know, knockout heats 7 and 8, the closer these athletes were in time. James Cox had a better second time trial, learnt a lot from, I guess I'd call him his mistakes in the first time trial, but he was the quicker athlete. Actually, so he didn't do the second time trial. My apologies, James. It was the Portuguese athlete who learnt through that. Russo and 26-year-old from Sport Club Porto will be a formidable opponent. There are great things about the Portuguese beach sprint squad.
Yeah, I've heard great things about James Cox as well. He's another athlete who has a name on his on a flag here on the grandstand. Lots of big support for Team GB here at the European Beach Sprints. So just over a minute to go here to the start of knockout 7.
I think this morning you said the Agecroft athlete had been training in Spain.
Yes. Team GB have been there the last couple of weeks, training at Beach Sprint Academy.
In Alicante?
It is outside of Alicante.
Yeah.
You do love Alicante, don't you, Martin?
Yeah, got to say, on that South Mediterranean coast, a paraglider is coming past. Get a good view of the turn at the end of the course. Not on camera at the moment. Looks spectacular drifting out there, not like these athletes here getting ready. Coiled springs to explode into action. Long hold there. Portuguese had advantage in the first part of that sprint. The longer legs of James Cox, but it's first into the boat for the Portuguese, and he gets the first stroke.
Oh, lost his oar. This is what happens when you go off so fast. Oh, but he recovered well there. It has allowed James Cox to get back up, right up next to him. But flying out of the blocks here, Alison Russo of Portugal.
Yeah, Cox just finding it challenging in the surf there, splashing through the swell. And both athletes having a really challenging time on this outward leg as they fly towards the middle marker. Cox has picked up a little bit of time, and you can see nothing to choose between the two of them.
Yeah, we're seeing James Cox closest to us on the screen here. Big, long strokes, high stroke rate, but keeping the blades in the water for quite a long time. Russo a bit quicker there through the water. Quite even now. We'll get a wide shot of them again. They are literally going stroke for stroke, Martin.
Yeah, Cox is going wide on the turning buoy. He's trying to get closer to it now. I think a better course from the Portuguese to that buoy at the end. But Cox is turning first. And good tactics from the British sculler. He's getting round, but the Portuguese, well, he's got another couple of strokes. Cox, he's off first. The Portuguese, now he's off. Advantage Cox. Portuguese have got a course correct.
Yeah, Cox on a much straighter line now, back towards us, back to the beach. But what we're seeing, those crews over on the right-hand side, they're often overcorrecting and going the opposite side of those marker buoys on the way home. So let's see which side he goes of them. Russo now overcorrecting as well. He's coming into the centre of the lanes now, so doing too much work on his left-hand side. James Cox now taking advantage of this.
He's full gas, the Portuguese. Russo desperate to get back into this race. Cox, those long, powerful strokes, calm and collected. They're taking him through to the beach. He's got to get the dismount. He has to nail it if he's going to win this sprint here, because the Portuguese athlete is closing. He looks across Russo.
And we know Russo is fast on the beach sprint, but here comes James Cox. He is out of the water. He is moving. Can Russo do it? Oh, tumble from Russo.
Oh, that's cost him time.
James Cox, here he comes to take the win and book his spot in the last 8. Unfortunate there for Russo of Portugal, just missing out.
Oh, he's gutted, the Portuguese, isn't he? Absolutely gutted. Shaking his head. James Cox, exhausted, put everything into that race, going over to offer his congratulations. The two men shake hands. We were treated to a great race there. Portuguese led off. James Cox just with the better turn. And the course vital there. Again, the Portuguese not getting the straightest line that would have allowed him to get on the beach and perhaps compete with James Cox for that sprint.
Yeah, we knew Portugal was the faster. Russo was the faster athlete on the beach, but James Cox had done enough on the water. Great navigation skills. Lots of time spent on rough water in Spain. So he took the win. And we're on to the final knockout in the coastal men's solo before we move on to the women's solo. This time, Croatia against Spain.
Yeah, not much between these two scullers. It's the 8th of 8 heats in our knockout round of 16. And the Croatian athlete, Giroto, the 16-year-old, is a regular coastal competitor on the right-hand side of the course. And Spain, from their powerful team, Ander Martin, very slim shape as he stands there, the 5 times world champion, 25 as well, or 25 is a year younger than his opponent, who's 26. But pretty well matched in terms of age. And you really like to watch the performance of Martin, Neve.
Yeah, I think he was maybe unlucky to miss out on going straight through from the first time trial. He had to race again, so this is his 3rd time out today. He definitely improved his time in the 2nd time trial. And yeah, we're used to seeing him in the mixed double. He's in the men's solo. A big, powerful performance a couple hours ago there. Can he match it?
Spanish uniform, red top with the yellow ESP on it, dark blue shorts. Croatia with their distinctive red and white checks down their side of the suit. Overbalanced from the Spanish start there.
Here Here we go, final knockout in the coastal men's solo. It is Spain, it is Croatia. Croatia hitting the water first. He is in the boat first. Who will pull the first stroke? It is Croatia, just about, but being pushed sideways by the boat handlers there. He's going to have to overcorrect now.
Yeah, great course by Martin. He was out slower, but he's out straight, and he can just pile in, whereas the Croatian has to adjust with his left hand to go round the right side of that first buoy. No such problem. Well, the Spanish athlete hit the buoy. He will have lost half a second maybe with that little hit.
Yeah, and if he's not careful, he's pointing his bow to the wrong side. He's just correcting now as I say that. He's taking a more direct route certainly to that turning marker and opting to hit those marker buoys. But this is so close here between Spain and between Croatia. At the moment, advantage to Croatia.
Yeah, we've seen this in the final heat, both of the juniors and in this men's event. These two athletes so close together in the time trial. And it's going to come down to the turn. Let's see, it is the Spanish athlete turning first. And Martin is catching up time on the turn from the Croatian. Martin is off, but he's not pointing in the right direction. The Croatian is pointing straight. Who's that advantage to?
Definitely advantage to Grotto there after that turn. But Ander Martin knows he has to work hard. Look at the power coming from Ander Martin. And with every stroke now, he is just moving and has definitely a better line now, even though he went wide. Croatia totally going off course now.
Yeah, they are right on the far side of the course, and his handlers will be asking him to come in towards the bank. Martin, as you can see, on the left-hand side of the course, has that advantage. Right-hand side of the screen for you. There is the Spanish Martin, hurting, looking round, adjusting his position for the beach landing because he knows the Croatian is closing.
He is certainly closing. Ander now starting to come into the centre of the course, starting to straighten up here now. He definitely has the advantage on the water, but we know Croatia are fast on the land. They got down into the beach sooner than Ander Martin, but here comes Ander. He's looking over his shoulder. He is out. He's making his way up. Croatia jumping out just a little too early, took a tumble. Here comes Spain. Ander Martin of Spain to take the win in the final knockout, booking his slot in the final 8. Great effort there from Croatia, unlucky to miss out.
So we move from the men's coastal solo to the women's. Boats ready to go on the water. The great athlete that is Magdalena Lobnik, confirming she wants the right side of the course. She was the quickest in the time trial, and Yana Kazak, the individual neutral athlete, pretty close to her. Those two athletes, not much more than 2 meters separating them. Sometimes the athletes leave a little more space between them.
Yeah, Magdalena Lobnik winning the World Championships last year in the beach sprints. Everyone knew she'd be good on flat water, but then when she hit Genoa, it was very rough, and maybe surprised a few. She was able to navigate those winds and the massive breakers that we saw last year at the World Championships beautifully. Here she is at the Europeans.
3 times in the Olympic Games, the 35-year-old, still keen to get into the next Olympics, make it a 4th Olympiad, maybe in beach sprint. She'll be 38 years young then. Coached by Kurt Treyer, her long-time trainer. And this neutral athlete here, Kazak, she's just 19 years of age. I suppose she'll be overawed by coming up against the force that is Magdalena Lobnik.
Coming in as the underdog, though, might have its advantages.
Yeah, completely.
Absolutely. And as we know, anything can happen, Martin, in these races.
Yeah, Lobnik focused, not looking at her opponent at all, just looking out the beach where the boat handlers are about to put their boats in the water.
So we're still using the Swift solo boats here for all the solo races.
That's Lobnik's boat closest to us, and it's Kazak's boat furthest away from us.
And here we have Lobnik's boat handler opting for the stern position, ready to give that big, big push off. It does put a lot of responsibility on the other boat handler, though, because they have to hold both of the oars. Looks like Magdalena will be opting to jump in over the handles.
Lobnig with that high knee movement, really sprinting off, and she gets to the boat first. And she does the double leg jumping. You are absolutely right, Neve, and she's off. What an incredible start. That must be the best start from anyone here so far this afternoon.
That was incredible. The handles were down by her feet. She hopped over the two of them and just off she went, and a massive push from the boat handler that was at the stern. What an advantage already that she has over Katsar of individual neutral athlete.
Yeah, well, I'm going to say game over. I know you tell me not to say that, but it is, with someone like Lobnig, it is game over unless she falls in. And Lobnig can handle rough water. I saw her go through the waves in Brandenburg to become European champion in 2016 on the flat water course that none of the other scullers could handle, but she could.
Oh, look at that navigation there. We just had a close-up shot of her passing that middle marker. She was just over that oar length distance away from it, so opting for a nice straight line down to that turn. Going to get there quite a bit ahead of Kazakh.
Lobnig round the turn. Let's see how many strokes she gets round in on the turn.
Oh, she just almost lost her oar there on the left-hand side.
Yeah, she's got plenty of time. She's kind of rowing with both blades, but she's not straight yet. But she knows she has time. I think she is now straightening up. Not the quickest of turns from Lobnig. She'll need to do a quicker turn than that if she wants to retain the world title, don't you think?
Yeah, she was probably trying to keep the speed up in the boat as much as she could, I would say, by starting to pull on the right-hand side early, and then she knew that she'd have to work a little bit harder on the left-hand side just to straighten herself up, and she's perfect now. Again, perfect distance from those finger markers on the way back here now, but great navigation here from Kazakh as well, individual neutral athlete.
Yeah, Lobnig just checking that she's going to miss that last finger buoy. The only thing that might upset her on her run into the beach. 35-year-old Austrian. Such a heroine to Austrian sport, let alone Austrian rowing. And actually in world sport, she is a legend. Just easing off as she comes into the beach, making sure that the dismount goes perfectly.
Opting to jump out of the right side, and here she comes. She was able to see her competitor in her eye line all the way down, so she knows she doesn't have to go full on here.
A little wave to the crowd even from Magdalena there.
So Magdalena booking her spot into the last 8, into the quarterfinals. Great race there from Kazakh, individual neutral athlete. She is eliminated. So already moving on to the second knockout in the coastal women's solo. This time it is the turn of Germany and Latvia.
2:45 for Lobnig Tertuente in this next heat, was the faster in the time trial. She has chosen the right-hand side of the course, Julia Tertuente, and her opponent, Katerina Simonokovica, 19 years of age. She is a specialist coastal rower, as is the Munster oarswoman. Got into the finals of the beach sprint, finished 8th actually, into the quarterfinals last year at the Worlds.
Doesn't seem like long ago that we saw these faces on the start line.
No, completely, and those long double plats of Simonovica, the 19-year-old.
Yeah, gearing up. We still have over a minute to go to the start line here. The boat handlers, oh, here we go, 1 minute to go. Boat handlers being told to put the boats in the water. Let's see how the boat handlers set up. So this is actually making a difference, the position of the boat handlers. Having one behind the stern seems to be working well for a lot of the athletes.
Yeah, that water is warm, isn't it? I mean, if anyone's thinking they're walking into freezing cold water, it's actually really lovely, warm water.
It is. We walked in it there yesterday evening after racing. Yeah, both crews opting to have their boat handlers at the sides. Called. Better reaction time there from Germany.
Torrento was crouching down at the start, reaches her boat first, jumps in pretty efficient, and she takes her first stroke with her right-hand blade, puts her slightly, well, I guess slightly on the right course, actually. And the Latvian athlete has got a course correct. So the German athlete storms into a pretty decent lead.
Yeah, absolutely. She was pushed just off centre there now, and she's having to work hard to get to the right side of that first marker buoy. So advantage absolutely to Germany ahead of Latvia right now.
It was interesting what she did, because she took one stroke with her with her left-hand scull, or right-hand scull, which pushed the boat to exactly the right course she wanted to get round the correct side of that first slalom buoy.
That only happens, I think, if you've experience and know what you're doing out here. And here we go past that middle marker, and big advantage here to Germany. They're closest to us on the screen on that drone shot.
Latvian's putting down some long strokes there. She's not overawed by her opponent or the conditions, and the German going wide now on that turning buoy, but starting to come closer to it. So Tuente has begun her turn ahead of her opponent, and I guess from that peripheral vision she'll be aware that she's got a lot of time to get the course right on this turn.
And that was perfect navigation there. She took her time to pull that extra stroke now, and Bow is heading straight for the beach as long as she doesn't stretch herself here. Now, great navigation here from Latvia as well. This is really nice.
Perfect. Quickest line you could imagine down the side of the course.
They may have learned from Magdalena Lobnig in the last knockout there. Germany there just getting slightly held up by that middle marker, but she has enough space here now, flying down towards the beach. She's keeping the rate up much higher than Latvia.
The boat handlers have now shouted out loud they liked her course, and the male boat handler's got his hands up, both hands up level with pink armbands on, so if she looks round she can spot and see that she's actually doing a great course. He wants her to go a little bit towards the left-hand side. Yeah, he's absolutely fine with the German's course now.
Yeah, that's a beautiful landing now. She can nearly take her time now, get herself into that perfect position, take her time getting out of the boat, making sure she doesn't tumble. And here she comes. I don't think she even looked around there now. She's just going to go for it on the sprint here. Tuente of Germany booking her spot into the quarterfinals.
Dives across the line, full of sand. It won't matter a jot. She's through to the last 8. And Ekaterina Simonovica, little disconsolate trudge off there.
So we'll get her time. Different approaches here, their starting positions. Red lights are on. Big pause and they're off. Laura McKenzie opting to go around the flag, adding meters to herself that she did not need to.
You'd think the British squad would know what the rules are, wouldn't you?
Oh, and a little stumble getting into the boat there. Probably a slower start than she would have liked. She is still quicker off the blocks, though, even with those 2 little delays. So it is Laura McKenzie now ahead of Marina Matviva. So as they go down now, past that first finger marker, it is a Great Britain just ahead of individual neutral athletes. She'll learn from that. She'll know that she won't have to go around that flag now tomorrow. That was just for the time trials earlier on. And there was also a bit of work to do on that entry as well. I think the seat just came off the rails. She's staying very close to that middle finger marker. Just about clearing it with her blade. They're staying very close to the markers on the way out here.
Yeah. Those early mistakes, and I think in this round, which is the third round, the distance between two athletes is enough to allow the faster athlete to make an error and still dominate the race. And the British sculler going round the turn first, the neutral athlete just starting her turn now, and there she goes, Great Britain back on the homeward leg. Decent turn from the neutral athlete.
Yeah, great turn there from both scullers. Laura has a very unique technique around the turn there. And again, there was a great photo.
But she's going to come into the beach first, and it's just the dismount for the Brit.
Absolutely, but we've seen races won and lost on this dismount and this sprint, but nice from Laura. We know she's fast on her legs up the beach, so here she comes. She's going to give it her all here. Not too much actually separating these two athletes, but here comes Laura, absolutely not going flat out. There's definitely more in her, but she's trying to save as much energy that she can for tomorrow. She makes her way into the quarterfinals.
Decisive, having congratulated her opponents, and likewise it will be Decisive who is eliminated, and Mackenzie goes on to the final 8 athletes, the quarterfinals.
So that is knockout 3 done. We're on to knockout 4 of 8, and this time it is the time of Spain and Norway.
So Teresa Diaz Moreno was the fastest athlete in this morning's time trial. So she has chosen the left-hand side of the course. Still can't quite see a favourite pattern. Some of the athletes are Lobney chose the right-hand side of the course. First knockout round of the women's, and Diaz Moreno has chosen the left-hand side of the course.
A face and a name that we see so often on the coastal and beach sprint circuit over the years. She's been in different boat classes. Here she is now in the women's solo.
Yeah, hometown of Sevilla in the Andalusia region at the south of Spain. And Christensen from Norway in that really familiar Norwegian one-piece. The diagonal stripes of red, white and blue proudly displayed across it for the computer scientist, the 32-year-old computer scientist. Norway's boat closest to us.
We're getting ready, boat handlers just straightening those boats. Again, a little bit more activity on the water than we saw earlier. Nice low crouches here from both athletes. And again, they only have to do a direct sprint, direct run down to the beach, down to their boats. They don't have to go around flags this time. That was only for the time trials. Red light is up. Here we go. Nice reaction time from Norway. Big sprint from Spain. Looks like Norway may get to the water first.
She's just slowing down a bit, the Norwegian sculler. I kind of think she needed to keep that sprint a little more fierce just before she got into the boat.
There is a moment where you have to de-accelerate for sure, but not too soon. You do want to be controlled as you make your way into that boat, but they're very even here. Maybe Spain had a few more breakers to kind of get through, or a little bit more of a swell. But nicely matched now as they go past that first finger marker. Potentially advantage to Norway, I would say.
Yeah, she's got long strokes, hasn't she? The Spanish athlete, you would imagine, in terms of endurance, the younger athlete and that Spanish squad have been training hard, as we know. And the Norwegian athlete, not sure she's a full-time coastal athlete. but she is right in there at the moment. And as you said, longer strokes, she's the taller woman, and she's taking advantage of that as they go out to the turn buoy.
Yeah, Spain doing all they can to try and get to the turn now before Norway. So evenly matched here. Let's see who has the better turn here. Potentially Spain now going to get to that turn. Let's see. Yes, Spain just slight advantage over Norway, Martin.
Yeah, she's really digging in that right-hand blade, and she's pulling hard, and she is going to be round quicker. She's not straight when she went off. I think a little bit of the jitters there from Diaz Moreno. She's had to course correct, and that might let the Norwegian back in, who was slower on the turn, but more considered and with a better course.
Yeah, maybe the advantage to the Spanish there is that she can keep the speed up in the boat a little bit more, even though she has probably more meters to go, but she's not slowing down the boat as much. So she definitely has advantage now. Is Norway over correcting here? Siri Eva Christiansen, she's pointing her bow now down the right of the beach.
I just want to say, lovely technique from the Spanish. You're really holding her back well on that initial leg drive, and then she opens it out using her hips to get that really strong finish. Needs to course correct as she comes into the beach, but it's lovely to watch. Christensen just hitting the last buoy there, and not much hope of the Norwegian getting a win out of this race as it stands.
Yeah, hitting the beach here now. It is Diaz Moreno of Spain. She's out. Nice little dismount. Probably could do it faster tomorrow. Sirieva surfing in, but here comes Spain to take the win and knock out 4 of the Coastal Women's Solo. She makes her way into quarterfinal. Christiansen of Norway will be eliminated.
Gritted teeth, smile from Siri Eva Christensen. It's lovely to see both these athletes showing so much camaraderie. 2:44 for Diaz Moreno. Across the finish line in that 4th heat. And that is a 1 second quicker time than Magdalena Lobnig, would you believe, who won the first heat. Sure it'll mean anything, but I'm sure the Spanish athlete will have a little smile to herself when she sees that.
Yeah, psychologically it'll give her a nice boost this evening for sure. So we're on to knockout 5 of the Coastal Women's Solo. This time on the left-hand side, Tia Maria Ratola of Finland. She's there on our screen now. A little smile from her. Again, 3rd race of the day.
Yeah.
For these athletes. And here on our screens now, representing Lithuania, Raminta Markuait.
We said in commentary that the athlete from Finland was a Gemini. Perhaps we'll see both sides of her personality in this race.
Do you know a lot about star signs, Martin?
What's your star sign?
Aquarius.
Oh, the water carrier, absolutely. Ramita Markuait from Lithuania, the quicker athlete in the time trial. Hope she won't be carrying a lot of water in her boat. The Lithuanian athlete.
So we can see a judge over the far side now just running down to the boat handlers from Lithuania, getting them to straighten up the boat a little bit. No, you can't get any advantage here. Everything is being checked. Here they go. Red light's about to come on.
Lithuania down on her marks.
Lights on.
Both athletes explode off. The white flag indicates a clean start. The long legs of Finland carry her to the boat just slightly behind the Lithuanian. Little stumble, but it's Lithuania who gets that first stroke in, and the athlete from Finland, she's struggling to make up that time. Lithuania's so strong on the finish, isn't she? Absolutely powering away. Come into there.
Incredibly strong on the finish, and you can see the advantage she has already here as they pass that first marker boy. Tia Maria Rattola having to do a little bit of extra work. She was definitely slower off the blocks. She's looking at her here now, big long catch and staying kind of hunched over at her finish. But Lithuania just flying now down towards the centre of the course.
Beautiful course. She's really steered fantastically through that first marker, brilliantly past the second marker, just a metre clearance between her blade and that second finger boy, and now just easing her bows into that final turn. But you can see, well, just for that stumble at the start, I think that's the difference between the two crews. Fair play to Rattola from Finland. She's still in this race very much.
Absolutely coming right into it. It is Lithuania hitting that boy first, just ahead of Finland. Lithuania staying tighter to it.
Oh, the Finnish athlete trying to get round. She's backing the boat down, but the Lithuanian athlete, I think that's a smarter, sweeter turn. And Finland not straight at all. She's setting off miles to the left-hand side of the course. And I think you can see that she will have to massively course correct. I think that was the case of her being down. She's completely on the wrong side of the course now. Tia Maria Rattola.
Yeah, she's actually on the Lithuanian course now, so she's starting to realise and having to make a big course correction. Her boat handlers are shouting as loud as they can. Lithuania now actually starting to point her bow into the centre as well. Both of them are angling in kind of sideways here. Lithuania just going to hit off that final marker. Let's see if it upsets her rhythm here.
Oh, yes, does stop Morkinaite, but she goes through it. And Lithuania had a significant advantage coming up to the beach.
Absolutely. Let's see if she can keep things right. She seems to be overcorrecting now with the right side, pulling hard with the right side. Now she's straight. Big, strong finish still, as you mentioned, at this, on the outward leg, Martin. So here she is. She is out. Nice little hop. Fresh on the legs. She hasn't looked around yet. She's just going to go for it. I think that's a really great technique. You just stay in your own race. Go as fast as you can. Don't look over at the other one.
I love the way she was just opening her body out at the back end of the stroke. It's so powerful at finish. I mean, to me, that's one of the best techniques I think we've seen today. She's just a shorter woman, but she's using her body in the most effective and efficient way to get the best speed out of the boat. Pariente of Portugal just giving a little hand slap to the Polish athlete there, Martina Radosz. Lovely to see that was.
Yeah, that was a great finish for the last knockout stage. Lithuania there booking a spot into the quarterfinals. Finland eliminated. We're on to knockout 6. 3 more races to go today.
2:43 for the Lithuanian. That was quicker than Diaz Moreno in the previous heats, who was quicker than Lobnik. Posted that 2:45. And I think with that big, strong finish, that's going to be something we'll keep a lookout for in tomorrow's quarterfinals. So the Paris and Tokyo Olympian. I beg your pardon, the Paris Olympian. Martina Radosz qualified at the European Championships for Paris Games in Szeged. Now the big Gosh athlete is here at the Coastals in Antalya, going head-to-head against her Portuguese opponent, Bruna Pariente, the athlete from Santa Maria de Portolosa.
So seeing the conditions here now, just very small breakers for the athletes, not too messy at all for them. But we are seeing a few blades getting cut up on those first few strokes. Red lights are on. They're both down low to the ground here.
Long hold, and it's the Portuguese athlete that got the stride in first. Will she be the quickest to the boat? Beautiful in boat for the Portuguese athlete, and that's left a lot to do for Rados, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. She was just a bit slower getting in and getting going, but nice clean blade work here as they pull. These are probably the messiest strokes that they have to pull, these first probably 10, 20 strokes. So as we look out the course now, it is advantage to Portugal ahead of Poland.
Yeah, 2 ticks for Pariente on the sprint and on the mount into the boat. And she is busy extending her advantage over the Polish Olympian. Rado's got a lot of work to do. Maybe she's going to find it tough into this headwind. And things will open up for her when she goes round the turn at the top.
Yeah, big advantage to Pariente of Portugal there as they go through the middle marker of the course. She's keeping her rate up nice and high. She's looking over the shoulder now. She has enough space now to make sure that she's angled up perfectly to this turn, but we've seen the turns go wrong and the navigation out of the turns go wrong for athletes. She has enough space now to do this, execute this perfectly.
Pariente very close to it. She was looking round loads, and I think if it was a closer race, she probably would have found that she didn't have the speed of turn that she wanted. But Pariente is round now, and Rados is round 2. I think Rados has turned quicker. That's given her half a chance to get back on Pariente with straight line speed. Both scullers got a decent course.
Yeah, Pariente there, she took her time around it but made sure she was heading straight for the beach. So great navigation here from her. She's coming right close to those finger markers. That middle one will give her a good guide now as to how she needs to angle her boat. Again, looking over the shoulder, big strong finish here. She is staying nice and relaxed here. Lovely close-up shot of her sculling.
Yeah, her face isn't relaxed though, is it?
No, absolutely not. It's not going to be at this stage of the race. But great sculling here, passing that final marker here. Rados trying all she can to get back. She big hit it there off that marker, slowing her down slightly.
Pariente coming into the beach. She was quicker in this morning's time trial than Rados, and barring accidents on the dismounts, she hasn't looked round yet, but she lets the boat glide in beautifully out of the boat. Did you see that from Pariente?
That was close. The boat nearly took her out of it, but here she comes. Nice sprint here from Pariente of Portugal, booking her spot into the quarterfinal. Rados unlucky here. She's coming up. A lot of pain in her face, unlucky to be eliminated.
Pariente had time to look down at her watch and stop it. The two athletes embrace. And 2:47 for Pariente of Portugal. So that is a slightly slower time than we have seen for the last couple of heats. Won't matter to her one bit.
So we're on to the final 2 races of the day. Knockout number 7, the Coastal Women's Solo.
Yeah, we have got plenty of races to come after this, though, haven't we?
No, these are the last 2 today.
Oh my God, because the mixed doubles are tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Put a smile on your face.
Yeah, I'll put a big smile on my face. I'll promise to look at the schedule more closely next time.
Yes, last 2 of the day. And it is between France and Italy.
And then Lefebvre, 34 years of age. The Italian, slightly younger team from Urania, Society Canottieri. Loves the perpetual motion and the passion that induces. Makes her love rowing even more. Ilaria Baffezzano.
So boats are in the water, boat handlers keeping the boats nice and straight. Red light is about to come on for these athletes. Not as low on the start as we're seeing some of the athletes.
Lefebvre just crouched down really low. She looks like the more powerfully built athlete. Baffezzano really sprinting for that boat, and she's probably going to reach there first, the Italian.
Oh, but big hop there from France.
Yeah, that was such a cultured entry into the boat from the French sculler. Lefebvre really doing the business and taking the advantage early on.
Yeah, she just hopped into that boat and got away as soon as she could. This is going to be a close match-up for sure between France and Italy. So as we look out on the shore here, we're looking at France. They're over on the right-hand side of the course if you're looking on our screens.
Yeah, we're looking at our coastal camera now.
Yeah.
And there's a shot from the drone of Lefebvre, and you can see how close those athletes are. I think still the Italian is in the lead, Bavezzano, but Lefebvre has made up ground. She's made up half a length as we're coming up to the final part of this outward course.
Martin, you need to get your binoculars ready because this is going to come down to the turn. You need to be ready to go. They are going stroke for stroke here. I think maybe advantage to France now. Just has got her bow ahead of Italy. Here they come.
She's going wide and she's just easing off looking at the buoy. I think she's slightly hesitant, Lefebvre, and the Italian sculler is more direct on the turn. She's made the quicker turn, Bavezzano. Lefebvre is still not straight yet. Bavezzano's already off, and the Italian got advantage on that turn. A little bit of hesitation from the French woman there. She's got it all to do.
Yeah, but I think she tried to keep her speed up in the boat much more than the Italian sculler. So now France coming right back into it and maybe taking advantage here again now. Let's see as they cross that middle marker. France definitely taking a wider route. She's coming over towards the course and having to recorrect here now. You can see on this drone shot now, you can see how France on the left-hand side of the screen, she has her bow angled over to the left. So she doesn't want to overcorrect at this point.
Yeah, she's going to hit that final buoy, or maybe she's just going to pass to the other side of it, actually. And her boat handler's frantically shouting at her to pull harder on that right-hand scull. Meanwhile, the Italian is headed for a beautiful position. She may be behind, but she's got a great position on the beach. Lefebvre will have to run a little bit to our right, round the flag. She will hit the beach first, but the Italian will have less to sprint.
Absolutely, and we saw they were quite matched on the sprint. Here comes France. Here she comes. She's out of the boat. Big advantage, actually, now. She has a look over her shoulder. Here she comes. It is France booking her spot into the quarterfinals. Bavezzano of Italy missing out. Disappointment. Lefebvre of France there looking happy. Looking very tired though, Martin.
She is. Lefebvre, the more powerful athlete, and you could see that faster straight line speed. The final race of today in the beach sprints, and we move to the quarterfinals tomorrow in the singles.
Are you sure it's the last race now, Martin?
I'm sure it's the last race, because I have now come back on my start sheets to the under-19 men's, which is what we started out with.
So this time here on our screens on the left-hand side, representing Netherlands, Yannick van der Meulen there. Nice smile there from her incredible athlete, incredible both in coastal and the beach sprints. And then representing Hungary in lane 1, Vivian Priel.
So the Hungarian athlete was the quickest in this morning's time trial, but van der Meulen got her act together and posted the quickest time in the second time trial this morning. Effectively, that's putting a 9th fastest against 8th fastest. Who's your money on for this contest?
So this is Yannick van der Meulen's 3rd race today.
It is.
So more experience on the water, but it means Vivian Priel is a little bit fresher. So will the experience of Netherlands maybe win out? Let's see.
One athlete with the sunglasses on, the Hungarian, Vivian Priel, and the other athlete, van der Meulen, choosing to go without sunnies.
Boats are in the water, boat handlers ready to go. Yannick, she's on the right-hand side of the beach. She's going to be running to the far side of her boat. It looked like, but maybe not. Boat handlers are changing the positions of the handles. Red lights are on. Here they go, final race of the day, Netherlands versus Hungary.
I feel that Van der Meulen got the quickest start, and Prail, the Hungarian, she kind of stood up before she sprinted off, and Van der Meulen is in that boat, and her boat handler, totally submerged, gives her a big push off, and it's the lead for the Netherlands.
And Hungary took a big look over at Netherlands before she pulled her first stroke. Like, all of that is counting you. Precious seconds, precious time.
And I tell you what, she was so focused here, Vivian Prail, the Hungarian. She never looked over at Van der Meulen once. And then when she got in a boat, there was the look. And it's almost that sort of instinct, that competitive instinct kicks in against the sense that the coaches say, keep your mind in your boat.
Here we come past that middle marker, potentially advantage to Hungary, far side of the drone shot here, but it is still so close at this point.
Great course from Van der Meulen, really tight on that middle buoy, as was the Hungarian, who's come right back into it. I think the long strokes of the Dutch sculler, she's the fastest Dutch sculler. Just a little mistake in her course at the Dutch Championships meant that she lost out, I think, to Marieke Keizer, but she's round the turn at the top quickly, and she does have long, powerful strokes.
Yeah, a little bit wider, but definitely faster. And here she is.
She started off, and yet the Hungarian has turned quickly too, slightly shorter, more stabby strokes, and Van der Meulen's got a course correct. She's now straight, both athletes on a good line.
This is great shots, because we saw the both of them looking at each other just as they came out of the turns. But here they come. Let's see as they pass that. Oh, look at this. Hungary now going back into the lead. Yannick had taken advantage after the turn.
I think Van der Meulen's really fatigued.
Yeah.
The Dutch sculler. She's looking round to see where she is in the terms of the course.
Yeah, but it's still so close here. Priel working hard here now. She has advantage just as they come up to the final marker.
So it's how much she's got in these final few strokes. She's put so much in on this tailwind leg into the beach, but Van der Meulen is definitely tiring more. And it is the Hungarian who is the younger of these two athletes by 10 years. Van der Meulen 38, the Hungarian 28.
Big aggressive catches there from Hungary, big splashes off the oars. She takes a little tumble, but she is out here. Yannick is out, she's looking over. It is Hungary, it is Netherlands, it is Hungary just holding on. You can see the pain. Yannick doing all she can, but it is Vivian Priel of Hungary booking her spot into the quarterfinals. That hurt.
Yannick Van der Meulen holds her head in her hands, so frustrated. She knows that she made a little bit of a mistake on the turn, and that's a big name for Vivian Prail, the 28-year-old, to take down. Both athletes exhausted. Congratulations. It will give you so much pleasure to take a big scalp in this competition.
Absolutely. That was our last race of the day. I'm sure you're going to be getting the times for us there, Martin. But what
2:44 for Priel, the Hungarian. 2:42 was a quick time. We saw Lefebvre do that in the previous heat. A few times in 2:44. And those times, the winning times, will determine who goes where in the quarterfinals for the women's and men's solo event, if I'm right.
Indeed, Martin, and that was a long day of racing. So that concludes the first day of the Beach Sprint Championships here at the European Rowing Championships in Antalya, Turkey. We're going to be back tomorrow with the last 16 starting at 9 a.m. local Turkish time. We have the under-19 mixed double sculls. That'll be followed by the last 16 of the mixed double sculls, and then we are into the last 8 starting at 10:30 local time here with the under-19 men's solo, the under-19 women's solo. Then we're into the men's solo, women's solo, the under-19 mixed double, and we will be finishing off the day with the mixed double. Martin, did you enjoy your first day of beach race?
Oh, it's amazing, wasn't it? There's just constant action. I mean, it's brilliant to be here commentating. Fantastic to be in the grandstands. Just amazing to be a competitor in the company of such fantastic athletes. And I'm sure you've enjoyed our presentation if you're watching at home. Some tremendous pictures, heart of the action shots that we've given. First of those A finals coming near midday for the women's solo, the under 19. And there is a whole raft of races. I'm looking at those races there, Neve, and just thinking how much commentating we've got to do.
A lot of commentating to come tomorrow for sure, but tomorrow is an exciting day. We'll have all the final A's, so racing will get much closer, much tighter, much more exciting, and I believe the conditions will be a little different tomorrow as well, which might make things a little exciting.
We've looked at our weather apps, the Windy app, and there are other apps around, by the way, but Windy is showing an reasonably moderate offshore breeze, so that's blowing from the north towards the south and away from us. And well, if the tide is maybe moving in a little bit, that will produce more chop. It should make the course definitely more interesting.
Now, I think people are tired of hearing our voices from today. I've been Niamh Hayes. I've been here with Martin Cross, and thank you for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. local time here in Türkiye. Thank you for joining us. Martin, any parting words?
Bye for now.
Çopur.